The NASCAR season began 40 weeks ago, but today, the longest season in professional sports comes down to one race and 4 drivers at stake. The ultimate prize in American motorsports, and with it, a spot in racing immortality.
On my mama knee, she said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. Till that victory bell. 1 for the money, 2 another show, 3 start your engines now and rock and roll.
Welcome, everyone, to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. Phoenix Raceway is the site of Championship Day for the NASCAR Cup Series. A year's worth of hard work all comes down to 312 laps in the desert. The middle of pit road, pit stall 15 is where you find the Ruoff Mortgage Peacock Pit Box. Marty Snyder, the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, joining you here along with Brad Daugherty. DJ, you won a Cup Series championship. I'm sure you know the driver mentality today. But I want to know how many of those drivers watched that Xfinity Series finish from last night and said, what am I willing to do to win the title today?
I think the question is how many of them watched it live last night and then rewound it and watched it again this morning, especially that last lap with Daniel Hemrick. But, you know, every round we've asked and said, what are you willing to do to make it to the championship 4? And this is last night. We see into turn 3, Daniel Hemrick get into Austin Cindric just a little bit, but that was his first win in NASCAR, and it brought him a championship. So what driver is willing to do whatever it takes here this afternoon? You know, one of Jeff Burton's favorite saying, you're going to have to check your morals here today.
Yeah.
And we're going to see exactly how far some driver might get to. It might not even be that, but what are you willing to do to have a championship when this day is over?
That was the last turn on the last lap.
Absolutely.
So that's what it comes down to sometimes. Brad, you've played in Game 7s in your NBA career. Does today feel like a Game 7 atmosphere to you?
Oh, without question. I mean, think about this. We've got a race today. We've got 10 guys that I think can win this race, and that doesn't happen outside of a super speedway. I mean, there's legitimately, you think about Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, it goes on and on. So the restarts are going to be incredible. The positioning is going to be incredible throughout the day. How are you going to get a break if you're one of the championship 4 and these guys are racing for a win? They don't care about your championship. It's going to be on.
Here is the big picture for the day, the championship 4 drivers as they shape up. It's Kyle Larson from Hendrick Motorsports, Denny Hamlin from Joe Gibbs Racing, Chase Elliott from Hendrick Motorsports, and Martin Truex Jr. from Joe Gibbs Racing. The math is very simple. There is no math. Simply the highest finishing driver among those 4 is the 2021 Cup Series champion. We have you covered from all angles here at Phoenix Raceway, here on pit road, Rattlesnake Hill, just outside the racetrack, in the front of the grid as well. That's where we find Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. How you guys feeling on championship day?
Man, we're feeling pretty good here, Marty. It's awesome to be standing next to this trophy. This is the trophy that all these guys are aiming for today, and one of them's going to be holding it. So let's cover the HMS drivers right now. You got Larson and Chase Elliott. Larson's had an incredible season up to this point.
Yeah, it really has. I want to take this trophy home, but, you know, Kyle Larson to me, he's the best driver on the racetrack right now. He's won 9 races, but what he's done over the last 24 months has been absolutely incredible. Everything this guy sits in, he wins in. It doesn't matter what kind of car it is, and the cars are so radically different from one another. He is in a position where I can only compare him to Mario Andretti. That's the only guy I can compare him to. If he can continue this throughout his career, he will go down as one of the very best drivers ever in the history of motorsports. And that, I'm not overstating that. He's done it. Now, I will say this. He's never been in this pressure cooker. He's going to have to find a way to deal with the pressure of today, because it is a different level than what he's ever experienced.
Yeah, I agree with you with your assessment of how good he is and who he compares with. Now, when we look at Chase Elliott, he's done this before. He won this very championship last year. He came in here last year and said, look, my attitude is this is a privilege. What an opportunity for me to have this shot. A lot of guys feel the pressure, you know, and they won't say things like that, but he came here and embraced it. It was really incredible. I've never seen a driver really act that way, and he went out there and made it happen. He comes in here with that same attitude, but a little swagger. I've been here. I know how to do this. He could actually win 2 championships where his father's only won 1. It would be pretty incredible for Chase to pull that off. He's had the pace on the racetrack in practice as well. I think I really like their long run speed. Well, we're going to hear from the Gibbs guys as well. We're going up somewhere that I've never been. I've been all over this racetrack, Jeff, except for Rattlesnake Hill where Kelly, KP, and Letard are.
Finally, something I've done at a racetrack that Dale Earnhardt Jr. hasn't. You guys might have the trophy, but we have got the most incredible view you can find anywhere around this raceway. We saw a spectacular sunset before the Xfinity Series race last night. Today, it's a pretty hot and sunny day here. We're hanging out the best we can. All right, so those guys covered the Hendrick Motorsports championship drivers. Let's look at the true veterans of the group, the old guys. We've got from Joe Gibbs Racing, 40-year-old Denny Hamlin, 46 career race wins. Then you look at Truex, 41 years old, and a former champion. How do they size up?
Well, I think it's easy to look at the stats and say, yeah, they're contenders. We knew that. They're here. They're deserving. They've made the championship for Kyle, in my mind, it's not what they've done. It's what they're willing to do and what they're going to do today. When I look at Denny Hamlin, it's not his stats, it's his actions. Yeah. Last week, wrecked with Alex Bowman, shows his displeasure. I think he's at a point in his career where politely, he doesn't care what we think. He doesn't care what anyone thinks. He doesn't hide from it. He wants to be a champion. Today, he has a great shot because of that attitude.
Yeah, true. And you look at Denny. Denny enters this race, and I'll stay on Denny here for a minute. Denny enters this race in a position that he's never been. He's come in here angry. He's never come to this last race angry, with a chip on his shoulder, not caring what everybody thinks. So that's a little bit different. We go to Truex now. Truex is kind of like Chase was last year. He only got here by 3 points. So it's an honor. It's a privilege to be here. He's at a different place in his career. He has that championship. He's had 5 or 6 great years, these last 5 or 6. So he comes here with Steve Letard's money. It's found money, man. I mean, he comes here to play. And I think when you take that and you take that experience and being here before, it makes him very dangerous today.
Well, what Truex has the opportunity to do is to enter that very elite group of multiple champions, right? Yes. And at 41, he's gone on the record to say, hey, I don't know when the end is, but I know it is closer than the start was. He had a slow start to his career. He only won 4 races in 10 seasons. Then all of a sudden in 2016, he finds multiple wins. He becomes a champion. That was a great run, but he definitely wants to. Think about this, Kyle. If he wins a championship today, not only is it his second, but a different crew chief, a whole different organization than he won his first.
Listen, 4 races in 10 years sounds like somebody else that's in this race. His name's Kyle Larson. Only won 6 races and has won 9 this year. Totally different year, totally different driver, totally different place.
And I think Truex has been open saying this, he thinks, could be his last legitimate shot at winning the championship. Well, we still see a steady stream of cars trying to make their way into the raceway, and somewhere among this sold-out crowd in the infield, we find Rutledge Wood.
Oh, Kelly, it is so cool to be down here getting ready for it. You know, it's a star-studded event, action-packed, celebrities everywhere, and a huge musical guest, but it all comes down to those 4 drivers, and only one of them can walk away with the championship.
Could this be his championship year?
Hell yeah, boy! Let's go to Phoenix, run for a title.
All 4 could easily go win this race, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Mark Truex Jr., you are the champion, baby!
A lot of guys have won 1 championship. Not a lot of guys have won 2.
We are the champions! Yes!
It's a big deal to be here. It's a difficult thing to make the Final 4.
I appreciate the past champions of our sport, and I just want to put myself in that category.
The winless streak will end tonight.
I've been able to win a lot of big races this year, but it doesn't matter how you ran in those other races. You just got to beat those other guys now.
No room for mistakes, no room for errors, no room for laying up. You got to let it all hang out and go for it.
You either win or go home. There's no in between at this point.
NBC Sports Predictor app powered by PointsBet has 10 grand up for grabs, DJ, and it's free to play. Make your picks in the NASCAR game now for your chance to win. Download the Predictor app from your app store today. So who's your money on?
Well, I just tried to get in and make my pick, but for the 10 grand, that's a lot of money. They wouldn't let me in, obviously. So I've got some inside info that I'm going to give to you fans right now. Listen carefully. Kyle Larson is really good. That's right.
Oh, the wisdom. Dropping the knowledge. Hey, Rut promised us celebrities. Let's see if he's found one. Hey, Rut.
Oh, this is unbelievable, Marty. You have a dream to meet people, and hold on, I've got to adjust my height here. This is Kristen Chenoweth. The world knows you, loves you for so many. I mean, the list is too long. But let's just start with this. For all the things you've done in your career, it seems like your family is so proud that you're here today.
So I have a Tony Award, an Emmy Award, and some other things. And my daddy said, "You finally made it. You're at the Cup."
It's just huge. I mean, you're going to sing the national anthem. We know you have an amazing new Christmas album coming out, which is going to be so great. But for you to get to do so many different things in your career and then to get to be here, what does that mean to you?
It's cool because not so much different from Broadway, as I see the people in the stands and I get emotional because these are performers too. These guys are doing their thing and there are people coming out here to see them and support them, and that is why I'm here.
It's huge because you know everything you've done in your life. These fans are the connective tissue. They make it all happen.
They make it. They love it. We just met a whole bunch of them. Dirks is singing now. People are so excited to be here, y'all. Just come on out and live life. It's time.
It's beautiful. Who are you pulling for today?
Well, I'm a little, what do you call it? I like Austin.
Okay.
Okay, but his time, he has plenty of time.
Right.
My dad's going for Hamlin. I'm going to say Larson.
Oh, how about that? Hey, good luck. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
This is unbelievable. Kristen Chenoweth. Guys, it was worth moving my height for. She's amazing.
It is so cool to see her at the racetrack. And her knowledge, she knew who to pull. She's
going for the low-hanging fruit.
Larson.
Yeah, that's low-hanging fruit. I wanted Kristen to say, I'm pulling for Ryan Blaney. Somebody like that. I mean, come on.
But she had the knowledge, and I think it's cool that her dad thought this was the coolest thing that she was here at the Cup race today. That's pretty neat.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's what this is all about. I mean, this is an event. You know, all of these races that we have are fantastic, but Phoenix is a great place for everybody to come and be a part of this.
Yeah, it's an awesome atmosphere here. You see all those fans in front of the crowd waiting for Dierks Bentley to sing. His song coming up is Beers on Me.
Yep.
We got to decide who that's going to be, but here's Dierks to sing the song.
Everybody's got a problem, so do I. But we ain't gonna solve them on a Saturday night. I just put a paycheck in the bank, and I ain't hit the town in a minute to drink. You've had one of those weeks, stuck on repeat. I'll save you a seat. Come on down, swing on by, bring whatever's been on your mind. Locals on tap and bottles on ice, living on feel-good standard time. My car's on the barn, you got nowhere to be if you don't come through, buddy, that's on you, 'cause the beer's on me. I'ma get around or two for all the ones just busting their backs while they're cussing the sun. And if your girl don't love you no more, here's a tall boy to crying, and it's been paid for. And if you're short on cash, say cheers. Don't sweat it, leave the sweating to the beer. Come on down, swing on by, bring whatever's been on your mind. Locals on tap, bottles on ice, living on feel-good standard time. My car's on the bar, you got nowhere to be if you don't come through, buddy, that's on you, 'cause the beer's on me. What's up, Phoenix? Come get a Bud Heavy Bush Light, kill a Cold Miller Blue Moon Red Stripe. Night or day don't matter to me, 'cause don't nothing taste better than free. Ain't that right? Come on down, swing on by, bring whatever's been on your mind. Locals on tap and bottles on ice, living on feel-good standard time. My car's on the bar, you got nowhere to be if you don't come through, buddy, that's on you, 'cause the beer's on me. yeah, the beer's on me. I'm gonna save you a seat, 'cause the beer's on me. Beer's on me tonight, y'all. Come on.
How about that? The local guy, Dirks Bentley, with the song. He offered beers, but didn't Kyle say he was buying us beers tonight?
It's on
Brad?
Kyle, 100%.
I thought that's what I heard this morning in the meeting.
Beers on Kyle.
Yeah, but obviously Dirks hadn't been out drinking with Big Brad, too. He might have a different opinion there.
We can say that. Kyle's all the way up on Rattlesnake Hill. Hey, when we come back, we'll hear from the first of our Championship 4 contenders, Chase Elliott, trying for back-to-back titles. You think about the family heritage, he can get one up on his dad today, who only has one title. Chase Elliott joins us on the Ruoff Mortgage Peacock Pitbox. That's coming up next.
Chase Elliott, he's my favorite driver.
Chase Elliott, he's going to win.
Chase, what's up? Kirby Smart here with the Dogs. We need you to bring another championship home to Georgia. Go Dogs.
Pretty cool stuff there with all the people wishing Chase Elliott well. Kirby Smart. Things have been good in Georgia lately, by the way, with Georgia being #1. Your Braves winning the World Series this week, and now the favorite son trying to win the championship. Do you get that sense of hometown pride that you're trying to win one for the entire state?
Yeah, absolutely, and I greatly appreciate Kirby's message there. That's really neat. The Dogs are looking really good. Braves had a big week, man. It's been a lot of fun being a Georgia sports fan right now. So hopefully today goes well for us, and we can try to bring another one back to the right state.
Yeah, so you had that first championship last year. Had to start in the rear, make your way. I know it wasn't easy, but you made it look that way a lot between having a good car and great driving ability. A much better starting spot here today. But what are you expecting from this race and the competitors you're racing against today?
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, look, you got 3 great competitors, not just great drivers, but great teams, too. So I really feel like it's anybody's game today, and obviously last year was very different. The good news about last season was we still had a great pit stall, which I feel like is really more important at the end of the day than your starting position itself. So just looking forward to the opportunity, man. I know that today is going to be a great challenge, and I'm just so proud of my team. I mean, Alan's the best, in my opinion. I feel like he's been underrated for years and years and years, and I feel like I've always been surrounded by great crew members and great people, great racers, but more importantly, great individuals that I feel like have always made me look a lot better than I really am. I truly believe that. And I had the best group to go to battle with. So we're excited for the challenge and really embracing the moment and enjoying being here.
Chase, I was talking to these guys earlier, and I said, this is an interesting race because there's like 10 guys that could win this race. Unlike we go to super speedways, you usually have that. How do you navigate that as you race today? I mean, I'm obviously not just thinking about those 3 other guys. There's guys that can put it on it here.
100%. Yeah, no, there's some great cars, and we saw that in practice too. There's a lot of guys that I feel like were really competitive. So, keeping all that in mind, it's it's going to be a competitive race. Like I said, this is no cakewalk, and we know that, and that's what it's all about. This is it's a super interesting format. It's a very unique format to be able to bring it all down to one race. I think today executing a solid day and being mistake-free, I think is going to be worth a lot. So our team's ready, and I've really been proud of our effort the last 2 weeks. I mean, I had a great car at Kansas, had a great car at Martinsville, had great pit stops. So I just feel like we're in a good spot, and our team is, like I said, in a good place, and we really enjoy being here. We're excited about the opportunity. If you're not excited about it, you're probably not going to do very good. So the good news is we're excited about it and looking forward to the day, and came all the way to Arizona to run 312 laps, so let's get it.
So give me your elevator pitch. Why will you win the championship today?
I feel like our team is just, the simplicity of our group is really special to me. And I've always appreciated our working relationship, not just Alan, but really across the board. My guys have always let me do my job, and I let me do theirs, or I let them do theirs. And at the end of the day, you got to have that confidence in one another, or you're not going to be successful. So I just feel our group is just simple, and we enjoy being here. We enjoy racing, and we all let each other do our jobs, and that's all you can ask for. So today is no different than any other week from that standpoint, and we all know how to do our jobs. We just need to elevate our game, be the best that we can be today, and I have no doubt in my mind that our best is plenty good enough, and we're looking forward to trying to go execute that.
Chase, I know at the end of the day, you're the driver that has to get in that car and get things done, but you have a Hall of Fame dad to lean on and talk to. Do you and Bill talk racing, certain situations, maybe situations you've been in, how to handle difficult situations? Did those conversations take place?
A little bit here and there. We honestly talk about other stuff more than we do racing nowadays, and you know that relationship is special too. You know, it's not just about this. You got to be able to have a nice balance, I feel like, in life to make it all go. So we do talk racing some, but certainly we have other hobbies that we both mutually enjoy that we can talk about, and not just make it all about this, which I think is important too. But today it is. This is all that matters today. Mom and Dad are here. Super happy to have them, and hopefully we can make everybody proud, not just here at the track, but across the country that are pulling for us, and all our partners that put an awful lot into our program to make it go. So it's about making the folks proud that have got me to this position today, and I feel like our group can do just that.
A lot of strong race cars like we talked about, Chase. How aggressive do you have to be on restarts here? Because obviously it's crazy looking. How aggressive are you? How much are you watching what's going on, or are you just going forward?
It's a fine balance for sure. I mean, we saw that last night. Great race last night, by the way. Congrats to Daniel. Had the pleasure of racing Daniel many Friday and Saturday nights around the Southeast, and we had some really good battles over the years. So it's really cool to see a guy, kind of take the hard road. Really has had some great opportunities, and for him to get that first win on such a big stage and such a big moment, I think says a lot about him and his character, and just happy for him. But like I said, no different for our side. We know how crazy it can get, and I'm just curious to see how the track's different. The last two races, the last 2 days have both been at night. We're not going to see the sun go down completely throughout our event today. We saw the grippy area, whatever you want to call it nowadays. We have all kinds of different, I don't know how many different compounds of chemical we have
We're running out of names.
Laid down in the top group. But whatever you want to call it, the grippy substance was the fast way around last night. Does the sun impact that today? Does it make it go away? Does it make it more crucial? Does the bottom come into play? I feel like as good as the drivers and the teams are, you're going to find the grip. And it may not be in one location all day long. So I think being able to be good and diverse will be a key factor in having success here.
Well, best of luck today. Have fun with it, man.
Yeah. Hey, man, we are. I'm enjoying it. Great crowd. Thanks so much to all the folks. Like I said, not just the people and partners that we have directly, but all the fans, man. I've seen more 9 gear the last 2 weeks than I've seen in a long time at Martinsville and out here. So that stuff's special to me, and I appreciate the people. They've been more than kind to me, and have made this ride really special. So looking forward to the day. Glad to have them, and let's go get it.
Yeah,
there you go.
Thanks for taking the time with us.
Chase has said for a long time, you got to love the pressure moments. This is certainly one today. Well, coming up, we'll hear from his teammate, the man who has dominated the season, Kyle Larson, hanging out at the front of the grid with Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. as we continue with Cup Championship Day from Phoenix. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic.
Kyle Larson is the best driver to come in this sport since Jeff Gordon.
It's been a special year for sure. The most wins I've ever had in a single season. It's been a lot of success on the racetrack.
Viva Las Vegas, baby. Hell yeah. Spectacular. Great job. Hell yeah.
It's good vibrations for the California kid. He's a giant among men on NASCAR racetracks this season.
Once you go to Phoenix, it doesn't matter how you've ran in those other races. You just got to beat those other guys now.
And Kyle Larson is the first driver to make the Final Four.
Let's go to Phoenix. Run for the title.
Kyle Larson's had one of the more dominant seasons that we've seen in the Cup Series at some time. And I remember when we had a preview show before the season started, we were all trying to pick our final four, and I was thinking to put you in mind. Did you have that in your mind when this season started? What were your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I fully expected it because I was going to a new team and stuff, but I think, seeing Chase Elliott win the championship last year, really gave me a lot of confidence after that race. And again, I didn't know that we would have the season we'd have today. I knew we'd have some good runs and good shots to win, and we would win, but not to the extent that we have.
Kyle, you were last year watching this race, and now here you are, the favorite to win this championship. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's definitely been a long road and kind of crazy to think. Last year I was sitting at the team center at HMS, with all the engineers and Jeff Gordon, watching Chase and all the teams work and win that championship. So glad I've got a different seat for today, and hopefully we can take advantage of the opportunity.
This is one of the unique weekends of the season, Kyle, where we get a little bit of practice. And I know the track is completely different, but is there anything that you can learn from practice or anything that you might know about your car having some time on the racetrack?
Well, I think we're all able to learn a little bit about how our car handles around the bottom, but we've all seen the track change quite a bit since then, with the truck race and the Xfinity race, especially last night. They were able to move up into the resin and kind of trying to pay attention to that. I feel like it's probably got a little less grip up there than it was earlier this year with the PJ1, but we'll find out. There's a lot of laps to learn, and hopefully we can learn quickly.
So in practice, what did you learn? What are you concerned about as far as your car? Looked fast on times, but deep down in your heart, what are you nervous about?
Well, Chase was really good in practice, so we saw that. And two, I mean, my car was kind of a handful out of the resin, and but my lap times still looked pretty decent. Then when I moved up, which I was probably only one of the handful of guys that did, my lap times were good. So, like I said, it was really hard for me to judge where we were at after practice, and I feel like if anything, practice probably hurts your confidence more than anything. So wish we could just have showed up and raced. But either way, looking forward to the opportunity, and hopefully we can get a win for the HendrickCars.com Chevy team.
When we look at the other three drivers that are competing for the championship, they've all been in this position before, and they've all went through what you've had to go through this week. This is your first time kind of under the spotlight. And how has that been? How has been doing all the media and everything today? You've been all over the racetrack for Q&As and on stages here and there, and now you're here on the grid here with us. So how are you enjoying this exposure, and are you gearing up for a great race?
I'm enjoying it for sure. It's honestly been a lot less than I thought it was going to be going into it. Your media day was pretty short and easy. I didn't do a single interview on Friday, which I was surprised about. Like, no cameras really around, so it was nice to kind of get into a relaxed kind of focus mode on Friday. And then, yeah, today I would say is kind of the busier of the days. And with all the fans, I think, the atmosphere, like, we can feel it now. So just excited. And I think, I've heard Chase say, you just really got to appreciate this opportunity and enjoy the moment.
And we watch you race all over the world, really, and I think the fans are really attached to you because of that. You're a real racer. What is it that you want the fans to know about you?
About me? I don't know. I don't really know if there's much to know about me. I'm out racing all the time, so I love doing it. I love kind of being versatile and having the history of where I want to just race all different types of cars every day of the week, and that's kind of me and who I am. I enjoy my time at home for sure with my family, but being in a race car is where I belong, and I'm glad I'm here on this Sunday, and you look forward to plenty of racing in the off season as well.
Well, there's no question you belong in a race car, and you've shown the world what you can do in one. Somebody really special has a message for you.
Well, obviously you have four great drivers for this final race that will determine the championship. My interest peaks on Kyle mainly because of the great season that he's had, establishing himself as a new NASCAR superstar. What has always impressed me about Kyle Larson is his versatility. He's shown that in NASCAR. He'll win on a mile and a half, a short oval, he'll win on the road course. And then on the way to the track on Saturday night, he'll win on some dirt track somewhere. So he's amazing. And let's see if he can finish it off with a championship.
That's really the guy. I know you probably don't want to, you wouldn't compare yourself to Mario, but that's really the guy that you remind us of the most when we watch you race all these different cars. How does that make you feel to hear from him?
That makes me feel really, really, really good inside. And, I never got the pleasure to watch him race, but before I ever probably even raced a sprint car, that's kind of, he was who I wanted to be and wanted to be known, and I think I've really tried to shape my schedule around what he might have done back in the day. So that was really cool to see, and I hope I can make him proud today with a NASCAR championship.
Well, we're wishing you all the best. Thank you for giving us a little bit of time this morning. The fans really appreciate getting to see you and hear from you, buddy. We're going to learn a little bit more about the team behind this 5-car. Let's go up to Rattlesnake Hill.
Yeah, we heard it from Chase Elliott. He was quick to give credit to his team, as he always does, in particular his crew chief, Alan Gustafson. But let's start with the 5 team, because we're coming off of Kyle Larson. Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, really only been a crew chief in the Cup Series for a couple of years now, but he's also the guy that helped engineer 9 wins this season and get to the championship 4. So what does he bring to the table today?
Well, as you point, the sample set is small, which sometimes is difficult, but what sample set we have is impressive. For me, heading here to Phoenix, KP, my concern was, did Cliff Daniels appreciate the situation he was in? I had this conversation with him on Friday, and he completely convinced me. He said, I had a chance to work with Jimmy the last year. I saw the challenges and the disappointment of not winning. I've leaned on that championship pedigree at Hendrick Motorsports, and I am ready. I'm ready, and I cherish the chance, much like Kyle just said, to come here and do something special. I mean, if they win a championship today and win a race, 10 wins in a championship, that is like a top 5, top 10 season of all time.
Yeah, it is, of all time, and that's a great way to put it. First, let me go back 1 minute. That was Mario Andretti.
I know.
Talking about Kyle Larson.
I know.
That's crazy, man. That is so crazy. But you talk about Cliff. I think when Cliff, for me, and you watch what he's done, and you watch what Kyle Larson's done, but with the issue they had at the Roval, with that issue, his calmness, his leadership, the way he talked to the crew at the pit box, sent him over the wall to change that battery, to put that alternator belt on, that's a championship moment and a championship leader. And I think he did learn a lot from Jimmy, learned a lot in that group, and has carried it to this team, and that's why they've run like they've run this year.
And Alan Gustafson, the 9 team, had a similar moment at the Roval. Their car essentially destroyed. Alan told me he was just a millisecond away from calling it a day, which would have ended their championship hopes. They stuck it through, and now they're here. He, of course, won the championship last year. He's got over 600 starts. He told me he thinks it's going to be a street fight out there, and he says that suits us as a team.
That championship pedergree I spoke of, that Cliff Daniels could lead on, is one office over, and that is Alan Gustafson. He is a champion, not to mention the guy that leads the entire organization, Chad Knaus, who has a manifold of championships. I was fortunate enough to work next to Alan. I don't question his work ethic. Hard-working. I agree with his driver. Underrated. This is a crew chief that's won with the likes of Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Kyle Busch. He has been a staple in this garage for decades, and his just tenacity. KP, if there's an advantage, he takes it. He's kind of the modern-day look back at the old school, like when you race, right? If there's an advantage, he looks for it.
Yeah, and he does, because he has been Rick's utility guy. Hey, Rick needs something, he calls on Alan. Let's put Alan with this driver. Let's put Alan with Mark Martin. Let's put Alan with this guy, whoever it may be. And Alan has always risen to the occasion. And I want to go back from Alan's standpoint. He learned from the best. He's been there so long. The champion pedigree that has come through Hendrick. It reminds me a lot of the old school Petty Enterprises. When you look at Steve Mill, Robin Pemberton, Tony Glover, Darian Grubb, Adam Stevens, those guys came through the Petty Enterprise way and went on to take championships other places. That's the way Rick has done. The only difference is Rick kept all those guys in-house, so when he needed them, he calls on Alan.
Well, what's consistent between the two guys, look how comfortable their drivers were.
Yeah.
Sure.
Those crew chiefs lead both of those teams. There's no doubt they are in charge of both the 9 and the 5.
When you use the term championship pedigree, and even though Cliff Daniels hasn't won the championship as crew chief, he was around for the Jimmy Johnson era, as were a whole host of guys on that 5 car. They have been around for at least one, if not multiple, Jimmy Johnson championships, from the engine shop to the truck driver to the engineers to their crew chief now. So they've got plenty of it. And speaking of the 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson, he had a message for his former Hendrick teammates earlier this week.
Who's been the strongest car and team all year long? And without a doubt, this year has been about Hendrick Motorsports, and has certainly been about that 5 car with Kyle Larson. And I'm very fond of that 5 car. A lot of the team was the team that made up the 48 car that I drove for many years. Cliff Daniels, a longtime friend and teammate, And we brought him up to be the crew chief there for my final full-time season. So, of course, I have my Hendrick hat on. I also must say I'm probably the biggest fan of Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson that's out there. So I'm very happy that at least half of the Final Four are Hendrick drivers, and certainly would hope that one of them are able to win the championship.
Always good to hear from Jimmy Johnson. When you see the fans, we keep talking about it, a sold-out crowd here, and I know Rut's always got someone fun to talk to. Hey, Rut.
Kelly, 5150, somebody called the Popo. Dierks Bentley is crushing it out here on the front stretch. There are celebrities. There's even gold medalists. You're going to meet one when we come back from Phoenix.
Zachary and I started our relationship of knowing each other back when we competed against each other. And we hated each other enough to the point that we didn't even want to skate. I didn't want to try out with him, but our coaches forced us, and it was kind of an immediate realization that we had found a pair, a match.
I think our chemistry is our #1 asset, and it's born out of a deep drive and respect for each other. Our connection and our devotion to each other is really what we have over not just the American teams, but other teams as well.
The Winter Olympics begin February 3rd on NBC and Peacock, and the road to the Winter Olympics continued this weekend for U.S. ice dancers Madison Hubble and Zach Donahue, who finished second at Grand Prix Italy, finishing behind the Olympic gold medal favorites from France. Hubble and Donahue should be Olympic podium contenders this February in Beijing. It's their second podium finish on the Grand Prix circuit, qualifying them for the Grand Prix final in December. Beijing coming up quick, guys, no doubt about it. Hey, Rut's found another Olympian hanging out for championship weekend, Rut.
I sure have, Marty. How about a gold medalist? Bethany Maddox-Sands is here. Bethany, first off, welcome to championship weekend. What do you think so far?
So far, this is unreal. I mean, what a different vibe than the usual tennis tournaments that I am used to going to. This is awesome. We just heard Dierks Bentley up there on the stage. Country music. I mean, it's a packed stadium today. Trust me, as an athlete that performs in stadiums, when you have a full house, it's amazing. It's a game changer. So I'm so excited to hear the cars stud up. I heard that's the thing to listen to here. I'm pumped. So
let's talk about pressure. As a gold medalist, what a day like this can feel like for their 4 championship drivers. How do you deal with that pressure, that stress of rising to that moment?
You know what? I actually think that it's a lot in the details of your preparation. I know all these guys have their teams helping them get those cars tuned. They themselves are getting their minds right. I mean, that's a big part of all sports, I think. And, the big part, I actually met the 4 top drivers that are playing off for this, for the Cup today. And they all talk about their systems, and it's across the board with other athletes. We don't treat this any differently than all the other tournaments that we play all year long. We have our routines, we have our game plan. Are we going to make some changes here and there during the run, during the match? Yes, but they're coming with what they got, and you have some confidence in that.
How fun is this, huh? Thank you for being here. Marty, gold medalist right here. This is amazing.
That's pretty cool, Rut. From the Olympics to the Tonight Show, we have everyone involved in championship weekend. So we put our best man on the job when we wanted to find out the hard-hitting facts from Championship Media Day.
I'm going to act it out, and you're going to have to guess what I'm acting out.
Okay, you're the one acting it out.
So you're going to put it on your head.
I'm not sure I'm going to be a very good actor-outer.
Jumping jacks.
Playing harmonica, flute.
Yes.
Perfect. Man, I'm good.
Elephant.
Yes.
Bull riding.
Close.
Horse.
Yep. Selfie.
Yep. Getting your hair cut. Oh, comb your hair.
It's hot.
Oh, straightening hair. Straightening iron.
Blow dryer.
Blow dryer.
Record did a good job with heads up there. Brad, something tells me playing heads up with you would not be fun.
No, you wouldn't.
No one will be able to see it,
That's right.
Hey, check out the Kids Tonight Show. New episodes available every week on Peacock. Coming up, the driver who certainly knows the spotlight of the championship race very well and was pretty good at heads up, by the way, Martin Truex Jr. He'll join us on top of the Peacock pit box as we continue with NASCAR Cup Series Championship Day from Phoenix.
After the last lap at Phoenix, race fans are always hungry for more. Never fear, there's a racing series featuring 200 miles per hour top speeds, 24-hour races through the dark of night, all-out runs in the rain, and surprises coming left and right. The biggest names in motorsports all battling for survival. Sports cars pushing the limits of what you believe is possible. This is IMSA. The green flag drops in Atlanta on November 13th.
Checkered flag in the air, and Martin Truex Jr. wins at Phoenix Raceway.
Yeah, baby! Awesome, guys! Holy crap!
On his way to the checkers, the new king of Martinsville is Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, boys! Hell of a job! Never give up. That's what our team does.
Truex has done it for the third time already in 2021.
Yeah, boys! That's an ass whipping right there.
Martin Truex Jr. sliding all the way across the finish line at Richmond.
Yeah, Truex. Yeah, that was awesome.
Very proud to win here tonight.
It's been a good season for Martin Truex Jr., who joins us on the Ruoff Mortgage Peacock Pit Box. 4 wins, including here in the spring as well. Martin, good to see you, my man. And let's talk about the finish of that race last night. Dale Jr.'s always been on you to be more aggressive. Are drivers wondering today, hey, am I willing to do that, what Daniel Hemrick did, to win a title today?
Yeah, I kind of knew after watching last night that question would come up, and it'd be directed probably at me at some point today. Yeah, I hope we don't have to do it like that. You know, I hope we can just go out there and win it. But, yeah, you never know. Daniel did a great job, and, you know, it was interesting to hear him say he kind of blacked out, and maybe that's what it would take for me to do it.
It might. That's a good excuse anyway if it happens.
It's a great excuse.
Yeah. So your last win was that win at Richmond, but we've run this tire setup 4 times this year. You've won 2 of those 4 races. Is there something about that, the feel that you have, and what little practice you got yesterday? You hadn't done that a whole lot.
Yeah, it was interesting to have practice. We haven't done it at all, really. So I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad. I think for the whole field, because I think the track's going to be so different today than it was on Friday. You know, we're going to be running up in that traction compound, whatever they call it these days. And you know, Friday in practice, you couldn't get up there. I think a few guys ran 4 or 5 laps right at the end of practice. So. It's really hard to say, that I think in general the short tracks have been good for us. The 750 package, low downforce, high horsepower. I've always enjoyed that, and that's kind of, what's been the best for me over the years, it seems. But, we got a great team, great race cars, and it's just kind of fit into our wheelhouse this year. And I think, I don't know if it's the tire or what, but I've had some really good race cars on these type tracks this year.
Martin, you came up. We've seen the other guys. They're a little bit tense and talking about the day. Man, you came bebopping in here. Got a little Dirks Bentley playing. You are relaxed and ready to rumble, my friend.
I love Dirks. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. I've been able to do a little fishing with him in the past and enjoy hearing his music. But, yeah, I mean, it's, I've done this this is my 5th time doing this, and I kind of just understand that it's a real blessing. It's, it's a big deal to get to this point. It's so hard. We haven't had a great season. We've had a lot of ups and downs. We've had a lot of stuff we've had to battle through, and we've just fight and claw our way through everything. And as James said in one of those videos, we just never give up. And we've had a lot of people inspire us over the years, and Sherry's definitely one of them. We're racing for her today, as we always do. All the people out there fighting those battles, and just feeling blessed to be here. Great opportunity to win another championship, man, and we're fired up, and I know we can do it.
So when you look at this team, you look at this track and the success you've had at this package, tell me why you think the 19 team will win the title today.
Well, I think it's going to be a dogfight. I think it's going to be hot, slick racetrack. Nobody's cars are going to be perfect. Everybody's going to be battling. And I just think if it comes down to, all of us getting in the ring and scrapping, nobody can out-scrap us. So I feel good about it. Hopefully our car's right. Like I said, a lot of guessing, I feel like, having practice, it could throw you off. I think the track's going to be way different today. And if we can hit it right and just be close at the beginning, give us something to work with, we're going to have a good chance.
So, Martin, you talked about it's a privilege to be here and racing for another championship. I'm not sure how big a believer you are in when certain things happen that you end up here, because last Sunday was Halloween for most, but I think it was Christmas there at the end for Martin Truex Jr. So you have that opportunity. Does that help you be a little loose, saying, hey, that happened for a reason. We're here for a reason today.
Yeah, I mean, it was just another instance of us having to fight and battle. And being able to come out on the right side of it, obviously, somebody's looking after you. So it was one of those days where we felt like we were doing everything we needed to do. We were in a good position. We've gotten good stage points, luckily. and then everything just turned upside down, and we were able to keep our head straight, head screwed on straight, and just go race till the end and make it happen. So definitely had some luck on our side with the tire rub and the all the damage. I mean, the car was completely destroyed. So to finish fourth with it was really something.
For all the drivers today, we have well wishes from good friends, and a good friend of yours wants to wish you a little luck this afternoon. Take a listen.
Martin, what's up, man? It's Cole. I just want to take a second and tell you how much I appreciate you. You got a big weekend coming up, big race. You're one of the last 4 left to win the championship, and I just want you to know that me, my whole camp, we're all pulling for you. And also just want to thank you for who you are off the track, man. You've meant so much to me, my family, and we all know you're a great dude. You deserve this, so go win it, and we'll be there to celebrate as soon as you do. Love you, buddy.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Hear that message from Cole.
Yeah, it's awesome. He's a special guy. I've become really good friends with him over the years and gotten to do a lot of fun stuff with him. So thanks, Cole. That means a lot, and hopefully we'll be celebrating later.
Best of luck to you today. Have fun with this afternoon, okay?
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for coming by.
Martin Truex Jr. trying to win his 2nd championship here this afternoon at a packed house. I mean, look at all these campers out here, guys, as we head up to Rattlesnake Hill. And Kelly, Steve, and Kyle, the 19 team has been here, but that was with Cole Pern leading the charge. A little bit different setup for that organization this year, Kelly.
Yeah, James Small just in his 2nd year there as crew chief. He's a pretty soft-spoken guy, always has a smile on his face. I've heard him get fired up on the radio when he needs to with Martin. But what more do you know about this crew chief?
Well, that's the conversation I had with James. I said, man, what are these radio conversations? Have we just heard Martin, cool as a cucumber? You're soft-spoken. We put a headset on either of you, a helmet on one, and you're crazy. And he looked at me like, that's just racing. It's no problem. I mean, James knows all about racing. He spent 8 years down in Australia where he's from, racing those V8 supercars, Kyle. So don't let it, sneak up on you. He may not have spent a ton of time in the NASCAR garage, but he's a racer.
Well, he snuck up on me because I don't get any channels from Australia. Okay, so I've not seen a lot of that. But here's what fascinates me, and I'm going to throw it back to you. He's been here 2 years as a crew chief. He's won 5 races, and he's going for a championship. I can't imagine just showing up at this sport, being here for a couple of years as a crew chief, winning 2 or 3 races, and going for it. What's that like from a crew chief perspective?
So I will say, we had this conversation. What I appreciate is he was real about it. He knows it's going to feel different. You and I have walked out onto a lot of grids, but Championship Sunday, regardless of the format, is totally different. And James, he didn't hide from that. He said, you know what? It's all going to be a lot of show and a lot of story and a big event, but in the end, it's a green flag. And once that settles in, then I do my job and we race for a checkered flag because he believes that's what it's going to take. Great point.
Well, his counterpart at JGR, Chris Gabehart, been with Denny Hamlin for a few years, and he's been in this situation in the Championship 4. Hasn't won it yet, but 15 wins in 3 years, and he believes wholeheartedly in his driver.
He does, and it's a very systematic approach that Gabehart has taken with Denny Hamlin. It's about metrics and data and analyzing what's going to get you to the Championship 4. The interesting thing is what makes this duo, I think, more dangerous to me isn't their success, it's their failures. They went to Miami with a chance to win the championship. I call it the Hail Mary pass right here. Add a piece of tape. That's not a piece of tape, that's a billboard. Covered the grill, had to come in overheated. What I love, Denny Hamlin and Chris Gabehart, that could have derailed their relationship. It didn't. They've been arm in arm, and they've had great back-to-back years, and once again here in the Championship 4.
Denny has finally found a crew chief that works together, and through thick and thin, they get stronger. They get stronger. And that's one thing that Denny has lacked a little bit in his career. If you go back, he would get crossways, or the crew chief would get crossways with him, and they would go off in a different direction. Gabehart reminds me a lot of Cliff Daniels. Been here, done that, not succeeded, now has had success, and can move forward. And I think that's the position that Gabehart's in. He has learned enough from not succeeding on the big stage here at a championship race.
They've won and lost races in just about any way you can. Gabehart told me that is their greatest strength now as the team. Well, we've heard from 3 of the 4 championship drivers. There's only one left to hear from. That's Denny Hamlin, and we'll have him next.
Terry Bradshaw is a legendary quarterback, but who calls the plays at home? Terry Bradshaw takes the field with his wife Tammy and their daughters in the Bradshaw Bunch. All new Wednesdays at 9, only on E!
He's wrecking it.
We can't just keep leading inside 10 laps to go every week and not get a win.
The 14 car spun Hamlin out.
The winless streak will end tonight.
It's a drag race to the checkered flag.
Don't get pushing. He's in the fence. Stay high. Don't give him the right rear. Southern 500 winner, Denny Hamlin.
He's going to do it in round 2.
Viva Las Vegas, baby.
I moved up as high as I could on the racetrack to give him all the room I could, and he still can't drive.
I know we got him. Let him know you're pissed. Big picture there. Go kick your ass next week.
A driver that puts up amazing numbers, but just has not been able to get that championship win. Could this be his championship year?
It's been an eventful year for Denny Hamlin. He joins us down here on the grid before he goes after a championship today. Denny, you know, last year you won a lot of races, but this season, even without the wins, I might argue that you're a better team now. Would you say the same thing going into this race?
Yeah, certainly, especially on all types of racetracks. You know, we were kind of specialized in the 550s last year, and that's really where we got the bulk of the wins. And, you know, really this year, we've been in contention each and every week as long as we execute. So I don't think any day like today should be any different.
Yeah, so last week, Denny, you were fired up at the end of that race. How do you bring that emotion, and how do you use that to your advantage today?
You just find it in your gut. You find that motivation. You find things that you put in your mind to self-motivate, and you just go out there and do your job like a professional should.
So, Denny, you've had many opportunities to try to come here and try to win a championship, and that gives you the chance to change the approach up. And I know you're very, particular about your mental state and how you do approach each win or each race and a championship battle. Do you change the approach from last year or the years before?
I don't think so. I mean, really, over the last 2 years that we've competed in the Final Four, I left the racetrack on Sunday while not winning, knowing that I did everything that I possibly could. I executed, I didn't make mistakes, and we just didn't win for various reasons. So, that's what I want to leave here today with, is knowing that I didn't make any mistakes, and I gave the car all it's got, and we're going to put our best foot forward and see how it all pans out.
Hey, we had something this week we hadn't had a lot of this year. We had practice. What'd you learn about your car? What do you like? What do you not like?
What I didn't like was the short run speed. Obviously the Hendrick cars qualifying 1, 2, 3 means that they're fast, right? But this racetrack changes. It changes a lot, and the top groove will wear it down just a little bit. And as it wears down, I think that's where we'll be good. Is we'll have the ability, hopefully, to run multiple lanes on the racetrack. That's where we need to be strong, and we'll see how this thing plays out. I mean, again, everyone thinks it's always foregone conclusion on results, and as we've seen in these races, they're very unpredictable.
That was what my next question was going to be. I mean, it's easy for everybody to look at the numbers and say, oh, Larson's the favorite, yep. Larson's the favorite. You guys did
They should be.
Right, but they did. You guys did get some practice time, and it looks wide open to me. Does it feel wide open?
It does. I mean, I think, when we look at the graphs, right, we see really, really fast, and then, okay, well, it starts to taper off, and we start to go back the other way. So it just really kind of depends on how this race plays out. Lap traffic, what role is that going to play? Pit road, what role is that going to play? All the pit crews are very, very close, and as far as their rankings. So, it's going to be won or lost on something very, very small.
And so you talk about very small. When do you decide in a race that communication with Chris Gabehart? How do you let him know? Because you guys do a great job of it. How do you let him know the degree at which you need your car to be better?
Yeah, I mean, I have a very particular number system that I use. A lot of guys use 1 to 10 or whatever. I mean, I use 16ths, 30 seconds, the 64ths to describe, where I need it. And I'm really particular about what part of the racetrack, so I make sure I'm telling them in simulation world what part they need to work on. So, I mean, that's kind of my job, is to make sure I give them the communication that they need, constructive communication to allow them to work on the car and make it better and better as the day goes on.
And so we got a special good luck wish for you from Nelly. Let's check it out.
Yo, Denny, what up? It's your man, Nelly, man. I just want to send you some great luck. Not good luck, but great luck. I know how bad you want this championship in Phoenix. I know this like the last thing he's putting up on that trophy case. So bring that thing home, man, so I can come take some flicks by it. Handle your business, champ.
How does that feel to have that much support behind you?
It's great. I mean, he's been such a great friend of mine, and he actually did a concert in Indy and wore my shirt out there for the whole concert. It's like, I've been very blessed. That's one thing that I love about my job is I've been so blessed to meet a lot of great people that I never would have met otherwise and built strong relationships with them.
Well, we're lucky too to have you come down here and give you a little bit of your time before such an important day for you. Good luck in today's race, man. We're wishing you well. Marty, thank you. We've heard from all the drivers, Marty.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I'm really shocked. They all seem mentally prepared. They're ready. They're focused. Denny's ready to go try to get this championship.
You know what, Dale? That's what I was going to ask DJ and Brad up here is that we look at the championship 4 drivers once again and kind of reset that for you, the 4 drivers who will compete for the title today. What's your takeaway from hearing from all 4 of these guys, DJ?
What I see are they're very relaxed, but I think part of the relaxation part of it is all the media stuff's gone. Now that's finished right there. When Denny finished that up, the rest of the drivers are ready for driver induction. But the biggest thing is they are understanding. Each one talked about how difficult and how much this track was going to change. That means it's in the driver's hands, and that's exactly what they like the most. But as I look at these 2 organizations, when we talk about Hendrick Motorsports and Joe Gibbs Racing, think about where Joe Gibbs started. I was there when that first race was run in 1992. Every piece that we had was something that was leased or rented or bought from from Rick Hendrick. So that's how it got started. Now we have possibly the 2 biggest and best organizations in this sport, and one evolved from the other. So interesting, they're battling it out here today.
Yeah, let me give you some deep analysis here, boys. The 2 guys over 40 are the most relaxed, and the 2 guys under 30 are like long-tailed cats with rocking chairs around. That's what I noticed. That experience means everything.
Hey, you know what we learned during the playoffs? That the non-playoff drivers have been a major factor. So who of those drivers, non-championship 4, have the best odds to win today? Well, let's check out PointsBet, and there you go. The odds to win Phoenix overall. But the non-playoff drivers, William Byron looking pretty strong. Kyle Busch looking pretty strong as well. One of those non-playoff drivers, Alex Bowman, is with Dave Burns.
Obviously, his odds improved after the win last week at Martinsville, but then seemed kind of natural to me. There was embroiled in controversy, and then it kind of rolled off. He making T-shirts. What was the week like, Alex?
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Just, obviously didn't mean to crash Denny and understand why he was mad, and just trying to make a positive out of everything that goes along with it. So really excited to get the Ally 48 back in victory lane for a 4th time this year. Sold a lot of T-shirts, which we're going to donate a lot of that to local animal shelters. So just excited about the whole thing. The fan support has been unbelievable. Surprised to get the fan support when I'm on that end of it, but just appreciative, of the support and the opportunity. And to come end the season here at home is really cool. We've struggled so far this weekend, but hopefully we'll put together a good race day.
Tell us what a 4-win season has been like, and can you make it 5 today?
Yeah, we've had our share of ups and downs. I feel like we either win or run last, but last year we had a really great playoff run and nobody really cared. So this year with 4 wins, we've definitely stirred it up a little bit more, and it's been a lot of fun. I'd rather have those 4 trophies. So hopefully we'll figure out the consistency a bit next year, but hopefully we can end today strong. It was a rough playoff run for us, and a couple of our crew guys are leaving at the end of this year, so send them off on a good note. They're like my family, so I'm just excited for the opportunity to end strong.
Alex has made some really good noise this year, Parker.
One of the drivers in the field that could play spoiler to the Championship 4 and go up there and contend for the win is the 9-time winner here at Phoenix, Kevin Harvick. So what do you think? Do you have something that go up there and contend for those Championship 4?
Well, we hope so. It's hard to tell from practice, not being able to run a bunch of laps and see where your car is going to be on the long run. I think you got to have a versatile car, being able to run up top and run the bottom in order to get through traffic and do the things that you need to do. But coolest thing about today is we're giving free stuff away.
Love that.
Yeah. Every time we pit, Busch Beer is going to give away one of these great Pit Boss grills here. So watch for every time that we pit. Hopefully it's not too many.
Love to see that. There you go. Go get a grill here every time he's on pit lane. We'll see if Kevin Harvick can go up there and challenge those Championship 4.
So, Brad, every year of this elimination format, it's been one of the Championship 4 that's won the race. Is this the year that doesn't happen?
Oh, man, look, man. So I did a little math. I went to North Carolina, so it's not a specific point.
All right.
But I do have this. I got a Reddick, a Bowman, a Byron, a Logano, a Keselowski. Got 2 Bushes. We really only need 1 of them.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Harvick, Blaney, and Matty D. I mean, this is unbelievable. Outside of a super speedway, championship-wise, I think this is the deepest field of contenders that could possibly win this race outright that maybe we've ever seen.
By the way, for weeks you've been saying the Chase Elliott, Kevin Harvick thing is not over. It's championship day. Surely it's over. Nothing's going to happen
Let
there.
me tell you something. That 9 car, better be careful. That 4 car is going to be ultra-wide when he gets to him and when they race together. Kevin Harvick doesn't let anybody off the hook. And Kevin Harvick feels like he should be a part of this championship, and Chase Elliott took him out. You watch that 4 car today.
Oh, surely not, DJ. The etiquette's got to be better than that. I mean, you're a champion. You've talked about etiquette for the playoffs the entire time. What does it need to be today? And is it even different than it's been the rest of the playoffs?
In my opinion, it is different today. And I think the other drivers will understand and appreciate and respect that these 4 drivers have earned the right to be here racing for a championship. They don't want to be the story in any way that might be a negative side of it. They're going to race hard, and one of those guys may win. I think you're just building up the little drama there. But
you watch that 4
it's going to be one of those 4 drivers. But I think that they get a lot more respect here this afternoon. I will say this about the points bet. I don't know that I've ever seen Kyle Busch be 2,200, which is basically 22-1, especially at a racetrack that he's won races at. That might be something worth looking at. You got a couple of dollars.
Throw your money on that man, the candy man.
Get my man on the phone.
There you go. Hey, it's also the end of an era for some teams and drivers, including Brad Keselowski, who is in his final race with Team Penske. A moment ago, he caught up with Rutledge.
Amazing to think about 12 years and 34 wins with Team Penske for you, Brad. I mean, how do you really sum up what an incredible accomplishment that is for you and that team together?
Yeah, it's been a heck of a ride. I think, first off, I got to keep my sunglasses on so nobody can see my eyes because they're swollen a little bit. It must be the onions over here. But it's been a heck of a ride, and I'm really, really proud of it. Of course, got a lot more I want to do in my career, and tremendous opportunity next year and years to come with, moving over to the 6 and so forth. But, yeah, Roger Penske, Discount Tire, the entire Team Penske has just been amazing to me, and we've done so many things, winning big races and championships and contending, year in and year out, and it's been everything I could have dreamed of.
And so many fans of yours are so proud of you for this moment because you are betting on yourself in this amazing way. You're going to leave one team with that many wins and go and become an owner in another team you're going to go drive for. I mean, this is, in so many ways, this is the American dream just magnified. That's incredible for you.
It's a heck of a gamble. You hear people say all the time about gambling on themselves. In fact, you hear it a lot in this sport. This is a big gamble for me that I'm really excited about. We got some great people that are coming, and can't wait to talk about that later. But for today, I got to go win Phoenix, right? So I'm going to try to finish and do it the right way possible here with Team Penske.
So you can do it. You can win this thing today.
I think so. Yeah, Kyle Larson's going to be really tough to beat. Clearly, he's the favorite, but we had a lot of speed in practice, and if that carries over to the race, we'll have a good shot at it.
Good luck today, buddy.
Thanks, Rod.
Well, the driver stepping out of the car that Brad is stepping into is Ryan Newman, your 725th start here today. It's been quite a ride, but we don't know what you're doing next year. Do you?
No, I don't know what I'm doing next year, and it's been quite a ride. Ups and downs, no doubt, and some sideways a few times, but just really, proud to have had the career that I have. I have nothing on paper for next year. I'm not announcing any kind of retirement or anything like that. I want to win, I want to race, and I want to spend time with my kids too. So we'll make the best of today with our Castrol GTX Ford and try to have some fun with it.
Let's go a little deeper on the history you've had, the loyalty of fans following you. As the Rocket Man early on, right? 51 career poles, that's top 10 all time. How's it been with the fans?
Well, thankfully we quit qualifying there for years, so nobody had a chance to knock me out. But it's been a lot of fun on Fridays, especially. But overall, the friends you meet, all the things that happen over time, it's pretty special. And I don't think you realize it until even later, like even after the checkered flag drops today or whenever you run your last race, what it's going to feel like years afterwards. So I'm just riding the wave. I'm fortunate to be who I am, doing what I love to do, and continue on.
We'll see how he finishes the season today. It was right here at Phoenix where he won his last career race, guys.
Yeah, Ryan Newman, he's had a really good career. I hope that Ryan Newman's career gets to end the way that he wants it to. We don't always get that choice. But Ryan Newman, when he came on the scene, man, they just said it. 51 poles, 18 wins. I remember at Darlington in an Xfinity car one day. He went around the track. I didn't think you could go around the track that fast. He kind of reinvented how fast you could go. Such a fast race car driver. Won a lot of races, won big races too. He's made a mark on this sport. It's been a positive to have him in here.
Yeah, I remember when they used to call him Rocket Man. looking at Brad Keselowski and his career, he gets to continue, but a new chapter. We all, I think, have concerns or ideas of what his performance may be like in the near future, but his idea is to have a little more influence, a little more control, be able to mold not only the team around him, but a company. He's been an owner in this series or in this sport before as a Truck Series owner, so he knows the job ahead. And it's going to be fun to watch him try to tackle that while still behind the wheel of a car and dealing with everything you deal with as a driver. It's going to be a massive full plate for Brad Keselowski going forward, but I think that he has what it takes to succeed. So we've got other things also changing in the sport. Owners coming in, owners coming out, and Parker Klingerman is with Chip Ganassi, who may be running his last race here in Phoenix.
After 20 years as an owner at the highest level of NASCAR, it was announced earlier this year that Trackhouse has acquired Chip Ganassi Racing. So, Chip, I have to ask you, what are the emotions on a day like today where this could potentially be your last NASCAR start as an owner?
Well, it's all positive, I can tell you. I mean, it's been a great 20 years. I've had a lot of great drivers, a lot of great people come through our system. I'm proud of our successes over the years, and handing it off to somebody, a great young owner in Justin Marks and Trackhouse. I think my look back is all positive. I mean, I've seen kids grow up. I've seen people develop as drivers, develop as managers and engineers, and I've seen kids grow up. It's all been positive, and my experience with NASCAR has all been positive over the years, and I've made a lot of friends in this paddock, and I'm sure I'll still be around.
So you've won some of the biggest races, Daytona 500, the Brickyard 400 NASCAR. Is there anything you regret not accomplishing in NASCAR?
Well, I mean, you can always look back and say we didn't win a championship or we didn't do this, but I don't look at it that way. The whole, as I said, the whole experience over the 20 years, way more ups than downs.
All right, well, I think I speak for everyone involved in NASCAR. Thank you for your contribution over the last 20 years.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the fans. Thanks to NASCAR, France family, everybody that has been a part of this over the years, every single driver we've ever had, every employee. They all have fingerprints on this, and I thank them for that.
While he's done in NASCAR, certainly still be a major factor in IndyCar as well. And earlier, NASCAR acknowledged all of the time for Chip Ganassi here in NASCAR and gave him a nice painting. So nice of NASCAR to acknowledge Chip, and certainly has been a terrific owner, DJ. They've won some big races at Chip Ganassi Racing, and in perennial on the IndyCar side, championship favorite team.
Yeah, they've won big races. As he said, they've put a lot of people into the system, given a lot of drivers opportunities to either start or further their careers, and he's been nothing but a positive for NASCAR racing.
And Chip was certainly the major force in kick-starting a young man's career named Kyle Larson. Here he is hugging Kyle Larson after a win at Michigan a couple years ago. The old Chip back slap, or the face slap right there. After the break, the championship 4 drivers will be introduced to the sold-out crowd here in Phoenix.
Think about what it means to win a championship, and here we are.
I love the process and the work that it takes to get here.
It's a big deal to be here. It's a difficult thing to make the Final Four every single year. You dream of being able to be in this position. We're proud of that, but obviously we want more. We want to achieve the ultimate goal.
Once you go to Phoenix, it doesn't matter how you've ran in those other races. You just got to beat those other guys now.
I don't take lightly how big a championship is.
There's no room for mistakes. There's no room for errors. That you got to go all in on this one.
It took over 12,000 miles of racing to get to this point. 4 drivers, 1 race, 1 title to win. It all comes down to this. Larson, Hamlin, Truex, and Elliott. Who claims the NASCAR Cup Series championship today? The middle of pit road, pit stall 15 is where you find the Ruoff Mortgage Peacock Pit Box. Marty Snyder, the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, and big guy Brad Daugherty joining you here today. DJ, you're a Cup Series champion. You've been in this spot before. How are the nerves for the drivers right now?
All right, this is when it's hitting you the most right now. You've done all the talking, all the explaining as to why you and your team are the best prepared and going to win this. Now it's time to go get it done. So that nervous energy that's been building up is now here. But you understand, the 35 weeks before this, stage wins, stage points mattered. None of that makes any difference. You've got 3 competitors you have to go be better than today, and you take that trophy home, and that's what matters the most.
Brad, in your NBA career, you played in Game 7s where it was win or go home. Is the Cup race and the championship battle today much like that?
Oh, absolutely. Even larger, because if you think about it, the last couple of years, we haven't had this energy of fans. This place is packed, and you heard the drivers talk about it today. They can feel the energy in the air from the fans. It's going to be an epic day, and this is an epic event.
Well, here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. The math today is simple because guess what, Brad? There is no math. The highest finishing driver among the Championship 4 wins the title, and the Championship 4 boils down to this. Hendrick Motorsports, the dominant driver of the year, Kyle Larson with 9 wins, and his teammate Chase Elliott, the 2020 champ and most popular driver in NASCAR, versus Joe Gibbs Racing, Martin Truex Jr., the 2017 champ. He's finished runner-up twice since then, and Denny Hamlin, the most successful current driver without a championship. Can he change that today? You certainly cannot argue the fact that the 4 best teams in this package are here in Phoenix today with a shot to win this championship. Let's jump up to the front of the grid and hear from Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Good afternoon, guys. How's the atmosphere down there?
Man, the atmosphere is great down here. You know, all the drivers we've had so far, they're cool, man. They're like, this is no big deal, but that's getting ready to change. This crowd is crazy. The crowd in the grandstands are loud. They're getting ready to get introduced. They're getting ready to realize this is real. This is the real deal. They're going to get cheered. They're going to get booed. The emotions are going to start ramping up.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous, and I'm not even in the race. But look at this crowd of people. I mean, we can hardly see 10, 15 foot in front of us. It's like that all the way down pit road, around the bend. Just a lot of people here. That really will make an impact on the driver. He will start to realize just how many eyeballs are on him today. But once he straps in that car, I think he will forget all about it, go right to work, be able to focus on just what he needs to do and really start getting that job done. So he cannot wait. At this moment, they're in the back of these trucks riding around for intro. They cannot wait to get that done, get strapped in, get the helmet on where nothing can get at them, and they can focus on what they came here to do.
Yeah, and listen, they better, once they get in there and they put that helmet on, they better take it all and move it away. It's easier said than done. One thing goes bad pit stop, car's not driving good, you're going to have to get refocused. This is real, man. This pressure is unbelievable. Having a chance to win this is special. I never won one, and I can tell you I have few regrets in my life, but not having one of these at my house, that is one of my biggest regrets.
Every year, me and you stand on this pit road before this very race, and I have that same emotion. This is a very critical moment in the career of these drivers. Some of them trying to win their second, some of them trying to win their first. The pressure is also on these race teams, the pit crews today. When they come down pit road, they're going to play a factor in this race. Who wins, who comes off pit road first. They're going to play a bigger role today than they played all year long. All the mistakes, they got to put them to the side. They got to be perfect on pit road to try to win this championship.
It's fair to say, Junior, this playoffs has been a playoff of mistakes. You can't have it today. If you're going to have it, you better have it early, because you're not going to recover. With these guys, with this much on the line, you're not going to be able to recover. That's for everybody. Pit road, spotter, driver, crew chief, engineers, guys back at the shop making calls. Everybody's got to be on their A game, man. This is the real deal. If you make a mistake, game over. This goes somewhere else.
Well, there's tons of fans here all over this complex, and I've seen just about all of it, except for one place, Rattlesnake Hill. Kelly, KP, Letarte, what's the vibe like up there?
It is incredible. You've got to come up here someday, Junior. You can see the most spectacular vantage point of the track, but the whole valley, we've been watching this place fill in. We can hear the crowd going nuts as driver intros get started. What a scene we have here today. What a race we had here last night. Came down to the last turn on the last lap. KP, what do you think it's going to be like this afternoon?
You know, I don't have any expectations. That's what's so exciting about it. After listening to the pit box, after listening to Dale and Jeff, I don't have any expectations. I'm not going to compare it to anything, because this is not the Super Bowl. This is not the World Series. This is not the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Finals. This is the greatest championship in American motorsports. This is the NASCAR Cup Series championship, and they're going for it today. 4 guys have run all year long to put themselves in that position, and so there are no expectations. The expectations are, it's going to be great.
Well, I can tell you right now, I don't want the pep talk I just got from Dale and Jeff. They told me everything was going to go wrong.
Yes.
So as a crew chief, I've studied all week. I've worked all year for the chance to be here, for the opportunity to be a champion. The problem is, I don't don't even know what the test is going to be on.
True.
Is it going to be a pit stop issue? Is it going to be track position? This is the biggest moment. It's come down to one race. They talked about the driver's focus. As a crew chief, you have to worry about everyone. You have a team full of people, and as this crowd fills in, all you see is distraction. I want to keep my guys away from the fans, away from the crowd. I want to put them into a locker. There are no locker rooms here. We can't go hide. Get them in my pit box, have one last speech, and then hope all that preparation meets some opportunity, and you raise the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, I think the consensus is that we have got the best 4 drivers for this race here today. Marty, everyone says it's going to be a dogfight out there, and we are getting closer to that command.
It's so cool, Kelly. The atmosphere just building. And guys, look at all these fans. It's incredible. You can just feel it here on pit road. You can feel the atmosphere. DJ, we see the championship 4 drivers riding around. What's going through their mind? Last minute thoughts before they walk out to their cars.
You know, they're trying to keep their thoughts as positive as possible, just as Steve Letarte was talking. But the thing that does creep into your mind, because they all believe in their ability, it's the things they can't control that worry them. And you think about all of those things, a flat tire at the wrong time, someone else getting loose and spinning right in front of them, they can't avoid it. It's those type of things that get in your mind. But the biggest thing and their biggest question, what is this racetrack going to do today? And how they are able to adapt to the changing conditions.
Brad, you're an owner. Kind of give me the owner's perspective. Joe Gibbs not here, recovering from back surgery, but his son Coy is. Rick Hendrick is here. So from the owner's perspective, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, if you're Rick or Coy, you're trying to stay out of the way. You've done all the talking this past week. They know what the expectations are. There's enough pressure. So you want to have the crew chief and car chief going at it, figuring out what they need to do today with all the engineers. You're staying out of the fray so you don't add any more pressure.
And I wonder, because they both have 2 cars in it, kind of playing nice with everybody, right? You're saying, hey.
Sit on one, go sit on one pit box for a little while, go sit on the other pit box.
But do what you do to need to win a championship, right?
Absolutely.
Even moving your teammate? Is that okay, Mr. Owner?
100%.
Really? That's okay? Are you good doing that? Are you good moving a teammate, DJ?
You know, I always told teammates, look, we're friends until we get in this race car. And then when it comes down to having to win something, then it's every man for himself.
That's pretty incredible stuff as we get ready for the championship 4 drivers to be introduced to the sold-out crowd here at Phoenix.
FedEx Express Toyota from Chesterfield, Virginia. Race fans, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Are you ready to meet the NASCAR Cup Series Championship 4 drivers? He's in his 16th full-time season and making his 4th straight Championship 4 appearance. He finished in the top 5 in an amazing 18 of the 35 races this season. Starting 6th today, driver the number 11, FedEx Express Toyota from Chesterfield, Virginia. Give it up for Denny Hamlin. He advanced to a record-tying 5th Championship 4 appearance, in part by winning 4 races this season, including a victory here at Phoenix Raceway in March. Starting 12th, please welcome 2017 NASCAR Cup Series champion, driver the number 19, Bass Pro Shops Toyota from Marietta, New Jersey, Martin Truex Jr. Starting 2nd today and looking to become the youngest back-to-back NASCAR Cup Series champion is the driver who started last 1 year ago and raced to the race win and the championship at Phoenix Raceway. Please welcome the driver of the number 9, Napa Auto Parts Chevrolet from Dawsonville, Georgia. Give it up for Chase Elliott. Regular season champion with 4 of his 9 wins this season coming in the playoffs. He's completing his first year driving for Hendrick Motorsports. Please welcome the fast qualifier for today's NASCAR Cup Series championship race. Driving the number 5, HendrickCars.com Chevrolet from Elk Grove, California, Kyle Larson. Championship 4 drivers that will race for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Let them hear ya.
Brad, you fired up?
Oh, man, I can't wait. This is going to be great. Going to get some lunch. Going to watch a great race. I am fired up. Let's get it.
You know, you need to be cool to start this race, but I'm not sure that's possible in this environment. This is great.
It's getting warm. The fans are getting fired up. That should get you going. The command coming up shortly. More to come from NASCAR Championship Day in Phoenix. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic.
Could this be his championship year?
Hell yeah, boy! Let's go to Phoenix, run for a title.
All four could easily go win this race, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Martin Truex Jr., you are the champion, baby!
A lot of guys have won one championship. Not a lot of guys have won two.
We are the champions! Yes!
It's a big deal to be here. It's a difficult thing to make the Final Four.
I appreciate the past champions of our sport, and I just want to put myself in that category.
The winless streak will end tonight.
I've been able to win a lot of big races this year, but it doesn't matter how you've ran in those other races. You just got to beat those other guys now.
No room for mistakes, no room for errors, no room for laying up. You got to let it all hang out and go for it. You either win or go home. There's no in between at this point.
That sums it up, win or go home, and that is what they are after, the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Trophy. Check that out, guys. 5,400 campers.
Wow.
This place is sold out to the gills. The atmosphere is awesome here at Phoenix Raceway for NASCAR Cup Series Championship Day. Okay, guys, so I made the drivers tell me why they would win a championship. I'm going to make you guys tell me why they would win a championship. I'm looking for your Kyle Larson Invitational T-shirt underneath that, Brad. So I'll give you Kyle Larson.
What?
Give me the case of why you think Kyle Larson will win the title.
Did you say why? Have you bumped your head? Have you watched Kyle Larson drive a race car? Are you kidding me? He is the most versatile race car driver that I think that we may have ever seen. His ability to handle that race car throughout the day, put it in tough spots, keep it clean, and get to the end. It's no more the second place Kyle stuff that we saw years ago. He's gone over to Hendrick. Somebody flipped that switch for him. He is unbeatable at times, and that stays true to the day. That's why he can win this thing, because he's the baddest man on the planet when he sits his little rear end in that number 5 race car.
And it doesn't bother you. They've been just okay at this kind of racing this year.
This kind of race? What are you talking about?
All right, 750 stuff's what I'm talking about, Brad.
You watch this 750 today.
Why don't you take Denny Hamlin? Give me your case for Denny Hamlin, DJ.
Well, because Denny Hamlin has excelled at every big moment in this sport, winning the biggest races on the biggest stages. The one thing he hasn't done is won this championship. That's not because he's not capable of doing that. I think that this year has been even better than what it looks like on paper, and I think that Denny Hamlin has everything that it takes to be a champion, and that could happen this afternoon.
All right, how about the other Joe Gibbs Racing driver, Martin Truex Jr., Brad? Your thoughts on him? He seemed, when he came up here, he was the calmest, I would say, of all four.
Very calm, and the thing that they've done well this year, as you heard him talk about, is when they've had the bumps in the road, they've rebounded in some type of fashion. This hasn't been a perfect season for them, so here they are. But I will tell you, to your point about the 750 package and those types of things, if you look at the tire setups from this racetrack, the 2 Richmonds in New Hampshire, you look at Martin Truex Jr., he's got like a 4th place average finish out of that, which is much better than the Hendrick guys. I mean, by about 5 spots. So that consistency, the know-how, the experience, that puts him right in the bullseye, and we're not expecting it. That puts him in the bullseye.
How about Chase Elliott?
Well, because he's the defending champion is the first case, and the biggest thing, he's the guy that understands this better than anyone else because he's the most recent champion. He came in here and understood everything that was going on last year, made it happen, and even though he hasn't won on an oval this year, I don't think that bothers him whatsoever. He pointed out they've been fast the last few weeks. Things haven't worked out, but he's ready to win this championship. The hardest thing to do in any sport, Brad, and you know this, is winning back-to-back championships.
Absolutely.
And you know that too, DJ. All right, so all of that sets up. Who's your pick going to be? Mr. Daugherty, your T-Box. Go ahead.
I can't believe you're asking me this again.
I've got to formally do it. I knew who your pick was like 6 weeks ago.
Well, this is the way I look at it. I was talking about that tire data that DJ and I got to see, and the Chevrolets have not been good. These 2 Chevrolets have not been really good on this tire. So with that being said, I'm picking the man who's going to do it again. Denny Hamlin's going to win today.
Oh, not Kyle Larson.
Nope, Denny Hamlin's going to win today.
Wow, I did not expect that. DJ, who's your pick?
Well, somebody has to take Kyle Larson, and I'm no fool. I may look like a fool and sound like it sometimes. But Kyle Larson, I just think that everything sets up perfectly for him. He's the man to get done. This is going to be in the driver's hands, and there's no better driver behind the wheel today.
Good point.
This is so cool. The championship day is now set up. Who's it going to be? Larson, Hamlin, Elliott, or Truex? They will decide it after 312 laps. NASCAR Cup Series Championship Day pre-race ceremonies are next from Phoenix Raceway.
Four drivers with a shot at the title. Two of them going for their first ever championship, Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin. And the other two, they're looking for their second title, Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. Hello, everyone. Rick Allen with you. For those four drivers, points don't mean a thing. The one championship driver that finishes in front of the other three will be crowned the champion. And since the inception of this elimination format, every single champion has had to win the race. That's a lot of pressure in a sport where you compete against the 40 best stock car drivers in the world every single week. We want to bring in our best drivers. Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt Jr. All right, Jeff, I want to start with you. We've heard from the four drivers. They're about to get in their car. How is the pressure affecting these guys?
Well, Rick, the pressure's real, and we're going to find out who can handle it and who can't. The desire to win this trophy, it's a real thing. It means a lot. And you have to do it today on a very difficult racetrack. Restarts are going to be crazy. They're going to be 4 wide, 5 wide entering turn 1. You're going to have to do all of that right. Then you're going to have to get down to turn 3, find a way to get back single file, find a way to move somebody out of the way, take the spots you need. If you're not willing to do that, you're not going to win this championship. And on top of that, if you try too hard, Junior, and you may start making mistakes, and that's going to take the championship away from you. Pressure's real because how difficult it is.
And playing a big role in this race as well are the men and women on pit road. These pit crews are going to play a major role in who can get off pit road first. They'll have many opportunities to advance their driver, but other opportunities to make mistakes. They got to minimize mistakes. No speeding penalties on pit road as well. It's going to be a difficult day for these guys, but this is what they've worked for, Rick.
Yeah, and Junior, you mentioned it earlier. Once they climb into the car, maybe the nerves are a little bit easier because of the fact that they're in their comfort zone. They're in the car. They're in their office. Let's get things underway. We go trackside for pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Luke Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. On this championship weekend, we would like to take a moment to recognize all active military and veterans. We ask that all who are currently serving in the military or those who have served on behalf of this great country and their families to please rise. On behalf of all of us, we thank you and are honored for your service. Let's give these brave men and women a round of applause. Here to perform God Bless America is the winner of the 2019 Voices of the Sea hosted by Princess Cruises. And from NBC's The Voice, U.S. Navy retired Petty Officer First Class Stephen Powell.
God bless America, the land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairie, to the ocean, wide would form. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
And now, offering today's invocation from 56 Fighter Wing at Luke Air Force Base, Chaplain Alex Johnson.
NASCAR fans, let us pray. Lord God, we thank you for this gorgeous day that you have given to us in Phoenix, Arizona, God. God, I pray that you protect each driver, pit crew member, event staff, and every fan here this day. For each person here is an extension of a family, and our families really are the backbone of our nation. As for our country, God, may you bring us together in unity. Draw us back to you, God. Forgive our nation and heal our land. In lands both far and wide, our service members, our brothers and sisters, are serving and working for our nation to make days like this even possible. May you protect them, encourage them, and keep them safe. Thank you, God, again for this day of NASCAR racing, and may you bless Maricopa County, the state of Arizona, and the United States of America. May we have a great day today. In your holy and matchless name I pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem is Emmy and Tony Award-winning singer and actress, Kristen Chenoweth.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The biggest race of the year. Drivers now climbing into their cars. The Command, it's next in Phoenix.
I was just a young and bouncer on my mama's knee. She said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. That victory bell, one for the money, to another show. Please start your engines now and rock and roll.
The NASCAR Cup Series Championship race from Phoenix Raceway. It was telecast presented by USAA. And Marty Snyder, I know you know everything there is to know about the 5 team this weekend.
Well, Rick, in our pre-race show, Mario Andretti had some very kind words for Kyle Larson, saying how impressed he's been with Larson this year and his ability to win on any type of racetrack. Kyle Larson told me earlier this year, I want to be known as one of, if not the greatest all-time race car driver behind any wheel of any race car. Today, a Cup Series championship would go a long way towards establishing that, Kelly.
If 25-year-old Chase Elliott wins the championship today, he will be the youngest driver ever with multiple championships. But if you ask the sport's most popular driver about his success, he's always quick 2, credit his team. What makes those guys so good? Well, Chase says it's the simplicity of this group. He says they just go out there and get the job done no matter what it is. Last year, Chase won this race and the title starting from the back of the field. Today, he'll try to do it again with a front row seat, Dave.
Denny Hamlin told us in pre-race this race will be won with something really small. Perhaps that's why the veteran recently took up chess. Yes, a game with multiple moves and scenarios to get to be the winner. He may need all that kind of moves today, Parker.
Well, Dave, Martin Truex Jr. is the oldest of the Championship 4 at 41 years old in this battle, but he told me he is aware that this could potentially be his last chance at a championship, which makes him so dangerous for his competitors. Why? Because he has nothing to prove and everything to gain. This team, though, is lacking in the short run. They said if it comes down to an 80-lap run, though, maybe, this could be their championship to win. Let's go trackside for the command.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports for today's NASCAR Cup Series championship race. Please welcome Commercial Manager Arizona for Anheuser-Busch, Matt Lawler. Vice President of Sports and Entertainment Marketing for Coca-Cola, John Mount. Vice President of Partnerships and Activations for Xfinity, Matt Lederer. And Assistant Vice President at Geico, C.D. Jang.
Drivers, start your engine! Fire and home. Fire, man. Fire and home. Fire and home.
There's a vibration in your heart when the engines fire up. And right now it's changing the pulse of 39 drivers as they're about ready to take on Phoenix in this championship race. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by New Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious. Ruoff Mortgage, official mortgage partner of NASCAR. Welcome home from Ruoff Mortgage. Ford, built Ford proud. And by USAA. This Veterans Day, join us in celebrating those who serve.
The ending. Do you love it or do you hate it? I mean, the best part of the end is that you get to see what happens in the story, right? All this time, you've been invested in following what's been happening. All the ups and downs, twists and turns, surprises and shocks, and unforgettable moments. And now, you finally get to see how it all turns out. There's something satisfying about that for sure. After all the build-up, all the anticipation. But you also might dread it because, well, the ending means it's over. The ending means there's nothing left. No more battles, no more conflicts, no more struggles to watch them overcome, and no more victories to watch them celebrate. Everything you love about the adventure finally wrapped up for another year. But if life tempts you to always yearn for what was, take some advice from the ones you're here to see. Competitors who just live in the moment, only focusing on what's right in front of them, knowing all the while that's the best way, the only way to get where they ultimately want to go. Victory Lane on this final day of the season. So, embrace what's arrived at last. Celebrate the pinnacle of everything you've been through. And don't worry about tomorrow anyhow. Because when you live in the moment like these fellas, today is always the best day of the year.
No more waiting. It's time. The engines are fired and the field about ready to take on this 1 mile racetrack. The starting grid brought to you by USAA. Up front, qualifying yesterday, put Kyle Larson, the 29-year-old from Elk Grove, California, on pole. He will start next to Chase Elliott, the 25-year-old from Dawsonville, Georgia.
Yeah, you see back in row 3, Denny Hamlin, the third of the championship 4, will start next to Kurt Busch. A little bit farther back, Brad Keselowski making his final start for Team Penske. He'll start next to our 4th championship competitor, Martin Truex Jr. in row 6.
You mentioned drivers that are maybe making their final starts. Matt DiBenedetto, he's in row 8. Ryan Newman in row 10. potentially making his last start. Ryan Preece back there in row 16 also possibly making his final start. Not sure of their plans for 2022. We're going to take a little closer look at the championship 4. And a year and a half ago, it would have been hard to imagine Kyle Larson being in this position. In April 2020, used a racial slur during an esports event and was suspended by NASCAR. Larson apologized. He worked for months to learn more about the impact of racial injustice. He was reinstated by NASCAR for 2021 and given a second chance by Rick Hendrick, who believed in Larson's desire to become a champion both on and off the track. Now, Kyle has made the most of that second chance. He's been dominant this year, both in NASCAR and his beloved pastime of dirt track racing. Now, he could be the favorite to claim his first Cup Series championship.
We take a look at Chase Elliott. We all know him, the defending champion, the sport's most popular driver, the son of an icon. At 25 years old, the Dawsonville driver has the opportunity to do something that his father, Awesome Bill, never did. Become a two-time Cup champion. He never lets the pressure get to him, and he views just the opportunity to win a championship a privilege. He's been winning championships and setting records since he came into the sport, and today he can add to that Elliott legacy by winning a consecutive Cup championship.
Denny Hamlin has done everything in his sport except win a championship. 46 wins, 3 Daytona 500s, even a win as an owner with NBA megastar Michael Jordan. He recently said he lives and thrives in chaos. In the past, this championship moment may have been too big for him, but an older, more experienced Denny Hamlin, he says he's ready for it today. If he gets it done, it puts an exclamation point on his already Hall of Fame-worthy career.
Martin Truex Jr., the 41-year-old from Mayetta, New Jersey, had a slow start to his Cup Series career with only 4 wins in his first 10 seasons. But everything seemed to change around 2016 when his perspective both on and off the track as he supported his longtime girlfriend and cancer survivor Sherry Pollux with her battle. Truex would go on to win 27 races in the last 6 seasons, including the 2017 championship. Today he has the chance to join an elite list of drivers with multiple championships and an even smaller list to win with different crew chiefs and different organizations.
And we know this sport isn't just about the drivers. It is a team sport. So let's talk a little bit about the guys who will help them out on pit road. Marty.
Rick, we always talk about the guys and the gals here at the racetrack. Well, how about everybody back at the shop? In the case of Hendrick Motorsports, that is 600 employees, a lot of them who are watching at a watch party today. But I want to introduce you to Brad Eichenlob. Brad is the only crew member left who won all 7 championships with Jimmy Johnson. There you see all those trophies, and stands to win an 8th championship today with Kyle Larson. Brad told me, I'm going to be nervous, I'm going to be at home, and I'm going to be pacing, but I'm going to watch every lap of this race. He's in charge of the setup plate, a very important job. Kyle Larson trying to win one for all 600 employees at Hendrick. Kelly.
Well, the whole team for Chase Elliott has been phenomenal, including the pit crew. But I want to highlight Tom Gray. He is the lead engineer on this number 9 team. He comes from Indianapolis, grew up right by Indianapolis Motor Speedway, comes from a racing family. In fact, his grandfather owned Mario Andretti's sprint car. He and crew chief Alan Gustafson have worked together more than 10 years. They joked that they've lasted longer than most marriages. And the key to their success, they said, look, we respect each other. We argue and debate all the time, but because of that, we come up with great discussions, debates, and have a combination of ideas that seem to work well on the racetrack. Tom Gray, lead engineer here on the 9 team, Dave.
Denny Hamlin's pit crew has been top 5 in speed all day long. So how'd they warm up for today's championship race? Well, they won a championship last night. They pitted the car for Daniel Hemrick that won the Xfinity Series championship, and there you see them joyful in victory lane. Now, they told me they went home, they went back to the hotel, that is, and went to sleep. They promised me, Parker, if they win a second championship tonight, they will doubly make up for the celebration they couldn't have last night.
Of course, another driver going for a second championship would be Martin Truex Jr., but I want to give a shout out to his crew chief, James Small, who's in just his 2nd season as a crew chief, and his accession to this point has literally taken him from the other side of the world. He was born and raised in Melbourne, Australia, by a family very involved in motorsport through the Australian V8 Supercar Series. He started as a driver, but eventually a lack of funds would force him into an engineering role, where in 2013 he achieved his dream of winning Australia's biggest motor race, the Bathurst 1000. But from that day onward, he said he wanted to go to become become a NASCAR troop chief and win at the highest levels, well, guess what? Today, he has a chance to win NASCAR's biggest prize, guys.
Pretty cool as we see the drivers working their way around the track now. They've been down pit road to check pit road speed. Steve, let's break down this race.
Well, the big stars are behind the wheel, but this racetrack is a star as well. Phoenix, 1 mile, and very oddly shaped as you see it. It has a funny-looking front straightaway, 8 to 9 degrees of banking downs in turns 1 and 2. As you come to the other end of the racetrack, 10 to 11 degrees, a little bit more banking, a little bit sharper corner. And the dog leg, very important. It's just past the start-finish line. We're going to see drivers shortcut that, go straight across the flat all day long. The race itself, 312 laps. 75 laps in stage 1, 115 laps stage 2. That final stage, the longest at 122 laps.
And how competitive are these guys already before the green flag? They're getting tight on pit road.
Hey, man, what are you doing?
Well, now the nerves can go away. They're in their comfort zone. They're getting ready to take on this racetrack for 312 laps to determine a champion in the Cup Series. Side by side in the front row. Kyle Larson on the outside. Chase Elliott on the inside. Green flags in the air. Chase Elliott using that bottom line. Pulls right back up to the inside of the 5.
Both flat at the racetrack. Denny Hamlin way up the track back there, battling for 5th.
This track gets really dirty out here in the desert. Sand blows all over it. First few laps, Norrie's pretty slick.
Larson fighting back on the outside.
Chase clears him off of turn 2. 9 cars in the lead.
Ryan Blaney, William Byron, 12 and the 24, fighting for that 3rd spot.
Right now, everybody's being really conservative with how deep they get in the corner, how much they use the resin, giving each other enough space, trying not to have any kind of issue early. It's a real battle back in the pack, but up here front, everybody's pretty orderly.
See in that upper groove right along Denny Hamlin, this Coca-Cola can, that black section up on the high part of the racetrack, that's a resin material they put on the racetrack to try to give it a little more grip. See right there, Denny Hamlin getting his right sides, now his left side's into it, trying to see if it makes his car drive just a little bit better.
Created a great run for him down here, down the back straightaway. Looks to the inside of the 24. Now the 24 will be up in the resin. Denny runs the bottom. Right off the edge of your screen, you see William Byron able to stay side by side as they battle down the front straightaway.
Steve, last night we saw the bottom worked really, really well over in 3 and 4, but in this end of the racetrack, it seemed like the top was the preferred lane.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is a storyline that I've been interested to see. Non-playoff and playoff drivers. William Byron made the playoffs but was eliminated. I think the racing between the two has been as tough as we've ever seen in the format. And you see right here, William Byron, there's no concession. He's not giving this spot for Denny Hamlin. He has 2 teammates racing for a championship, and he is racing for the best finish. He's going to make hard work for Denny Hamlin.
And you know Rick Hendrick just as well as anybody, Steve. He expects this out of that 24 bunch when it comes to racing the competitors for the championship.
Already Ryan Blaney challenging for the 2nd spot with Kyle Larson.
Blaney's had great speed in practice. Not surprised at all to see this 12 car moving forward. Marty, what you got on the 5?
Oh, we got a wreck. Bubba Wallace in the wall.
Yeah, big damage to the back of the 23. Bubba Wallace backs it in. We'll have to take another look, see if there was assistance here.
Running in 21st position. There was a brawl happening in the back of the field.
A little bit of high centering there of the 23. So the first caution comes out here in Phoenix. It's Bubba Wallace. Had a little help there from the 7th. Download the official app of NASCAR. Follow the action with free live scoring. There's in-car cameras and radio broadcasts. You can search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial today. Underway with the NASCAR Cup Series championship race from Phoenix Raceway. It's telecast presented by USAA. And take a look at why the caution came out.
A battle for 21st. See Bubba Wallace on the outside. Corey LaJoie goes to go underneath him and then just gets up the racetrack, gets into the back of Bubba Wallace. Bubba backs in, big damage. And then Bubba Wallace applauding. Good job. These guys are buddies, but when your buddy gets in the back of you and you wreck and your day is over, you won't be friends for a little while. Marty.
Hey, Jeff, we saw one of the championship four with an interesting move coming to pit road. Kyle Larson, who was in second spot, I believe, or had the lead, I should say. Kyle Larson coming to pit road. I just checked in with Cliff Daniels. I said, why pit there? Which is the same question Kyle Larson had. And he said, listen, if it goes for a long run here, we're going to be in a better position. But Larson giving up all that track position, Steve, now will restart 34th, just a few laps into the race.
Yeah, he was running in the second position, and I'm baffled by this decision. Cliff Daniels won 9 races, so I know he must have a plan as we ride on here, the HendrickCars.com camera. But second to 34th, after we just saw a stack up getting into turn 3 that sent a car into the wall, 6 laps on my tires. I don't like this call by Cliff Daniels. Maybe he thought back half of the field would come. I've been in this position, but either way, Kyle Larson and his 5 team going to have to be very careful on this restart.
The other thing you're scratching your head is that the first stage is only 75 laps. They've got enough fuel to go the whole stage.
Yeah, it's not a fuel conversation. The only thing I can conceive is that he thought 20th on back might come to make adjustments. Even with practice, hey, well, they're going to work on their cars, but he is going to be in the hornet's nest. We think 3, 4, 5 wide on these restarts is uncomfortable up front. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in the 30s.
But I don't actually have a lot of concern about his chances the rest of the day, because we know Chase Elliott had to start from the back of the field last year, won the championship. So if I'm his crew chief or spotter, I'd remind him about that scenario. Say, hey, man, we're still in this. Same attitude going forward.
Official pace truck for the Cup Series championship race, the 2022 Toyota Tundra TRD Pro, coming to pit road now, and that puts the field back into the hands of Chase Elliott leading this one. And William Byron is going to restart on the inside. Ryan Blaney chose the outside line. They have a choose rule, so they were able to choose either inside or outside, and Blaney decided to start on that outside line.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Chase take the lead from the inside, but the outside was the most successful last night. I think the leader will continue to take it.
Look at them fan out. 4, 5 wide as they go through the dogleg and into turn 1.
24 falls in line there. Third, Denny Hamlin dives to the bottom to try to take away that position from Byron and get into third place as well. He does that, clearing the 24 off turn 2.
Here comes the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Got to keep our eye on Kevin. So good at this racetrack. 9 wins in his career here, and now moving up, fighting for the 4th spot.
And he had pace in practice. So that car can absolutely have a great run today. They struggled all year long trying to find top 10 pace.
On the bottom of the screen, you see the 5 of Kyle Larson. I mean, we know he has a good car. We know he has good speed, but this is a concern. That's 3 wide. He's not on the racing surface. That's the apron, and now you come off the corner. You wonder if the car's on the outside. No, you're there. Will they give you space? Currently 23rd. Continues to look for positions.
Yeah, there's Corey LaJoie in the 7. He was the one that Bubba Wallace was showing his displeasure earlier. Marty?
Well, we mentioned Kyle Larson kind of questioned that call from Cliff Daniels after it all happened. Here's a radio conversation.
I can tell we were a little on the loose side. Anything to address? Are you okay with where it is? I think just see where it goes. Yeah, copy.
So what Cliff Daniels said after that was coming down pit road once Kyle Larson kind of questioned it. Why did we do that?
Spin. Turn 3 and 4, the 7, 47 go around. LaJoie hard into the wall.
And the 5 had just cleared them.
No contact, I don't believe, for the 47 car with the wall. So Stenhouse will pull away. We ride along board the Larson car, but there's LaJoie. I think Corey had it saved and then just let off the brakes and something slid up into the wall.
47 was right on the back bumper of the 7 the last time the caution came out.
Well, now he and Bubba can talk sooner than they thought they were going to.
Yeah, you mentioned no contact for the wall. The 47 looks clean as he drives away, Junior. Maybe a little donut on the left side. They might have to clearance that tire.
Oh, this car's got quite a bit of damage. Let's see a replay. They're side by side. Look at McDowell down there on the inside. Could affect the way LaJoie goes into the corner. He gives McDowell a little bit of room.
I don't know that the 47 at Stenhouse knew they were going to be 3 wide.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think Stenhouse believes that the 7 car is the only car below him. So knowing the 7's going to turn left, he starts turning left. But, of course, 47 car couldn't because there was a car there.
And you mentioned, Rick, Kyle Larson had just gone through like the lap before that group of cars. So that's the concern when you lose that track position. It's, to Dale's point, it's a major concern for his championship hopes. As far as getting back to the front, it's more of a concern getting caught up in somebody else's mess, Marty.
And Steve, just to follow up on that, Cliff Daniels said, I think we're going to win the stage with these little bit of fresher tires. So this caution coming out at an interesting time, Steve. You got to wonder if this is going to sort of split the championship four. Maybe some come here, but Cliff Daniels firmly believes those extra laps, or not extra laps on the tires, I should say, for Kyle Larson are going to be an advantage by the end of this stage.
Fresher tires, even 5, 6, 7 laps, fresher tires, better for him?
Well, this is not the normal setup we see, right? Low downforce, a lot of power. That means not a lot of grip.
All right, race fans, you could win a Busch Pit Boss grill today. Follow @BuschBeer on Twitter and tweet #sweeps when Kevin Harvick pits for a chance to win. We heard him in pre-race talking about giving away one of those Pit Boss grills every time he comes to pit road. Well, the first one's happening now.
And now all of the leaders come to pit road, and this will probably let Kyle Larson advance right back up there, Dave.
So for Denny Hamlin, he said, we definitely don't have the same security we had going into 3, but we have better security going into 1, like we talked about. So you can tell that's something they adjusted to start this race. Parker.
And for his teammate Martin Truex Jr., just complaining about the track being very greasy. Started in 12th, got up to 9th there using the shoes. You see that adjustment in the left rear, Kelly.
Chase Elliott, who was quick to take the lead, said it was a little bit slicker that last little run. Sounds like he's a little bit free in his race car. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel.
Interesting, after the pits cycle through, Kyle Larson's going to be 5th. So the early call gets him up in the top 5.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
And you could be headed on a VIP trip to the 2022 Daytona 500. All you have to do is visit NASCAR.com/Daytona 500. Enter champion for your chance to win. Denny Hamlin going for 4 Daytona 500 championships, as he is a 3-time winner already of that race. Pretty impressive.
On the left-hand side, as we ride on board with Denny, take a look at kind of the differing pit strategies. Blaney, Keselowski, Chastain, Dillon. You have to come to pit road. Then we have that group of cars, including Larson, that pitted on the previous yellow. And then from Elliott on back, cars that were just on pit road. So we heard Cliff Daniels talk about how he thought fresher tires would help. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what they're worth, but we're getting ready to find out, because Chase Elliott starting 9th, has the freshest tires.
Ryan Blaney will be on the outside of row 1, and Penske teammate Brad Keselowski will be on the inside.
See Kyle Larson already making it 3 wide. He got a great launch. That allowed him to get alongside 3-car of Austin Dillon. And now look how low he is on the racetrack. Going to easily clear up into 4th.
Yeah, he did a good job with 4 wide back there. Thinning down to 3 wide going into turn 3. Oh, 9 into 4. Really tight back there.
Blaney out front. And we're seeing the 9 of Chase Elliott take that same path way down the racetrack. Almost staying away from the 4. Maybe a smart move by the driver of the 9.
They're just pacing 4 cars right there doing that. Moves up into the 6th position.
So Blaney's up front, and Keselowski and Ross Chastain running in the 2nd, 3rd positions. Ross Chastain will move over to a new team next season.
I'll tell you, the car that's struggling on this restart to get through this traffic is the 11. See him back there at the top of your screen. Right there, not making the advances that his counterparts trying to win this championship are making. He's had a little tougher go of it, being boxed in, trying to get in the right line.
He got boxed in behind the 37 car of Ryan Preece and just could not get away from him.
Hamlin currently scored 13th. Running that higher line now, taking advantage of the resin on the racetrack. This time he's all the way down on the yellow line, Dave.
And Rick, that's what I was just going to point out. He restarted inside row 7, so he was kind of back in the mix there. But then we saw him move up into the resin. That was one thing that Chris Gabehart told me, the crew chief, though it's not a concern, we didn't have a lot of practice time there up in the resin, so we're not really sure that line right there, how much grip it has. And now you can see Hamlin trying it to see if it's part of his way forward.
See right here, Chase Elliott with those newer tires taking the fight to Kyle Larson. Went really low down this front straightaway dogleg that last lap. I mean, really low.
I think he gets the record. Big wiggle out of the 9. Almost collects his teammate. To your point about being low, Jeff, I mean, if pit road wall was any lower, he could have gone lower on the straightaway.
Big catch right here by Chase Elliott.
Yeah, so that shows you Chase Elliott obviously has a fast car, drives underneath Larson, gets a left front right on that yellow line and around the back cane. That shows you how on edge these cars are and how you have to drive them. You got to find that edge. If you don't operate on the very, very limits of grip, you can't make the speed you need to. Chase Elliott just crossed over it just that little bit, and you saw him lose control.
And these tires are hot, and they are sticky like duct tape, and they pick up debris. And running way low on the racetrack like that, while it does cut some distance, it's dirty down there. There's a lot of debris, dust, speedy dry, things that have been moved down out of the racing groove. You have to wonder if running down there, there's a bit of a penalty of grip in the corner once you get to the corner with all that debris and dirt on your tires. Riding on board the Xfinity Cam, as Chase tries to find a way around this 5. He's got more pace. I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of the 9 car. I think Al and his crew chief would have to be happy with what the car looks like right now at the first part of this race.
I'm liking what I'm seeing out of that 5 car. I mean, he's on older tires, and yes, Chase Elliott is a little bit faster, but being able to fend off Chase Elliott with those older tires, Kelly, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and that big moment for Chase Elliott a few laps ago, he's been quiet on the radio. I asked his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, to kind of size them up in their race car compared to the others in the Championship 4. He said he feels like this 9 car is good on both the short run and the long run. He said, we're not quite as quick on a short run as the 5, but much better on a long run. He also said to watch out for that 19 of Martin Truex, not good on a short run, but he said he thinks their strength will come when they get a long green flag run, Marty.
Kelly, watching this, I can't help but think what Rick Hendrick thinking right now as his cars are racing this close, this early. Shows you what the championship and track position means. Kyle Larson up in second after all of the talk of the pit strategy early on. So, Steve, my question to you is, Cliff Daniels has clearly laid down his cards on the poker table already. He has shown everyone he's going to be aggressive today with his pit call. So, if you're another Championship 4 crew chief, how does that make you think about the rest of the race and the way Cliff may call it?
Well, I'm definitely calling this race just trying to beat those 3. That's what the rules say. I don't have to win the race. I have to beat the other 3 Championship 4. But you want to mention aggressive. I think Ryan Blaney is the aggressor of everyone. He's yet to even come to pit road and leads this race by a second and a half. So if I'm one of these crew chiefs, I know aggression seems like it should pay off, but not even pitting is working for the 12 car. So we have to ask ourselves, what are tires even worth?
But I just think the 12 car had so much pace in practice. We talk about the champions having to win here to be a champion. Well, maybe not today. I think that 12 cars has enough pace in it to win the race. But another car that's equally as quick, right there behind these 2 here battling for second place, is the 4 car of Kevin Harvick. He's closed up on these 2 as Chase Elliott's tried to battle around this 5. And remember the bad blood between Chase Elliott and Kevin Harvick? I think Chase wants it to go away. Chase thinks it's over. We don't know really where Harvick is with that and how much he's carrying with him as far as that anger. But he's got a fast race car at a racetrack that we noted he was very good at.
See right there, this was Bristol. Late in the race, Harvick gets up the racetrack, ends up cutting the tire, the left side tire of Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott's mad, lets him know that after the race, then blocks him. Kevin Harvick feels like it cost him a win.
Then at the Roval, they get together. Harvick sends the 9 into the fence. Right here, the 9 out of control. Comes down the racetrack, and then later in the race, the 9's rebounding. Harvick, looking in the mirror, sees him, putting the pressure on and misses turn one hard into the wall. But we watched live as Harvick goes around Chase, and look at the room that Chase was giving him. He gave him a whole car length. I don't want nothing to do with this right now. Not going to race you hard. You're fast. Go ahead.
Well, look right here. Stage 1, 35 of 75. Lap 35 of 312. Chase Elliott knows what the game is today. The game is to win this race. You can lose it right now. You can lose a race right now. You can't win it. So smartly, and, you know, the four's fast. Smartly saying, okay, now's not the time to fight. I'm going to let you go, and we're going to go and live to fight another day.
Kevin Harvick came to pit road also on lap 17. Fresher tires than Blaney, but Blaney's still holding off the field.
After the last lap at Phoenix, race fans are always hungry for more. Never fear, there's a racing series featuring 200 miles per hour top speeds, 24-hour races through the dark of night, all-out runs in the rain, and surprises coming left and right. The biggest names in motorsports all battling for survival. Sports cars pushing the limits of what you believe is possible. This is IMSA. The green flag drops in Atlanta on November 13th.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. Looking down on this beautiful facility here in Avondale, Arizona. And for the lead, here comes Harvick. Looks to the inside of the 12 of Blaney. 41 laps in. Kevin Harvick just about to clear the 12. Now having to deal with the lap traffic.
Oh, looks like the 19 and the 5. Got really close to making contact there down the back straightaway. Truex takes that position away.
Blaney's really impressive, guys.
I'm more impressed with Harvick because we know that that car's not been that great all year long. But, man, when he comes to Phoenix, he's fast. It just he knows this place. He knows something about this place that makes him so good here. It's interesting that drivers are really good at certain tracks, specific tracks, every time they go there, no matter what car they have. This is a track where Harvick is going to compete, Parker.
Right, Dad, I want to reference what you were talking about there, the 19 of Martin Truex making that pass in a 5 as we get later in this run. A lot of people expected after practice that 19 of Truex to be one of the fastest of the Championship 4 on the long run. But one thing they weren't expecting was him to be fast on the short run. Well, in the last restart, he went from 11th to 5th in about 2 laps. How did he do it, though? He used that resin. Before that run, he had gone to the resin earlier. So we got a battle for the lead once again, guys.
Yeah, getting the 12 a little bit loose. The 4 of Kevin Harvick right on his left rear quarter panel.
And right behind him, Chase Elliott's run these two down. Now that he's clear of Larson, he's able to run lap times faster than the 2 leaders.
But look at Blaney. Blaney has 17 more laps on his tires.
Harvick trying to get right on that door. Harvick does not like it when you race him and he's faster. Man, I want this spot. Give it to me.
Yeah, with Blaney holding everybody up, and it's just collapsing the field. Now you're going to have this 5-way battle for the lead. Blaney doing a great job out front.
And Blaney,
Harvick on the outside of him now.
Yeah, with Harvick right there, Blaney has to run defensive, and that takes a little bit of speed out of his lap time as he has to run certain lines to maintain the lead, not really go where he wants to go with the car for fear of letting the 4 car on his outside. He wants to keep this high line. And he does a few things on corner entry and so forth that cost him some lap time. It's allowing all these guys to close in.
They keep changing their lines, and now the 9 and 19 have closed the gap.
Real fast speed out of that 19 car. Truex is going to try to get around the 9 as quick as he can. He's right on his bumper going into turn 3. Shoots to the outside here. Will he have the momentum on corner exit? He's going to get to the throttle sooner. Have a run here, dive to the inside.
This puts Chase in that outside lane, and the outside lane has been really good over in 3 and 4. So he's hoping to be able to throttle up and get alongside Truex, but he's not going to be able to do it.
Wow. Power move by Truex to be able to roll that bottom inner low and make the pass.
Here comes Harvick, looking once again to the inside of Blaney for the lead. Now he's got pressure behind him with the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.
So now Chase Elliott's watching this 19 car, trying to study where he's better so he can give that information to his crew chief about, hey, my car doesn't do this. He really didn't know that until he got around this 19 car to see that 19 car doing things better. We got an awesome battle here for the lead, though. Great battle between Harvick. He tries to work around the 12.
Now he's got good momentum. Now he's going to have to drive this car deeper in the corner than he wants to and just slide up in front of Ryan Blaney right here. Harvick loves the bottom at Phoenix, loves that yellow line in 3 and 4.
He's clear. He's going to give him the lane on the outside. He takes that position. Here comes the 19. I really appreciate, though, Blaney not laying over, racing hard. These non-playoff guys, they want to come out here and compete with their fast cars. They got race-winning cars. They want to accomplish that. And Blaney back on the outside, now using that lap traffic.
Yeah, see, Blaney has forward momentum now going into the corner, right? So that forward momentum as you approach the corner is so important. That allows Blaney to get in the lane that he wants to and build momentum. Truex now hoping to run that outside. Harvick knows it. Harvick's in a difficult spot here because he wants to attack Blaney, but if he makes a mistake, it's going to open the door, just like it did right there for Truex.
Blaney sideways off the corner. That's going to allow these guys to close in. They're 3 wide now. Truex, though, is going to go down into turn 1, and I think easily clear for the lead. That car is working so much better than anyone else's.
Little momentum out of the 12, but Truex in front now. Here comes the 4 once again. Kevin Harvick looking to the inside of Martin.
Larson's rebounded somewhat to close in on this battle. Riding on the Toyota camera. The bumper camera for Martin Truex Jr.
I'm wondering if these playoff contenders, these championship contenders, thought that they would come into this race on lap 51 to be having this kind of battle. This is a long race, a 5-way battle for the lead.
And make
no mistake, know that was the pressure they were expecting.
Make no mistake against these the cars that are involved that are non-playoff drivers. Look at the manufacturer. They're Fords. We got no Fords battling in the championship 4. They got no teammates. So they can race up in here. They got to take care of nobody but themselves. They can go out there and try to win. Parker.
Guys, what a statement by Martin Truex Jr. and this 19 team after qualifying the lowest of the championship contenders in 12th. A lot of people maybe were counting them out and saying they didn't have the raw speed. We didn't see it in practice. When you talk to the other teams, they weren't worried about this 19 in sort of the short runs, but said if there was a long run, they would come to the front. I don't think they expected it to be this early on, though, to show the speed of that 19 car. Martin Truex is obviously very happy, Marty.
Parker, during the 2021 playoffs, the main topic of conversation has been playoff drivers versus non-playoff drivers. Trust me, Kevin Harvick could care less if he's not in the championship 4. The one thing he cares about, the 0 in the win column this year. He wants to keep the streak alive of winning races. That's what motivates Harvick at one of his best racetracks, Dave.
Denny Hamlin is not far behind this group in 6th place, and crew chief Chris Cabart watched him race to that position from 14th.
Really nice 3 and 4. Last lap and 1 and 2. I like what I see.
Gabehart told me this morning when Denny is on his game, his best asset is risk management. Gabehart has what he calls green races, where they do everything right. He asked Denny to improve his part of those races, do it even better. And if he manages the risk right, he can make his way through the chaos and to the front.
Championship 4 once again, all running inside the top 6.
Well, we heard Jeff Burton mention it. Cutting the dog leg, how far are you willing to go? Well, Chase Elliott might have set a new record basically to the end of pit lane, cutting the front stretch.
It's time to play with everybody's favorite killer doll, Chucky. He's back and taking over your television with a classic coming of rage story. Check out new episodes every Tuesday on USA and Sci-Fi at 10/9 Central, and stream the latest episodes on demand now. Martin Truex Jr. out in front here in the desert. Kevin Harvick holding on to second right now, but he's a 1.5 seconds behind Martin Truex Jr. And the championship 4 all running in the top 5 now. The only one not a part of the championship 4 is Harvick in second. But we knew that this was going to be the way the race was going to play out. They have always been the best when it comes to this final race, and Truex Jr. right now leading the field. Let's listen in on his radio.
Not feeling bad so far. Just feeling out, getting out lanes and such. A little tight center, a little free off, depending on how I hit it. But a little bit greasy, you know, still, but I think it'll get better here.
Great feedback by a driver to the crew chief. Very calm, very confident. I like that he gave not only the balance, but it says a little greasy. I think that did mean, overall grip in the racetrack, he feels a little lower than maybe it was in practice. So it seems like the 19, at least early in the race, confident in his race car. Let's listen into the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, so I'm okay. A little bit more slick with the back. I would say in 3 that run than the opening.
Another driver, great information, right? A little slick with the back. So not really saying it's turning better, not that the front's working better and the car's tracking the corner, but actually maybe lost a little bit of rear grip. So the bounce might have shifted that way, but it sounds like it's not in a good way, right? Lost rear grip. Right behind the 9 of Chase Elliott is his teammate, the 5 of Kyle Larson. Let's listen into his radio.
See, we're pretty much same line from up here as the 19, correct? Yeah, correct. Pretty similar. I think we're at a little bit of a tire disadvantage, and I still need to work on my cars, so that's about it.
That sounds like conversation between Spotter and crew chief, probably on channel 2. Spotter asking information, can I help him? Is it a line? Do we have to move around? We're the same as the 19. But then Cliff Daniels, a matter of fact, saying, listen, I know I'm going to make the car better, and don't forget we're behind on tires because they pitted 1 stop before. So good information from the 5. And the last of the championship 4, the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
It's pretty good overall, especially 1 and 2. 3 and 4, a little bit free, just a hair down into the corner, but I haven't got clean track yet. A little loose off.
That's the signature of Denny Hamlin and Chris Gabehart. Just very matter-of-fact information as he gets to the bottom of Kyle Larson. Only 66 laps into this race, so as a fan, you might panic. Oh, Hamlin's not up there. He's the worst of the 4. But you heard no panic out of the driver's voice, giving great feedback, great information to his crew chief. He knows adjustments are coming at the end of this stage.
Steve, I was struck by the calmness in all of the drivers. None of them seemed like they were stressed out. None of them seemed like they were panicking. They were very matter-of-fact, very calm. I think that's a good sign if you're a crew chief. You know your driver's mind's in the game, not distracted.
Early in this race, 8 laps still to go in stage 1. Points don't matter for these 4. It's whoever finishes in front of the other 3. And right now it's Martin Truex Jr. who is leading the championship 4. He has a 2.2 second lead over Kevin Harvick, who's running 2nd right now.
I've been really impressed with this 11 car. We watched and talked about how he was struggling to get through the traffic on that restart, the last restart, and it cost him a lot of time. He's able to close that. I don't think he's ran as hard as he possibly can, and he's drove right back up to these guys, trying to work around this 5 car. Not going to be easy. Looks like he's going to clear him right here. I don't think we have seen everything out of this 11 just yet. Both the Gibbs cars have come today with some great long-run speed.
This one 48 laps that they're currently on as far as a long run, as we see the 5 slide back just a bit, and Denny Hamlin easily clearing him. Hamlin up to 4th now.
And Chase Elliott, just ahead of these guys, continues to chop the entry or chop the front straightaway dogleg. And this is long after cars are all strung out. Nobody to the inside of him, but look at him. He's like, man, I'm gonna go down here. It's a 10th. We've seen it in qualifying. It's about a 10th or so to get that low. He's going to go get it if there's a half a 10th or a 10th out there. And he's not doing it every single lap.
Glad the end of that wall is painted red. I mean, he is so close to it. It's amazing, Kelly.
It's a brand new race car for Chase Elliott that Alan Gustafson brought here. He said there was really no downside to doing it with that 1 hour practice that they got. You just don't have any wear and tear of a race car you've already used. But the interesting thing to note, he says it's the last Hendrick chassis ever, as far as they know. With the changes coming next year, they won't be building them in-house, Dave. So this is chassis number 1278 from Hendrick, and quite possibly the last.
Kelly, to Dale Jr.'s point, we may not have seen everything out of the 11 car yet, but we're seeing what he told us we would see in Countdown to Green today. That is a car that runs through the run and runs well at the end of the run. 51 laps into this run, guys, and the 11 is coming.
We talk about non-playoff guys. Here's a great battle as Blaney's starting to slide back through this top 10. We know Byron has had a great year, but look at Cole Custer. Had great speed in practice. He's ran great all day today. He's faster than both these guys, trying to run around the bottom there, making that pass a little difficult, having to use the bottom of the racetrack. But it's organization. The whole organization has struggled this year, and it's really hurt everyone that drives for them, including Cole Custer. But today, it looks like that he has a really exceptional race car. Wow, Byron really using up a lot of racetrack there.
Yeah, that's a case right there where William Byron just said, okay, enough. You know, I got a faster car. I'm just going to have to do what I got to do. And he just ran Ryan Blaney in a position where he just had to lift. He'd have lived a wreck. Ryan may not like that, and we'll find out later, but you know, at some point, you just got to get by a guy.
Ryan Blaney on the oldest tires still up here in the top 10. He's currently running in the 8th position.
See right here, William Byron just runs way up the racetrack. Kind of just puts Blaney in a spot he doesn't want to be in.
Coming up on 1 to go now for Martin Truex Jr. for the end of stage 1.
Yeah, pretty fascinating there. The 48 car, Alex Bowman, won last week at Martinsville. Here it is in a final lap. Close to being lapped.
Could potentially be lapped as they go down the backstretch for the final time. And Bowman trying to stay in front of and stay on the lead lap. As Martin Truex Jr. is going to throw the first win at the other championship for drivers. He wins stage 1. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, 3rd, 4th, Kyle Larson, 5th of the championship 4 drivers. Again, no points for the championship 4. They're fighting for the title, and that's the goal. Hey, there was Roderick Townsend throwing the green flag a little bit earlier. The battle is underway here in the desert. Martin Truex Jr. wins the first one, stage 1. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by USAA. This Veterans Day, join us in celebrating those who serve. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Visit GoCreditOne.com. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. And by Toyota. Over 5,400 campsites on this 290-acre plot of land here that Phoenix Raceway sits on, and what a sight it has been all weekend long. The fans here are sold out, and the crowd excited to see this championship race, this championship day. They saw a great race last night in the Xfinity Series, and now equally as exciting as the start of this one, stage 1 in the books. Martin Truex Jr. has worked his way up front. The crew's getting ready to go to work. We talked about how this is a team sport, and positions can be won and lost on pit road, and they're about to decide who has the best pit stop. Truex Jr. will lead the entire field onto pit road. It's Harvick, Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson. Those guys are the top 5 coming onto pit road now. Parker.
Right, Rick, and Martin Truex Jr.'s crew chief James Small asked him, what's one thing that car could do better? And all Martin replied with is, I'm pretty happy. It's just going to be 4 tires and very small adjustments for the 19 car, Dave.
Denny Hamlin, 3rd among championship contenders. A small chassis adjustment for a car that's a little free overall, tight in the short runs, Kelly.
There's a lot Chase Elliott likes about his race car. He says it's got great ability in it, but the rear end is a little bit out of the track. They're going to make a track bar adjustment for Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
Kelly, there's a laundry list of things Kyle Larson wants his car to do better. Too loose on exit, too tight in the center. He said, I can never hit the bottom of 3 and 4 correctly. I'm so free. So Cliff Daniels taking a fairly big swing here. Air pressure adjustments all around. Also wedge. Larson and his team will actually hold the 5th spot here on pit road. Rick.
Elliott first. Truex loses a spot. The Jackman, good recovery, but watch as he comes around the front of the car. He leaves right here. Slips, falls on his knee. This could have been much worse.
NASCAR Cup Series championship race from Phoenix Raceway. Telecast presented by USAA. And Peacock streaming this race live. You see the Peacock paint scheme on the 77 of Justin Haley. Want to go to the Ruoff Mortgage Peacock pit box now and check in with the guys.
All right, Brad and Dale, we've seen 3 of the contenders lead the race so far, and all 4 of them ran in the top 5 that whole entire stage. Does anything surprise you?
No, the only thing that surprised me is how aggressive they were with each other. I mean, these guys are racing each other really hard, not giving each other a lot of room. But no, they've separated themselves, and there's a reason for that. But it's going to be interesting as we continue to go throughout the day, who can keep up with the track. We just saw Larson's team take a huge swing at some changes. What's that going to do to his race car?
Yeah, and they had others racing around them. That's why they're racing hard. It's because other drivers, including Kevin Harvick, up there racing them hard. Martin Truex wins the first stage. What'd that get him? Nothing. But it gained him some respect with these others. You better go to work on your race car if you're going to beat me here today.
Yeah, Martin Truex has got to work on his race. Or Martin Truex is good. Everybody else has got to go after him.
Yeah.
We got to go after Rutt. Where's Rutt at right now?
Kyle, I'm out here loving it on Rattlesnake Hill. You know, the fan experience is what takes this from a race to being an actual event. Because you can see down here, fans are able to bring their chairs, their party, everything they need here at the Toyota Turn 1 Terrace. These fans just show up. There's a tent, there's chairs. They get to take everything except the tent, including coolers, blankets, everything here. This is what makes this so special, because look at the greatest view you get here. This is what makes it an event for these fans, and they are loving it out here, guys.
I get to take a trip up there. It was
I
great.
was going to say, you were just up there a little bit higher on Rattlesnake Hill.
Yeah, I mean, Rutt quit like 3 rows up. I mean, I was keep panning out. Look at that. All the way up to the top is where we went. But what a great view. Those fans, they actually have the best seat. I know the grandstands are great, but this is the view, and it's amazing.
Okay, so the 9 of Chase Elliott won the race off of pit road. Martin Truex Jr. looks as though he's going to start on the inside of row 1. Denny Hamlin will be on the outside of row 2. And Kevin Harvick will be on that inside line in row 2.
You mentioned Kevin Harvick. We also have Kurt Busch up here with all these championship contenders. Let's see how they race these guys into turn 1.
Field now approaching the Geico restart zone as we get ready for the start of stage 2. Elliott able to clear the 19 of Truex Jr. Hamlin and Larson nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Kevin Harvick in there as well.
Larson going 3 wide in the middle. Harvick backed out, gave him room.
Seeing a little bit of urgency there in the 5 car, making that type of a move.
He drives like he knows his car is the best on new tires, Junior, right? Like he has to make time now. As the run goes, I feel like he gives up to the other cars.
1, 2, 3, 4 for the championship 4. This time led by Elliott.
Chase up here trying to hold off the 19. Truex trying to find a way around. Chase goes to the bottom of the racetrack. The 19 of Truex to the top. Martin's going to try to use momentum off the high side. And he closes in down the back straightaway, but he gives up so much time entering into the center of the corner, he's not able to try to make a pass. But right here, the 9's going to throttle up and drive away. Truex tried to drive in on the outside and holding tight. Couldn't finish the corner. Eventually, if Martin is able to make speed up there, the 9 will eventually take that line away. Right now, everything's working on the bottom for Chase. I don't see him changing. He's going to get a lot of information from his spotter about where these guys are running, how they may be beating him. Right now, he doesn't need to change a thing as he drives away from Truex.
Foreshadowing, you look towards the end of the race and you see the 4 drivers all on the same tires, more or less, as far as the amount of wear on them. And Chase Elliott pulling away right now from the other 3.
Well, we're starting to have a little bit of a signature to each car's strengths and weaknesses. And now the challenge for a crew chief, as you see both Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. going to work, is if you're James Small, you just drove to the lead, won the stage, you got probably the best long-run car here. Driver likes the way it drives. Do you make adjustments for the short run? Because then if you make adjustments, you don't improve the short run, you hurt the long run, now you've taken away a strength of your car. So that's kind of the debate some of these crew chiefs have to make now. When I say make adjustments, you know, to make a car better on the short run, it usually needs to be a little tighter, balance-wise, maybe a little bit different air pressure. Those are the types of things that are going to cost you time at the end of a long run.
Chevrolets fighting for position here between William Byron and one of Kurt Busch. Again, the 1 in 42, Chip Ganassi Racing. That organization goes away right after this race. Trackhouse Racing has purchased the charters, and so this will be the final race for Chip Ganassi Racing at the highest level of stock car racing.
And right behind them, Ryan Blaney's trying to recover from all the track position he lost when the old tires that he was out there on faded on him late in this run before the caution. So before the end of the stage. So he's got a great race car, a lot of speed, but now having to work his way back through into the top 5.
And he's doing it with Kurt Busch on the outside. Kurt Busch, 43 years old. As good today as he's ever been. Going to drive next year for Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan. Kelly.
And I talked to Kurt before the race about the changes ahead, but first about what it's meant to race for Chip Ganassi. He said Chip's taught him a lot. He said he appreciates Chip's honesty, but he said there was a huge fun factor of racing for him. He said he almost would show up and wouldn't ask for a paycheck. He also appreciated the fraternity at Chip Ganassi Racing. He said we'd get called to a meeting in Sebring and all the sports car guys and IndyCar guys would be there. So it was a great fraternity. As far as headed to 2311 Racing, he's looking forward to the newness and a fresh start as a veteran of the sport, Marty.
Kelly, what a terrific season it's been for Ryan Blaney, trying to make his way back up through the field. First time he's ever won multiple Cup Series races in a year, and certainly has established himself as a championship threat moving forward. Also the final race for his crew chief, Todd Gordon, stepping down off the box after 20 plus years in this sport. Going to take some time to spend a little extra time with his family. Also going to work on maybe construction, building some houses, flipping some houses. So that's what Todd Gordon is retiring from racing to do, and said he just wanted that extra time. His girls are going off to college, so he said, I need that couple of years before they finally leave the nest. So congratulations to Todd Gordon on a fantastic career, trying to get his driver in victory lane one more time this year.
And we saw the 21 of Benedetto get by the 1 there just a moment ago, as we see Harvick racing very hard now, trying to break into the top 4 here.
Kevin Harvick's been winless this year. Think about that. He won 9 races last year. Had an incredible year. Every time he looked up, he was leading races. He was just unbelievable. It's just been such a struggle. He does not want to go winless. He has a chance, man. He is going to push the button to try to win this race.
His last winless season, could you guess that was 2009?
Oh, wow.
It's a long time ago. And I think he's got the pace in the car to get up there and do it, but now it's going to be more and more difficult trying to pass these guys. It's trying to pass these guys racing for a title.
Definitely a challenge. The NASCAR Cup Series championship race from Phoenix Raceway. This telecast presented by USAA. Go full throttle with Wi-Fi speeds worth celebrating. Fast internet for faster everything. Can your internet do that? Let's get a few updates from pit road. We'll start with Kelly.
We'll start with Chase Elliott, who leads this race in pursuit of his second consecutive Cup championship. I asked him what the best part of being champion all season was, and he said, honestly, it was just knowing what we had accomplished. We got to walk away from this race last year knowing that we were the one team that set out and accomplished everything we intended to for that season. He said it was a fantastic feeling, and we could carry with it all year long. So they're trying to achieve that again and have the piece headed into 2022 as back-to-back champions, Parker.
Well, Kelly, the car trying to run him down is that Toyota there for Martin Truex Jr. for our Toyota driver update here. And Steve was alluding to what decision would James Small make when he sees that maybe this 19 isn't that fast on the short run. That's something James and I talked about this morning. And he told me, of course, obviously I can up the tire pressure and some of those adjustments you do. But one thing he talked about was that they saw the Hendrick cars were driving further into the corner earlier on the run, using more brake. So he pointed out to Martin in their debrief and said, look, if I need some speed in the short run, maybe we can try driving a little further. That's where the driver can help out to find that short run speed, Marty.
Parker, you heard earlier Kelly mentioned that Chase Elliott has a brand new race car here this weekend. Well, Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson went the exact opposite direction. This is the second oldest car in the 5 stable. Cliff Daniels told me earlier this week, I wanted to bring something that I had a history on, I had a notebook on, a direction of where I needed to go with the car. The direction right now is They need to find some long run speed with this 5 car. So quick early in runs, Dave, but as the runs go on, they seem to be losing time to the 9 and the 19.
Very little interaction on the radio from Denny Hamlin since the restart, and that's about the same way it was this week, according to crew chief Chris Gabehart, and that is normal. He said, I bet we have the least interaction of any crew chief driver combination, and I'm proud of that. We've been successful, and it highlights the efficiency of the process that we have built. It requires very little interaction. Rick, I now interact with you.
And I enjoy our interactions as well. So Chase Elliott up front, Denny Hamlin, the furthest back of the Champ 4. Let's listen into his radio.
All right, so I'm a little loose into 3. Also 4 to start a run. My center's okay, maybe a little snug though. The biggest thing I see is entry of 1 speed. Seem to be beating you there a bit.
The new style of NASCAR. You know, when I was on the pit box, we didn't have all this SMT data, so I'd get that feedback from the driver, and I would just start to work on how I can make a drive different. But you heard right there, Chris Gabehart going back to his driver. You know, hey, thanks for all the feedback. I'm looking at this other data, this speed data, this driver controls that other drivers are doing, then gives his driver feedback on where he's getting beat so he knows where to attack.
Yeah, what was interesting about that, Steve, was that Denny didn't mention anything about turn 1. He said turn 3, I'm loose into turn 3. So crew chief's like, okay, you may be having that issue, but we got to figure out something in turn 1. That's where the speed is. That's where that technology and communication is so important.
2.5 seconds for Chase Elliott out in front of Mark Truex Jr. now.
And I'm waiting for that to kind of flip, right? Truex really come on in the second half of that run. Currently 24 laps in this run, and Chase continuing to run better lap times than Truex.
Right behind those guys, the 5 car of Larson has some company. Harvick has finally reeled him in. Harvick runs a little bit different line, a little bit lower entry. Carries a lot of speed in the middle of the corner, gives up a little bit on exit, but gains so much in and to the middle, he's okay giving up a little bit there on that corner exit. Watch that lower entry right here. Even though they're both running the high side, he chops that entry, goes in lower, forces the car in there faster, and tries to maintain the gain on corner exit.
Junior, I feel like this resin traction compound that has been put on the racetrack to widen the groove out, I feel like that took some of Harvick's advantage away from this racetrack. He was so good when you had to run the bottom. You see right here is making the top work. But when everybody had to run the bottom, it seemed like he knew something. He had a feel that he was looking for, and he's having to adapt to this type of racetrack to get back to that ability to just come dominate these races here.
And when we mention resin, you've heard traction compound, PJ1. This is a different chemical. This is a different application than PJ1. It's supposed to possibly have a little less grip, but be more consistent throughout the race. Not maybe give up as much, not be so unpredictable on sticker tires. We had great success with this at other racetracks like Nashville Superspeedway. And it seems to be working well throughout this weekend for the Truck, Xfinity, and now the Cup race.
And the reason it gets put on the racetrack is to try to create multiple groove racing so that you don't just have to run around the bottom of the racetrack, so the drivers can move around, find different places, try to navigate around the guy in front of them if you have a little bit faster car, and just give the driver some options.
Well, race fans, you could win that Busch Pit Boss Grill today. Follow at Busch Beer on Twitter and tweet hashtag sweepstakes when Kevin Harvick pits, and you will have a chance to win. Kevin Harvick now in front of Larson. You mentioned, Jeff, a different line, learning different things. At 45 years old, one of the elder statesmen here in the Cup Series, he's learning new things, different things. Maybe.
Brake shake. I'm going to try to turn off my rotor fans.
And Steve, we heard brake shake out of Truex. We heard that yesterday in the Xfinity Series too.
That's Truex. We don't know if that was just now or maybe a few laps ago, but he has been running faster than Elliott. He's been running quicker lap times the last several laps, and you see the gap closing. Now under a second that last time by the start-finish line.
You heard him talking about brake shake. What that is when he puts his foot on the pedal, it's literally shaking. The pedal is bouncing up and down on his foot. A lot of that, Steve, has to do with how the rotors are cooled.
Yeah, how about his experience? I'm going to turn the fans off. I know what it is. I know what's going on. I'm going to adjust it right now. I just want to let you know I'm having this issue. We'll see if the 9 can continue to hold off the 19 as we go NASCAR nonstop.
PNC Bank believes that if a pair of goggles can help your backhand get better, then your bank should help you budget even better. Virtual Wallet is so much more than a checking account. Its low cash mode feature gives you at least 24 hours of extra time to help you avoid an overdraft fee.
You see that?
Virtual Wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
I need to try it first.
This one goes out to Jess from her friends. Jess, they wanted to say good luck on the interview.
Confidence looks great on you. Toyota, let's go places.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
That's cute, but my internet streams to my ride.
Yeah? Well, mine's always got my back.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than heart rate.
Okay, that's fast.
Speed? My internet's so fast, it keeps up with me. Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Can your internet do that?
I need 3 garlic butter bacon burgers.
Coming right up.
Will someone grab me some more cheese? Keep that garlic butter coming.
Burger up.
Order up. Sonic garlic butter bacon burger.
And here we are at the LA Coliseum. Looks like she's bringing the
It's the Kids Tonight Show.
The first late-night show for kids and by kids. Yeah! Comedy, music, dancing, games, and the coolest guests ever.
36 laps into the run, and Martin Truex Jr. once again flexing his muscles on these longer runs as he's trying to fight on the outside now of Chase Elliott for the lead here at Phoenix. And he's going to clear it. Martin Truex Jr. back in front after winning stage 1.
Chase isn't done, though. Trying to use these slower cars as a pick to get back by him. Truex does a great job right there of kind of forcing his way underneath that slower car.
And it's important, Rick, that you note the lap time, or the laps, the amount of laps that it seems this 19 car, the short run speed that the 9 has versus the long run speed of the 19. Jeff, you'd say it's around 25 laps is when that sort of makes a shift, and the advantage goes to Truex.
Well, the only concern for Truex is I expect the leaders in about 15 or 18 laps to come to pit road. So it worked out here, but, you know, the concern is it takes him a long time, or at least 25 laps, to gain back on the leader.
A little concern for the 19, just in that, you know, we heard him talk about the brake shake. Not a concern from like a mechanical issue, but, you know, a lot of times, Steve, that brake shake goes away if you get actually get the brakes hotter. The problem with that is on long runs here, you can actually melt the tire if the rotors get too hot. That heat goes into the wheel, it spreads into the tire, and actually melt the tire and cause a tire failure, Parker.
Right, Jeff, exactly. That's why James Small came on the radio after Martin said he was going to flip off those fans to help that brake shake and said we need to manage our temps. And one thing that happened at the end of stage 1 when they pitted, when the team got those 4 tires off, they took a long look at the right front off that 19 car. He was very fast in that long run, but they were looking at the inside shoulder and the temps they were developing in the wheel there, and just a little concerned with the temps that they saw on that right front of the 19. As you mentioned, we often see issues with getting those right fronts too hot here at this racetrack. So this is something that James Small wanted to keep on Martin Truex's mind about managing those temps. He has not given him updates. He's turned those fans back on or where that stands at the moment. So we'll see where this goes on the long run.
He is knifing his way through traffic now. Martin Truex Jr. already a second, almost second and a half in front of Chase Elliott, who he just went by.
Well, when we looked at the numbers coming into this race, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., this style of racetrack is definitely his signature, right? So he won Richmond races this year. He won here in the spring. He was running second in New Hampshire. I would use that to compare as close as possible to this racetrack, but got wrecked in the rain, brief rain shower. So his numbers at this low downforce, high horsepower, I call it a big short track. The 1 mile, 3/4 mile type speedways. He is so good at these tracks. Him and his crew chief has this setup just dialed in.
And back here, see Brad Keselowski in battle with Chase Briscoe. We're back in 13th spot. A little surprised to see Brad running this far back. Thought he had a really good car in practice. We know this is Brad's last race at Penske, going over to Roush Fenway. Start a new opportunity there. Going to be part owner, going to be really hands-on, but I know he wants to finish his relationship with Penske off strong today.
Are they changing the name, by the way, of the organization? Because it's going to be a little bit harder to say Roush Fenway Keselowski.
I think he said in a couple weeks there'd be an announcement about that.
Okay.
But yes, that's a lot of words.
Brad Keselowski mentioned how great of an honor it's been racing for Roger Penske. He won Roger
we got a crash.
Series championship, and a caution now will come out here as the 0-0 of Quinn Houff around and damage to the back of that car.
We mentioned
That was a hard lift.
We mentioned right front failures. I think we may have just had one here toward the end, the tail end of this run. On tires, cars were due to come to pit road shortly. Right front tires down on that car, and the right front contact makes me think that he did have no control entering the corner.
Here, the straight line never turned.
Yeah, we talked about how brake heat can cause a tire failure. Not run over anything, it just actually melts the tire.
Riding on board Denny Hamlin's car, watch up in front there. The car just blows the right front. I think you're right about a bead failure from brake tent, excessive tent in the brake system. A lot of these teams will run a bead cooler or put some air in that area of the wheel to try to keep the temperature down on that bead.
That was a hard hit. That car, when it got in the wall, it just, you see it almost come up in the air.
AMR safety team immediately to Quinn as he's climbing out of that car.
Well, this second stage, 115 laps in length, 54 laps completed, so everyone was going to have to make a green flag pit stop, but I would expect all the leaders to come on pit road when pit road opens. This will put them in their fuel window to make it to the end of the second stage.
And this is Starcom's last race. They actually sold this team. This will be their last race in the Cup Series.
I want to take another look, and we mentioned how hard of a hit this was.
Yeah, he's fortunate enough to be able to get on the brakes just a little bit to take a little speed out of the car, but
getting ready to come to pit road. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can always follow your favorite drivers with high definition in-car cameras. Just visit NASCAR.com/driver. You can download the NASCAR mobile app today.
Well, we've seen how equally matched the Championship 4 are. Some more comfortable, some more speed on short runs versus long runs. We'll see if that equal performance can turn over onto pit road as well. This is a type of racetrack you do not want to lose your track position, Parker.
No, you do not. And for Martin Truex Jr., he complained how he cannot hustle the car early on the run. He just cannot be as aggressive as he wants to be. It obviously comes to him late in the run. It's 4 Goodyear tires, Dave.
Denny Hamlin talked about the car being a little tight in the center late in the run. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Kelly.
Chase Elliott says he's getting free late in the run, but he doesn't know how much tighter he wants to be at the beginning. It's a small track bar adjustment for tires and fuel, Marty.
Kyle Larson said we're better on this run, but we're still a ways off from the other guys. It's good for about 10 to 12 laps and gets too free, especially on exit, especially in turns 3 and 4. Another big swing for the 5-team. Pit crew delivers, though. They gained him a couple of spots. His teammate Chase Elliott holds on to the lead.
Truex losing 3 spots on pit road. So right now, they are trying to dig out of that hole. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Ram Trucks, the only truck brand to win Motor Trend Truck of the Year 3 years in a row. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Visit GoCreditOne.com. And by New Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious.
In 2022, NASCAR is coming to USA. All the incredible action. I can't believe what I just saw. All the edge of your seat moments. And all the characters.
History made once again.
Bubba Wallace on a new home. NASCAR on USA. Coming summer 2022.
So excited to be bringing you races from USA as it debuts as NBC Sports cable home for NASCAR 2022. 11 exclusive weekends on USA for Cup and Xfinity Series. Part of 1,500 plus hours of sports programming in 2022. The first Cup Series race will be Road America 4th of July weekend. First Xfinity Series race will be Nashville in June.
Well, as we went away to break, we showed that the 19 lost a couple spots on pit road. Watch right here. Focus on the front tire changer. I mean, a little slow on lug nuts. You see a little trouble pulling it off. I mean, that doesn't jump out as a glaring issue, but that's really it. The left side is pretty clean on the 19. That's all it takes to lose spots in this championship race, Rutledge.
Guys, I know we get so excited with these restarts because when you look at the area that these drivers cover, it's like they're going from the second story of the roof down to the basement and then back up. Jeff Burton, for one of these drivers, how much can you really see during one of these restarts when they go 5, sometimes wide?
Rudd, the problem is when you're on the inside lane, you have no idea where the guy is on the outside. It's the strangest intersection as you enter turn 3. You got to go back up onto the racetrack to get the angle right, and you don't know where the guy is. You're just hoping he's going to give you room.
Is it in the back of your mind? The 4 and the 9 side by side, the history they have had already this year. Nine with a great launch and will clear the 4. Here comes 5 of Kyle Larson.
So the 19 on the bottom got really slow. It stacked up behind him. This is really important for Martin Truex Jr. We know he has a long run car, but he can't give up so much room.
Chase Briscoe in the 14 falling back quickly. Chase Briscoe leading right now the Rookie of the Year competition between he and Anthony Alfredo. Look at this close call.
They had Blaney on the outside of him. Just gets so tight. But here he comes. This is what is really important, in my opinion, for Martin Truex Jr. if he's going to win this race in the championship. What kind of race do we get? Do we get a long run? Do we get a short run? For him to win, he needs to maybe work on making his car drive better, taking off. This is a great opportunity to make a change and see if it works.
Well, if I'm James Small, I'm getting off the pit box and pepping up my pit crew. Because I agree with what you're saying with car adjustments, Jeff, but the other thing this 19 has to do is stay within touch of the Hendrick cars. You can't spot them spots on pit road, then spot them 2 more on a restart and just assume your driver is going to continue to drive to the front. That's a lot of wear and tear on the car.
And we saw now the racetrack, there's not a ton of sun on it, but the turns 3 and 4, as the sun starts to set, is going to be shaded. And that's going to change this racetrack. It's going to change who's fast, whose car is working best. Oh, we got a car on the wall, left front tire down on the 47 car Stenhouse. Broke the right front suspension with the contact. It's probably going to end the day for him.
Yeah, he just went into turn 3 and the car went straight. That left front tire, as you pointed, being flat. Dale, I'm assuming contact on a restart. That's been the signature of these flat tires early into our run.
So we're going to look at some replays, hopefully, of this car, but it either had some contact or going on this transition. On this transition across the racetrack onto the apron and then back up,
that can be so hard on the sidewall of the tire and how it marries to the contact patch or the tread of the tire. And we see failures at tracks like Fontana and other places because of the bumps that kind of flex and bends that joint in the tire, and it could be doing that here today.
Yeah, like a coat hanger. You bend it too many times, it breaks.
So a better week for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. got engaged than his weekend is going now.
The WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. That takes nerves of steel and determination. Go hard. The battles are fierce.
Go home.
Look at this. Let's go.
This is multi-class racing. Some of the coolest, most exotic sports cars that you will see anywhere in the world. How can you not love sports car racing?
And yes, Lee Diffie, we do love sports car racing. And Steve, you got a front row seat next Saturday, the championship finale. Coverage starting at noon Eastern on NBC, then continue on NBCSN at 3 o'clock. That's the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship from Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, Road Atlanta, such a great racetrack and a great battle. The Daytona prototype is down to a 2-car battle between the 10 of Wayne Taylor Racing and the 31 of Whelen Engineering. Remember that 31 car? That's the car Chase Elliott drove at the Rolex at the 24 back in January. So a little NASCAR tie-in. It's going to be exciting to see that IMSA season come to a close.
NASCAR Cup Series Championship race from Phoenix Raceway, telecast presented by USAA as we get ready for the restart. Under 47 laps to go here in stage 2.
We talked a lot about pit crews. Dale, Jeff, you guys stood at the front of the grid that entire pre-race show and talked about this being a team sport and everyone was going to have to show up and do their best. Sometimes stats tell the truth. Well, here it is. Here's the ranking of the 4 pit crews coming into this race. And as you see, the 19 of Truex, not much. We're talking 0.2 of a second average. Slower than Kyle Larson, but today they have definitely been a little slow. Now, the good thing is, first half of the race, we'll forget completely about those 2 stops if they show up here at the second half and hold the lead or perhaps gain the lead for Truex. So, you know, what have you done for me lately works good as what you've done lately, Dave, is great stuff.
Steve, Denny Hamlin's crew, however, needs to gather themselves for the last pit stops of today. There will be a few of them, but so far today they're minus on 2 stops, even on another. And how did Chris Gabehart, the crew chief, handle it? Well, he didn't. He didn't come down angrily off the pit box. He didn't tell Denny Hamlin exactly where or what went wrong to put that into the driver's head. They are professionals. They won a championship last night in the Xfinity Series, but they have to find a way as athletes to become better at what they're doing today.
I was a pit box climber, Rick. I'd come down. Wish sometimes I hadn't. I'd come down and kind of hands up in the air, and you know they're trying as hard as they can on the left side. You see that the Chews, Harvick, and Elliott will make up the front row. This Chews, guys, I know it seems like second nature, but it's changed this racing. You drivers always complain about being in the wrong lane. Now it's up to you. You decide where you want to be, to the left or to the right of that V. Just don't hit that orange box. It's a penalty. So I love the fact that, hey, if you don't like what lane you're in, choose another one. This is back on you drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, especially here where you're 5 and 6 wide sometimes going down into turn 1, and you've got a lot of options and a lot of people trying to do a lot of things to you and put you in a bad situation. You get to choose, you know, kind of how you get to choose your fate and control your destiny a little bit more with this rule. I love it. The drivers do too.
Comes field once again, approaching the Geico restart zone. Elliott and Kevin Harvick making up row 1. And Larson back there in row 2, a great restart. Pushing the 4 into turn 1 now. And the 9 up high.
My goodness, look at all of that going on behind these guys back in the pack. 4 wide, funneling onto the back straightaway. It just doesn't seem like it works.
Look like Denny Hamlin is, right? So pit stop, look where he is, back in the pack. That's not where you want to be in the middle of this crazy restart. It's easy to get your car damaged.
And as we get further into this race, those restarts will get more intense because the drivers will have more urgency, less likely to give and take. Oh, a little contact there with the 12. He's on the outside quarter panel of the 4. Like Harvick knew he was there, was trying to clear himself a little bit. Was able to make the pass or keep the position.
mentioned the 4 and the 12, 2 Fords. It's been well documented. Kevin Harvick, 9 wins a year ago, no wins this year. But I really think it's been a struggle for most of the Ford camp. I mean, they came to Phoenix, and the only opportunity to win a championship was with Austin Cindric in the Xfinity Series. They had no cars advance. Although 3 Team Penske cars made the round of 8, none were able to make the championship 4.
Harvick trying to hold off Blaney now as he runs in 4th position. Again, a non-playoff driver. Blaney, Benedetto, William Byron, Eric Almirola, all a part of the top 10 right now and non-playoff drivers.
See Denny Hamlin back here. Eric Almirola trying to get underneath him. These two have been going at it. Denny's car is not exactly where he wants it to be right now. Let's listen to what he's talking about.
He's fired off okay. Traffic just sucks. I mean, we just cannot keep losing so many spots up here. Yeah, they're on it. Believe me, we'll get it.
You heard him say he fired off okay. There's nothing wrong with the car. It's just you get back behind all this, and it's very difficult to maneuver where you want. He's like, guys, we've got to fix these pit stops. Lost 4 spots on that last stop. Just can't keep giving it up. Parker.
Well, guys, another thing that becomes clear here as we have more restarts is where you want to be in relation to that choose rule. Take a listen to 19 radio before they took the 5 restart.
What do you think of the restart lane here? Stick with, I imagine you would be 2nd car inside. What do you think 3rd car outside would be better? No, I'm not giving up a row. Simple.
And that's the key. I'm not giving up a row for Martin Truex. So he was thinking maybe, or the team was thinking maybe he wanted to be on the outside. That's where he was making a lot of time early in the race. But he has noted he doesn't want to give up a row at all in any position because he thinks he can make them up. And he dives to the bottom there on Kyle Larson.
A great battle, the 19 and 5. Give up a row. Because remember, Rick, as they choose, we just went over the choose rule. Everybody loves the top. So Truex says, well, man, if I can move up an entire row, 2 positions to go to the bottom, I know that's the non-preferred lane. I'd rather be there. I mean, he is a big fan of the choose rule because a week ago at Martinsville, we were coming to that late race restart, and everybody chose the bottom, and he gets to move up 2 spots on the outside. That was the 2 points that he needed. It took a lot of pressure off in those closing laps to advance.
And as Truex tries to make a pass on this 5 car, and the 4 of Harvick closes in, as well as the 12 back there of Blaney, it kind of takes a few tools out of the toolbox for the 19. He has to all of a sudden start being a little more defensive about his line. This opportunity to dive to the bottom, he can't quite do that as much because of the potential of 4 car jumping to his outside quarter panel. He's going to have to make this pass quickly without, maybe losing a position to Harvick. Marty, what you got on the 5 car out here?
Well, same song, different verse.
Oh, we got a crash, started, Marty. Turns 3 and 4.
Chase Briscoe on the 14 into the wall. Backed it in there. You see the damage to the left rear.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
He was running 12th.
Hard lick right there.
It's disappointing for Chase Briscoe. Having a solid run today. It's been a struggle. So hard for these young drivers without practice to get into a rhythm. Let's go back and see what happened to Chase.
So we're going to see a replay here of the contact possibly, or some issue with the left. Look at that, some debris or something on the left rear, right in front of the tire. Maybe there was some contact. He sees it. He senses the left rear tire's flat. He senses it and lifts real early. So there was some contact or something that has damaged the side skirt on that car, and somehow or another, either the contact or the damage has flattened that left rear tire. He sensed it, lifts early right here. He's like, oh no, I'm in trouble. The tire is completely flat. Kyle Busch does a great job not running in the back of him too hard, but he's already going to wreck, regardless of whether Kyle's there or not. Big hit. The fuel cell does an amazing job keeping the fuel inside the tank.
And the field working their way onto pit road again, Parker.
Right, and Martin Truex Jr. was told to just follow the leaders there, as he did coming down here to get 4 tires on this 19 car. Once again, just looking for a little bit more stability on the early portion of the run, Dave.
Denny Hamlin radioed his crew, I'm just not good enough on the short runs. It'll be an air pressure adjustment here. He just needs a good stop from the crew. Parker, Kelly.
Chase Elliott said his 9 car fired off better, and he said it was
turning better from the get-go. No changes for that 9 car, just 4 tires of fuel, Marty.
Kyle Larson said with that cycle of tires, tighter in the center, looser on exit, they have not been able to get rid of that all day long. You got to wonder how many tools in the toolbox Cliff Daniels has. The pit crew, though, they deliver. They've been the best throughout the playoffs. They get Kyle Larson up to the lead.
Larson does a great job. A big bounce back for Truex. They were bleeding spots on pit road, both him and Hamlin. Great stops out of the Joe Gibbs Racing teams, trying to right the ship here about halfway through.
Just 3 rounds remain in Travis Pastrana's Nitro Rallycross, and the season winding down. You can watch it all on PeacockTV.com. Sign up there. Kyle Busch is going to be racing November 13th and 14th. That's at Phoenix's Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park. That's later this week. The other drivers that he will be battling against, other than Travis Pastrana, will be guys like Tanner Faust and Scott Speed.
On the way to break, we talked about the solid kind of pit stops by the 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars. Well, let's compare the 2 Hendrick cars. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott. The pit times reasonably close, 0.4 of a second, but the driver time, look right here. I mean, that is a lot. Half a second just with driver time. So you think that's pit road speed, but I actually think it's due to qualifying. That great qualifying run by Kyle Larson gave him the first pick. They're at pit stall 1. When they leave, they only have to go to right there. That's where you're scored off pit road. It's about 30 feet, 40 feet. So while it looks like Larson's way better with his pit road speed, he actually doesn't even have to accelerate. Look, he's going to be at the white line right there. Chase Elliott is going way, way faster than him, but he scored way back at that first white line. That makes his overall time look so much shorter. What I love about this race, this isn't the metric, this isn't all these different things. No, it was effort. It was qualifying. On Saturday, Kyle Larson put down an amazing lap that gave him that opportunity to pick the first pit stall. It's all starting to add up to the 5. We'll see if that's the difference maker.
But it was better pit stops for both the 11 and the 19 this time. We had talked about they had a little deficit on pit road.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of like a field goal kicker. If you don't want your last kick to be the miss and then have to walk out there and have a game-winning kick. So they had some struggles early. Now here we are about halfway through the race. They kind of, what I'll call, have a normal pit stop. Look at that. Everything went like we've practiced, went like we've done all year long. That will allow them to build some confidence as the pressure builds and we get to the end of this race, Parker.
Well, guys, a little bit of concern right now on the 19 team. If we get a close-up shot of their front grille, there's apparently could be some trash there that they were not able to get off underneath the stop. Martin was asking if they had any ideas of a way to remove it here under caution. The team said we'll just have to deal with it and see where it goes. But right now, a little bit concerned about maybe some trash on that grille they weren't able to get off.
They're going to like this shot then because I don't see anything on the grill. Mission accomplished by the driver.
If anything, that yellow, maybe that yellow piece over the right front brake, their brake opening compared to the Chevrolets is so minimal. Something like that could completely change how the right front cools. But otherwise, yeah, Steve looks pretty clear.
Talk about Denny Hamlin stop before, how he lost spots. Well, his team really responded. That was their best stop of the year right there. Bring your best to the championship battle. That's what you got to do. You make a mistake, you got to look on past it and recover. That's what they did. Great stop that time.
See this? You know what looks different here?
Yeah.
Those aren't playoff drivers up front, right? Cars stayed on the racetrack. Reddick, Kurt Busch, Bowman, and Suarez all stayed on the racetrack. Larson chose the bottom. I love this choice here. Even though it's not preferred in turn 1, he's going to have a lot of real estate left if his car launches. Behind him, the other playoff drivers. This is going to be nerve-wracking now that they're in traffic.
And Hamlin chose the top. Let's see how that affects him with those slower cars. Old tires on that outside lane.
Reddick and Kurt Busch back up through the gears, and Chase Elliott quick to the inside. Here comes Kyle Larson as well. Larson jumps up to the lead.
It was like a river of playoff drivers to the bottom. Impressive by both the 5 and the 9. Oh, they squeezed each other.
Little contact was made. We saw the 9 wiggling around as the 11 and 19 are fighting back here for position as well.
Denny did a great job working himself through those slower cars in the outside lane. He went to the middle. Now he's taking the fight to Truex, hoping to catch Truex behind the one car. Used Kurt Busch as a pick right here. Clears him.
Truex falling in behind the one now as the 11 of Denny Hamlin goes below the one of Kurt Busch and clears him. It looks as though the 19 will do the same.
That's the replay of the two Hendrick teammates down the back straightaway. Oh, man. That was close. It's sorted out. And the Gibbs guys continue to battle behind them.
Just 27 laps to go in stage 2.
Time after time we come here and see the performance of the Championship 4, and once again they're running first, second, third, fourth on the racetrack.
And past halfway of the race. So the season winding down, less than half a race remaining, and a champion still to be determined. And no one has stood out. We've seen Martin Truex Jr. on the longer runs get up front, but now it's Kyle Larson on the short run leading the field as Chase Elliott right on his back bumper.
It just screams kind of execution, guys, right? I'm not sure anyone is just so head and shoulders above one another that they can...
Oh, Larson's loose.
Man, that had me nervous. I was saying that you could kind of overperform. I think it's going to come down to execution, perhaps. Who makes the mistake that costs them?
So right there, Chase Elliott saw a weakness in Kyle Larson. If he can get to his rear bumper, get to that rear quarter panel, get that car loose. Larson did a great job of clearing him off of turn 4. Now Chase Elliott's going to try to get right to that rear bumper. See right there, that makes the 5 car wiggle around a little bit, takes some air off that spoiler, gets him loose. Chase Elliott knows he's got to keep doing it.
He's putting the pressure on him.
Larson out of the high side here, moves up the track a little bit. Should have a good run off the corner exit there to stretch that out. Maybe a car length and a half by the time we get to turn 1.
Throughout the entire season, Chase Elliott, the reigning champion, and he's had to watch his teammate Kyle Larson go out and win 9 races and be the dominant car all season.
Well, I understand there's a watch party for Hendrick Motorsports back in North Carolina. Rick Hendrick here on premise. They all have to be nervous when they see their 2 championship entries. I would say inches apart, but I think they were actually touching. We'll call that contact between the 2.
When the 5 car gets that momentum off of turn 4 and gets this type of a lead into 1, it allows him to do what he's doing right now, move around the racetrack and see if he can find some pace and speed so that he can keep that 9 car off his rear bumper exiting turn 2. And he's done that. He's moved up the racetrack, sort of normalized and equaled the speed or the pace of the 9 car.
He's going to have to beat Kyle Larson, where Kyle Larson has been great all year long, and Chase Elliott has not. Chase Elliott has not won an oval race since this race last year where he won the championship. So if he's going to beat Kyle Larson or the rest of the guys who win this, he's going to have to step his game up today and do something he hasn't done in over a year.
And there's car owner Rick Hendrick. This man has a talent of rallying people around him. He builds relationships with his employees from the top of the business all the way to the bottom, and they are motivated to go to battle for him and go to work and please him, make him happy. They want to get a pat on the back from that man when they come back to the shop on Monday.
And Junior, no surprise that was on top of the 48 pit box. He's not going to sit on either one of these title contenders. Tries to find, an ally in the group, but not on either side of the battle here.
Little slide there out of the 9 of Chase Elliott, loses a couple spots as far as car length. We go NASCAR nonstop.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
That's cute, but my internet streams to my ride.
Yeah? Well, mine's always got my back.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than Harvick.
Okay, that's fast.
Me? My internet's so fast, it keeps up with me.
Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Can your internet do that?
One crispy Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich for you. And a delicious crispy spicy one for whoever needs a little kick in the keister. Get the Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich in classic or spicy for just $3.99. It's finger-licking good.
Open. Here you go, buddy.
Thank you.
You may kiss the bride.
Love you, Dad.
Oh my God, it's our baby girl.
We get out, fired up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it, and we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew, get out and do.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
And here we are at the LA Coliseum. Looks like she's bringing it on.
Hello? You will solve the great mystery. Peter will point the way.
There has to be some hidden meaning. They can't stop.
Gap stays the same between Larson and Elliott. We see from our aerial coverage brought to you by Geico, looking down on this mile racetrack and the different lines that are being run. Larson, that high line. Chase Elliott running even below the yellow line, down on the apron through 1 and 2, and now into 3 and 4, and different lines again.
This battle just shows you how important pit stops and restarts are going to be. I believe the 9 is probably a touch faster than the 5, but not fast enough to find a way by the non-preferred lane. The 5 goes to where the grip is the highest, so that puts the 9 in a little bit of a deficit.
Marty.
Rick, first meaningful laps up front for Kyle Larson. Led the first lap of the race, but now has led 20 in a row. And we talked about what does Cliff Daniels have left in the toolbox. Well, even the crew chief learning during the race. Listen.
Learned a little bit of something from air pressure runs to go that we didn't incorporate that last time, but we did this time, so should be better for you.
So obviously not out of tools to make the 5 car better. They've taken several big swings at it, Kelly, and they've clearly made it better.
Well, we've seen some close, hard racing between these two teammates, but they definitely made some contact right on that restart, and Chase Elliott wanted to make sure his number 9 car was okay.
Not as tight there. Felt like I fired off a little better. You know, I don't know if I'm going to pay for that or not, but we'll see. Yeah, copy.
Chase asked the team if the nose of this car was okay. They said it looks like it. I could see them taking a look at some still shots of the front end of that car. The latest message to him, just focus forward.
Heard Chase Elliott. His comment, Kelly, was, I took off better. I don't know if I'm going to pay for it. So what he's talking about is the car had better speed. When they dropped the green flag on the restart, it took off better. He could be more aggressive with the car, had more grip. The concern with that is, does that mean it's going to hurt the tires and not be as good on the long run? He didn't know. He said, let's see what happens. And if it does do that, Junior, then they'll make an air pressure adjustment or some other adjustment on the car to try to make the car where it can take off fast and not lose speed on the long run. There's a contact right there. Larson and Elliott.
Oh, man. See how it pushed down the quarter panel on the 5 car, and a little daylight between the quarter panel and the spoiler appeared. Seemed to go back into position. But you do not want to affect the body on these race cars at least a little bit, especially that's a critical area on the right rear quarter panel for side force and down force.
way back on lap 2. Chase Elliott had the fastest lap, the Xfinity fastest lap. Averaged around this 1 mile racetrack over 134 miles per hour.
Interesting to watch these two run. You'd think as the run gets longer, both of them would migrate to the top of the racetrack, but Chase is still working the bottom of the racetrack. Even down on this end, he's still rolling the bottom of turn 1 and 2, and that tells me that maybe the resin is neutralizing a little bit. Maybe it's losing a little bit of that advantage that we've seen from it all weekend long with the trucks Xfinity. Everybody would end up there. Maybe some of the grip and the speed and pace is starting to go away with that high side as we get through this race.
And this race is going quickly. 5 laps remaining in stage 2. As up the track, Larson goes once again, and Elliott stays right there on the bottom of the racetrack. And the gap stays about the same, 0.3 of a second separating the two.
You can see a little bit of a fade in the darkness of the high groove, where everyone has ran right on the edge of it, right on the lower side of that resin. It's faded a little bit, like it's more wearing away. You may, as a driver, search a little bit higher to see if you can find some place on the racetrack higher that the cars haven't used and find more grip. But it's going to be a little bit dirty up there.
You mentioned the contact between Chase Elliott and the 5 and the quarter panel of the 5 getting bent down. Well, you know what else it did? It got flared out, got rid of the back, and pushed that right rear out. That is spectacular for the 5 car. That is what you just call good fortune, right? I mean, he got ran into by his teammate. Nothing you want to see happen over the course of the race. You hope it goes the right direction. And today, it went the right way.
And the way you want to look at that as a fan, the rear spoiler on the car adds downforce. That's like a spoiler on the side of the car now, adding side force, increasing how he can drive this car into the corner, how much deeper he can lean on this car and swing the back. He has an advantage aerodynamically that his teammate does not.
So let's ride along with Kyle Larson on top of this on top of the roof, and I want you to start paying attention to something. The sun is setting. So into turn 3, they dealt with this in qualifying yesterday. Look at the glare. So right now the drivers is going to get very difficult. See the glare on the racetrack right there? You cannot see that yellow line. It's going to get worse for a little while as that sun continues to set. The drivers are going to have to start looking for other visuals that they can get their eyeballs on to help guide them to where they need to be.
And Larson, it has been his stage. He's led 32 laps, going on the 33rd lap, which is the final lap of stage 2. Kyle Larson, we talk about he and his crew chief, Cliff Daniels. Well, things have clicked for them. Larson is going to win stage 2, and now he has the advantage over the other Championship 4 drivers. All 4 of the Championship 4 drivers finishing in the top 4 that time. Still up there in contention, Blaney, Harvick, Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Logano, and William Byron. They round out the top 10 in stage 2. The pit crews are doing their job. This NASCAR Cup Series championship race from Phoenix Raceway's telecast presented by USAA, and back into the hands of the pit crew. Parker.
We saw the weakness of the 19 car there on the short run. Martin Truex is saying lacking overall grip. We only contend with the front 3 there. So be 4 tires and adjustments to the 19, Dave.
Hamlin was asked if he was loose anywhere that he could not stand. He said no. Jackman Kellen Mills will make his 3rd chassis adjustment of the day, Kelly.
Chase Elliott said his biggest struggle is running up high. Says the car gets super lazy up there. He's much better running down low. It's 4 tires for the 9 car, Marty.
All the work on the 5 car finally paying off. Kyle Larson said, we fixed the exit. I like it there. I need to turn the center better. More of that last adjustment. You see that big wedge adjustment. Pit crew had kept them on the lead last time. They do it once again here. They have delivered all day long so far, Rick.
And they do for all 4 of the Championship 4. They all hold their positions. We knew it was going to be a battle, and it has become a showdown in the desert. The Championship 4 once again have risen to the top. Kyle Larson right now with the advantage, being chased by his teammates from Hendrick Motorsports. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, back there the better of the two of the Joe Gibbs Racing, as Martin Truex Jr., the fourth of the championship four. Let's get to the Ruoff Mortgage Peacock pit box with KP, DJ, and Brad.
All right, guys, we look at this. Two questions. How aggressive are the restarts going to be from here on out, because it's so hard to pass, number one. And number two, these guys said it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a slugfest. Have you seen anybody grab this race by the throat yet? And who do you think that could be when they do it?
Restarts are going to be crazy. I can't wait. It's going to be fun to watch. These guys are all over each other. No, I haven't. I mean, all four of these race cars, they've all performed extremely well today. I mean, look where they're running. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can't separate them. It's going to be a mistake, I think, that separates them.
You know, one thing that I saw right there in that stage towards the end, Kyle Larson on the top of the racetrack making great speed. And I don't know if it had anything to do with the right rear quarter panel getting pushed out a little bit or not, but he found something right there that is going to make him hard to pass.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and if he's hard to pass, let me tell you something. It's going to be a long day for the rest of these guys. Rutledge?
Kyle, I'm over here on the perch, and although it's a beautiful day, there are some clouds showing up, and we heard Jeff talk about with the sun setting how it changes for the drivers. But Steve Letarte, I'm wondering for you as a crew chief, when you can have a 10 or 15 degree swing in a temperature on a day like this, for crew chief, do you start backwards to forwards on how you plan for that, or do you start at the beginning of the race and then try to figure out how do I need to change so the car is where I want it by the end of the race?
So I think you want to start with how the race is going to begin, but Rutledge, to your point, you know, it's the desert. It's cold in the morning, cool in the evenings, hot in the middle of the day. You got to have really good notes. You can have all the simulation you want, but good old-fashioned notes like they taught you in high school, Rick. Very detailed notes on what adjustments and what swings the track goes through. That's what makes that sticky stuff they spray down so difficult to read, because now you have a temperature swing, and is that sticky stuff getting worse or better as the race goes?
I struggled on that note-taking thing in high school.
I borrowed from others. It worked well.
The group plan. And Hendrick Motorsports lines up in row 1, and then it's Joe Gibbs Racing in row 2. Larson and Elliott on the high line, low line. Then it's Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. on the high line and low line of row 2. Kyle Busch in the 18 has come up here to challenge for a top 5 spot. As we're back underway, it's the final stage of the 2021 season.
Chase Elliott did not get a great launch on that restart. That's allowed Denny Hamlin to get to his outside. Chase still cleared him in 3 and 4, 1 and 2.
And not a great start for the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Right now, Harvick on his outside trying to take 4th away.
And that's going to be hard to do. Harvick's going to fight hard down this front straightaway. Truex launches forward, but again, side by side into turn 1. Truex way down the racetrack, trying to go the shorter distance, is able to use that to his advantage and take the spot.
Kills his exit speed, but it's okay. He gained the position that he needed to gain. Just got track position, and now he was blocked down the back straightaway. Now he gets off and rolling.
While this is going on, the two HMS Hendrick cars are driving away from Denny Hamlin, put a little bit of distance between themselves. Short run speed in this 11 car may need to improve if we get late yellows.
But now with track position, he's able to gauge himself and understand where they're beating him. Before, when he was having bad pit stops and he was not restarting near them, he didn't know. He just knew they were faster, but he didn't know where. Now, as a driver, you can start understanding, okay, crew chief, here's what I need. Here are the changes that I need to be better on this short run.
Well, you may only get one shot at those changes. 112 laps to go. Every car will have to make a trip to pit road for fuel. They cannot make it to the finish. Maybe more than one trip if you think tires are important and we get some yellows. But if this ran green, one green flag's pit stop still required to finish the race.
Company with his teammate Martin Truex Jr. We're going to ride on the roof of the 19 car with Toyota Camry and watch the balance of this 11 car. See what Denny's struggling with. Obviously not happy with the car right this minute. They both dive down in the bottom of turn 3 and 4. Truex tries to get in the gas a little too soon. Cost him a little bit of time here on corner exit to the flag stand.
And as we ride along with these two, the two in front of them are getting smaller. The Hendrick Motorsports cars pulling away. Now Martin looking to the inside of Hamlin for third.
Hamlin's going to use that high side momentum and really make Martin work for this position on the bottom of the racetrack.
In NASCAR racing, if you're a tenth of a second off in a lap, that's a fair amount. Well, Denny Hamlin right here is 0.3 of a second off of the two Hendrick teammates in front of him.
Yeah, the speed in Larson and Chase's car. 27-16, 27-25 behind them. The two Gibbs cars, both 27-50s.
We mentioned what a dominant season it has been for the 5 of Kyle Larson. Well, really the whole organization at Hendrick Motorsports, they have led over 4,000 laps this year. The last time a team led more laps than Hendrick Motorsports has led this season was back when Junior Johnson was fielding teams back in 1972, so 50 years. A long time since teams have been able to put together what Hendrick has done this year.
And I bet Larson's led half of those, if not more.
Well, remember, guys, it was a few years ago we were saying, what's wrong with Hendrick, right? I mean, we're so used to seeing this team dominate and win championships, and they were not anywhere near it, and that is completely flipped. They now have gone back to the Hendrick Motorsports that we know they can lead races, win races, and win championships.
And while you want to give credit to them, and they deserve it, you also got to give credit to the manufacturer, Chevrolet. They did not have a great race car. Several years ago, they kind of reinvented themselves and improved their product and brought a better race car for all of their teams to the racetrack, Marty.
And how about this pace out of the Hendrick Motorsports cars and the Chevys up front? As we've talked about, Kyle Larson all day long, really good on the short run, maybe not so good on the long run, but does the opportunity to work on the car several times, maybe pay an advantage for the 5. Listen to what Cliff Daniels thinks.
Make sure to just run your lane, run your line. You did a good job holding him off the last time when he was pressuring you there, and I know that we're going to be better than those guys on the long run now. We've had plenty of opportunities to work on our car. We're going to have it better for you. Okay.
So, Steve, sometimes when you have a car that's kind of off in the first of the race, you get more opportunities to take big swings at it. Those swings have certainly paid off so far for Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson.
Well, we've seen dominant cars this year, Rick, but adjustments throughout the race matter each and every week.
Let's go NASCAR nonstop. You won't miss a thing.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
That's cute, but my internet streams to my ride.
Yeah? Well, mine's always got my back.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than Harvick.
Okay, that's fast.
Speed? My internet's so fast, it keeps up with me.
Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Can your internet do that?
That's the thing about claims, you see. They don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, but it's now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking. I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. But, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
This one goes out to Jess from her friends. Jess, they wanted to say good luck on the interview.
Hey, you got this, Jess.
I'm free to be the greatest and alive. I'm free to be the greatest here tonight. The greatest.
Confidence looks great on you. Toyota, let's go places.
At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of taking steps forward, moving ahead, whatever the pace and whatever the size. That's why we set out to help make it easier for everyone to move forward financially. With small business, personal banking, wealth, and corporate solutions that help you reach your goals and plan for the future.
It's a girl.
We're doing everything we can to help you get where you want to be. Because sometimes a little help is all you need. See how we can make a difference for you at PNC Bank.
The Titans are rolling through the AFC.
That's sensational.
The Rams are flying in the NFC.
What a play.
Who will make a statement on football's biggest stage?
Holy smokes.
Another beauty on Sunday Night Football. Titans, Rams. Sunday Night Football on NBC and Peacock.
NBC's La Brea is TV's #1 news show, and it's keeping everyone on the edge of their seats. Don't miss an earth-shattering, all-new La Brea. It's Tuesday on NBC. I want to take a look at the Ruoff Mortgage Keys to Victory Lane, guys.
Yeah, no mistakes. We've seen these playoffs have been completely full of mistakes. At the wrong time, also late in the race, you just cannot afford a mistake if you're going to win this championship.
And these restarts are going to be crazy, and you got to take advantage of that. Put your guys around you in some bad situations, make them have to lift, take a bunch of spots, make it happen.
All right, crew chiefs, adjustments, 98 to go. You're going to see your driver at least one more time. Short run, long run, tight, loose. You've heard all that all day long. What's going to be the magical tweak that's going to get your car to victory lane?
Listen in to 11 radio just before the restart.
Oh, wow. 5's got a parachute on the right rear. That's nice. Yeah, 10-4. Looks like due to damage. Yeah, he's not going to fight free.
And we're talking about that damage on the right rear quarter panel of the 5 car that Steve explained to us, how that's helping that car. Denny sees it, and he's jealous. I would be too, Denny. I would be too, buddy. Here's how the contact happened, and it's incident happened between him and his teammate. And there it is. Big spoiler on the side of the car, creating downforce, side force. And he is not going to be loose into the corner like Denny said. It's going to have a much more comfortable entry. You'll be able to drive deeper into the corner, and they can free the car up for the center of the corner. I mean, this is great all the way around. And he's controlled this race since this has happened, Marty.
And I think that's the key point, Dale. Remember, they struggled loose on exit the entire day until that happened. Now, yeah, granted, Cliff Daniels has made several changes to the car, but Steve, how much is that helping the, quote, parachute, Denny Hamlin said, helping this 5 car, because immediately that free on exit that they couldn't get rid of all day was gone.
Well, they don't spend millions in the wind tunnel to not try to find every aero advantage possible, and this is an aero advantage. But I want to be clear. There were games on pit road for years. NASCAR has cameras everywhere now. We've seen cars brought back down pit road because crew members pulled skirts or pushed quarter panels. Every car in the field today is going to have wrinkled skirts because of the dog leg on the backstretch. They're not going to make a single team fix it. They're going to not make them fix dented fenders, torn up quarter panels, smashed in doors, and they shouldn't make this 5 car fix an incidental contact, because I can assure you, he didn't want to get hit on the exit of turn 2. Some days, it just bends the correct way. And that's what happened for the 5 right here, and we'll see if it pays off. But to your point, you can hear the jealousy in Hamlin's voice.
Well, he's fortunate it bent it the way it did. It could have just as easily been it the other way. It would have been a major disadvantage. We've seen cars before years ago where the rear bumper would come off all off of it. And, oh, that was instant speed. If you could get the rear bumper off that thing, it was crazy how much better it would drive.
Coming up now on 92 to go, and now inside the fuel window. So, Steve, this last stage, over 122 laps, but when will we see potentially these drivers wanting to come to pit road, maybe green flag pit stops even?
Yeah, we're still a long ways away. It would probably be at least another 40 laps, 35 to 40 laps to see guys pit under green. We're showing right here the 18 of Kyle Busch. The season that could have been, right? You heard his frustration, but I love his feedback. As a matter of fact, disappointing as it may be for others, hey, we weren't good enough. We're not on the championship 4 because we weren't good enough. That's what makes Kyle Busch who he is, or that's what makes him better. Behind him, the 2 of Brad Keselowski. I loved his interview in the pre-race show, right? He talking about having some onions nearby because he was a little watery-eyed about Team Penske. He went there. He delivered a championship. That is impressive, and I wish him the best. Dale, you know Brad so well. You gave him a shot at Junior Motorsports. I actually believe he's the type of driver that could flourish in this new role at Roush, right? To be a driver and part owner and help rebuild that organization. He loves the details of what goes into these cars.
Yeah, he's absolutely cut out to be an owner in this sport, and it'll be difficult for him, I think, over the next couple of years to do both jobs at the same time. But he's going to have a lot of fun, and I think it's going to go a long way.
You won't miss a thing. We're going to go NASCAR nonstop. Larson and Elliott running 1-2 here in the Champ 4.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
I definitely think mocha is an adult flavor.
Listen, the kids have their drink with candy.
Yeah.
I get my own drink.
This is our candy.
You know...
Espresso candy.
Sonic Mocha Crunch Blast. Espresso.
You say espresso?
Yes, I do.
An F-150 isn't an F-150 because of the name on the tailgate. It's an F-150 because it's built Ford tough, built to haul more, built to tow more, for the people who count on it. Because they know that brawn can get the job done, but it takes brains and brawn to get it done right. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
I need to try it first.
Open. Here you go, buddy. Thank you.
You may kiss the bride.
Love you, Dad.
Oh my God. It's our baby girl.
The 2022 Ford Mustang Mach-E GT Performance Edition could be yours. Enter for your chance to win this high-performance Ford, plus get an entry for an entry instant prize. $100 gift card during today's race. All you have to do is go to NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo. Look at a big run by Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, two Ford drivers. And want to get a few updates. And we'll start with Marty.
Rick, I asked Kyle Larson about his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, and I said, what do you think about him as a leader? And he said, I always thought having someone to motivate me was something I never really needed as a driver, but to hear Cliff and the way he leads our meetings, to watch him post-race, hang out with our guys, how he listens to our guys and takes ideas from everywhere, I am so thankful to have someone like him who's really inspired me to bring my best every week. If you've ever hung around Cliff Daniels, he is no doubt a leader and was a leader from a very young age, trying to win his first championship in just his second full-time year, Kelly.
If Chase Elliott can find a way to win this championship and go back-to-back, he will become the youngest driver ever to have multiple championships. He's just 25 years old. I asked him what the coolest or his favorite memory was from winning the championship last year. I thought maybe he'd refer me to the incredible homecoming he had back in Dawsonville, Georgia. He said, no, it was right here at the track. Remember, he had his Hall of Fame father, Bill Elliott, and his mother, Cindy, right here to celebrate with him. He said it was getting that trophy, taking the pictures, going through all the motions that you get to go through when you win a championship, and memories he'll certainly treasure forever, Dave.
Denny Hamlin's relationship to his team goes back so much further than when he started driving in this Cup Series car. Way back when, a kid from Virginia was definitely a Washington Redskins fan, so he knew who Coach Gibbs was, and he definitely wanted to beat him when he was 11 years old. And then Denny racing locally as a youngster, number 11. And he's run it for every race that he's run in the Cup Series, 578 starting today. They've all been with Joe Gibbs. They've all been with FedEx, Parker.
Well, Dave, Martin Truex Jr. and I had an interesting conversation on Friday when he turned to me after I said, you look so calm approaching this championship Ford. He said, I'm 41 years old. I know this could potentially be one of my last shots at gutting another championship. The reason being, this sport is about to go through so much change with the next-gen car and how you drive those cars. Who knows what's in store in the future for him? So he's just been trying to enjoy his time here to see a battle in the front.
It is a battle, and really it's at the other end of the racetrack. I think Larson does a really nice job down here in 1 and 2, getting a good run off that grippy stuff off the top of the racetrack. But down here in 3 and 4, Larson commits top, Chase commits bottom the last few laps. They're going to do that once again, and Chase really rolls in and closes a good car length on this 5 car.
Speaking of closing in, Larson and Elliott, they have not been putting out the fastest laps of the championship four. It's been Hamlin and Truex Jr. who have put together the fastest laps. They're still trying to close the gap, but look at this. Chase Elliott keeps peaking just to the inside of Larson.
We saw Chase Elliott at the end of the last long run. He just stayed committed to the bottom of the racetrack. Larson was on the top, but Chase Elliott down here in 3 and 4, like you said, Steve, making big moves right here.
And now that Chase is there, Larson's going to have to get more defensive with his line. He'll change a few things, and it'll cost him a little bit of time. And if they battle like they are right now, it's going to allow Denny to get right into this really quick. Denny's looking right out the windshield, seeing these two guys run side by side, and he is trying quickly to get there as they are costing each other a tenth here, a tenth there.
Elliott able to clear the 5 as they go through the dog leg and now into turn 1. Lap cars coming into play once again.
So Chase now wants to put a little bit of distance between him and the 5 car. I think Hamlin is the quickest car on the track. Marty.
I think Kyle Larson really may be getting a little bit tighter on exit here. I think that's the concern for the 9 camp. They did tell him, hey, or the 5 camp, they did tell him the 9 is catching you a little bit here. And they also told him early in the run, the 9 said on his radio, he can't keep up with you when you're in that high line. So you see Larson really working the top of the racetrack. But Steve, you had it right on. 1 and 2 is where Larson is the best. 3 and 4 is where he struggles, and that's where Chase Elliott passed him.
Larson's going to move around and change his line a little bit now that he's behind the 9. He's going to make a couple small tweaks, and you can see he's not letting that 9 go anywhere. He's actually improved his car a little bit with the adjustments to his line, and he's staying right here. Going to bring the fight back to Chase Elliott, our leader.
Trying to take advantage of these lap cars.
So it's Chase Elliott out in front now. Only 74 laps to go as we go NASCAR nonstop.
These are the people who work on the front lines. They need a network that's built right. That's why we created Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders. Built on America's most reliable network. Built for real interoperability and built for 5G. It's America's #1 network in public safety. Verizon Frontline, built right for first responders.
New jerseys are here. There you go.
All-American Club? Did you just turn us into Subway ads?
Yep. Subway's got so much new, like the new Turkey Cali Fresh, that they couldn't fit it in their ads. So they bought space on your jerseys.
Go long, Italian BMT.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our new Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
but we like it that way.
What's in your wallet?
We get out. Fired up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew. Get out and do.
At Progressive, we love your pets as much as you do. Like this guy in a hat. That's why Progressive Car Insurance covers your pets for up to $1,000 if they're ever in a car accident with you. This mini majorette's gonna march your way right
I'm sorry, can we stop? I know that we're selling car insurance here, but, you know, all the cute little animals, it's too much.
Define too much.
What's wrong with cute animals?
So we doing this or what?
Nah, it's over.
Well, someone's got to break the news to Mittens. She's a diva.
And here we are at the LA Coliseum. Looks like she's bringing the 20.
We're in 10,000 BC, and with that came violent winter storms. Things are going to get real bad real fast.
Look out!
68 laps remain. The NASCAR Cup Series Championship race from Phoenix Raceway. Telecast presented by USAA. And here comes Denny Hamlin.
47 laps on this run right here, the longer run. Joe Gibbs Racing cars have been like this all day. It was the 19 of Truex, now the 11 of Hamlin. As the tires wear, the 11 comes to life. He's taken over second from Larson, and with 67 to go in the race, drivers, he is hoping this runs green. We have green flag pit stops, no more restarts. This is his strength.
Yes, Steve, it takes about 30 laps for him to start breaking even with the two Hendrick cars. And then on about lap 32, 33, his car gets way faster. As you've seen, he's run him down from almost 3 seconds back. It's going to be, won't be long. He's going to be battling for the lead.
And the same can be said for his teammate Truex. You see him in the screen there just behind Larson, right behind Truex, the 4 car as well of Harvick. So it's really more maybe that the Hendrick cars are falling off too much on the long run, Parker.
Right, and I think the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. is going to be the first on the pit road of our Championship 4 contenders here, electing to pit early as they were gaining time on those Hendrick cars. Martin had come on the radio and complaining of the handling and losing the right front on this 19 car when James Small reminded him we're reeling them in, referencing those Hendrick cars. You see it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires and air pressure adjustment for Martin Truex. We'll see where that cycles out as they get down this full stop. There's a caution, guys.
Oh, a huge wreck for the 38 of Anthony Alfredo. Heavy damage to the right front. This is going to be a major blow to the 19 of Truex. We're going to have to let scoring cycle out before we can exactly place him on the racetrack. But the gamble, we always talk about gambling. Hey, come early, get some fresh tires. Why doesn't everybody do it? Well, this is the downfall. You see James Small, he can't believe it. Staring at the screen, he actually has the same question we have at the moment, which is I got to see where this cycles around.
Yeah, there's multiple cars that came to pit road. Kurt Busch, William Byron, Kyle Busch, the 12 car of Blaney.
That could have been a huge break for the 19. He may have stayed in the lead lap, and if he was able to stay in the lead lap, he would line up in front of all those guys when they pit. We'll have to see when it cycles out.
I want to take a look at what happened with Anthony.
Oh, right front tire. Gosh. We see that a lot on corner exit of 2, and that is a nasty angle to hit that wall. Thankful for the innovation of the safer barrier.
That is a horrible hit.
Mentioned Anthony Alfredo fighting for Rookie of the Year this year with Chase Briscoe, another driver who has had an issue today.
Trying to work through the timing here for Martin Truex Jr. So the advantage for Truex, Phoenix, long pit road. Well, he's very early in it. So he pits, and he's one of the first stalls. So he hasn't been on pit road very long. They service the car while the caution comes out. Now, the whole question is, he has scored where he leaves pit road at the start-finish relative to the leaders. Well, fortunately for him, he wasn't in there very long when the yellow came out, so the rest of the field slows down as well. So NASCAR is going to compare him to the leader of Chase Elliott relative to the start-finish line.
We will be the leader, I think.
And that's what James Small's saying. They're going to cycle to the front, as you said, Jeff. So he was only 2 seconds behind the leader when he pitted. That's the other big advantage. You know, he didn't pit from deep in the field. So basically what happens is he comes to pit road. They start servicing their car. The leaders continue at speed, but then almost instantly the caution comes out. Well, Chase Elliott slows down and waits for the pace truck. So, you know, pace car speed and pit road speed reasonably close, only 10 miles an hour difference. So Martin Truex Jr. and James Small, instead of a bad break, it's perhaps the best break they could have asked for. Great long-run car, and now they should have track position.
It was so important, Steve, for that caution, for that caution to come out quickly. If that caution doesn't come out quickly and all those cars are going fast around the racetrack, they do come around and lap Truex, but the NASCAR rule is when the caution comes out, immediately you have to slow down by rule. If you don't, NASCAR will penalize you for safety reasons. Huge break for Martin Truex.
So a big break there for the 19 team potentially. And tonight, Sunday Night Football on NBC and Peacock. Ryan Tannehill and the 6-2 Titans are going to face Aaron Donald and the 7-1 Rams. And coverage starting at 7 p.m. Eastern with Football Night in America. So now The pit road is open, and lead lap cars making their way onto pit road. Dave?
And Rick, this is such a fine adjustment for Denny Hamlin that Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, asked, do you want me to miss to the tight side or miss to the loose side? Denny just laughed. He said, at the end of the run, maybe to the loose side. For Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Kelly.
Alan Gustafson had already called Chase Elliott to pit road when that caution came out. Chase said the race car's really in an okay spot when he was out leading. It got just a little snug. 4 tires and fuel, Marty.
Kyle Larson reiterated we're so good on the short run, but man, the longer we go, my tight in the center just really hurts me a bunch. And I also lost drive off the corner that run as well. Air pressure, a wedge adjustment there. You see that being made right now. How about the Gibbs crew? They deliver on pit road. Denny Hamlin gets the lead.
Larson is going to lose a spot on pit road. Hamlin and Logano gaining spots.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
PNC Bank believes that if your phone can help you track your pizza, then your bank should help you track your spending. Virtual wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
This next step for me is for every kid out there with a dream. You will face challenges, but trust me, no matter what, keep pushing.
One crispy Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich for you, and a delicious crispy spicy one for whoever needs a little kick in the keister. Get the Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich in classic or spicy for just $3.99. It's finger-licking good.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
That's cute, but my internet streams to my ride.
Yeah? Well, mine's always got my back.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than Harvick.
Okay, that's fast.
Speed? My internet's so fast, it keeps up with me. Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Can your internet do that?
As was predicted, the 19 is going to be the race leader, Steve.
All right, let's relive this whole issue with the 19. He comes to pit road. There he is in the middle of his pit stop. Top of the screen, the 38 of Anthony Alfredo. Alfredo flat tire, heavy impact. The 19 crew continues to work on their car. At this point, the track goes yellow. The leader slows down. There goes Truex, start-finish line. Now we're looking for the leader. This is where Truex has scored. You see cars go by. There is the 9 of Chase Elliott. Martin Truex Jr. stays on the lead lap. A huge break for the 19. We'll see if he can pay it off, though. 59 to go. He's now the leader. Blaney as well. Got some track position, so you're going to see him in the restart. Unfortunately for the 5 of Kyle Larson, a slow pit stop. The right side looked pretty good, Jeff, right? I didn't see anything there. It's the left side that I think they have the issue.
And you see the track man runs around, jacks the left side up. A little bit slow in the left rear. Not a lot there, but and this is a huge momentum shift. Now you take the 2 cars that have been slow on short runs and you put them in front of the field. Can they take advantage of
it? 58 laps to go in the championship. Aggressive Larson to the bottom of the racetrack.
He's going to have a lot of company on the outside. Look at the momentum lost down the back straightaway.
Yeah, the 2 Hendrick cars are stuck behind the 2 Penske cars. And as they are, the 2 Gibbs cars drive away from them.
Chase Elliott making some quick work here, though. Getting on the outside of the 22 back there for 4th. He's going to take that position away now. Tries to figure out a way to put a position or make a position on this 12 car. as quickly as he possibly can. You talked about the short run speed. You got to take advantage of it while you got it. You got about 25 laps till we see the Gibbs cars cycle to the advantage in lap time.
Just a huge change in momentum here. We know that clean air, I don't care what size the racetrack is, clean air helps. That's going to make these two cars that have been slower on short runs, it's going to help them some. I don't know they're going to have enough speed to hold Chase Elliott off, but even if Chase gets by him, they're so much closer to him than they have been. It will not take them as long for it to switch and that long run car to have a major advantage.
Stay on the aggression here.
Spotter of the 9, coaching his driver to stay aggressive.
We heard at the beginning of the show, Martin Truex Jr., when he was chatting with the guys on pit road, he said, nobody can out-scrap us. Well, Martin Truex Jr. right now in this team, after a couple poor pit stops to start the race, they have now put it all together and a little bit of luck on pit road. When they're on pit road and a caution comes out, they start up front. Now, can they hang on to it? Can they stay out front? Can he win a second championship here in the Cup Series?
And Denny has moved around a little bit. He's went to the top of the racetrack to try to find some speed and some clean air to be able to track down the 19 car. It's allowed the 9 car, though, to have a little bit of room to run where he likes to run, where his car's been fast all day long on the bottom of the racetrack, Steve.
And now you're going to see he goes to the bottom. You know what's surprising, Dale, is that the 11, you know, he's doing a pretty good job for a long-run car holding off the 9 in that dirty air you talked about, right? So I'm not sure if he wants to be top or bottom. As he searches for clean air, though, it's a big advantage to the 9. It leaves him the bottom of the racetrack.
Well, that's exactly right. If you see clean air matters, that 19 car, when he goes to the bottom of the racetrack and the 11 stays to the top like he did in 1 and 2, that's a major advantage to the 11 car.
The car we don't see in this shot is the 5 car of Larson. Quite a ways back behind these guys. Not able to squeeze up through there and get through the traffic like the 9 car did. And as this track cools off, you see the shade. It's going to tighten up. The 5 car Larson struggled with a tight race car late in the run. You have to wonder if they're freeing this car up enough for him to continue to be competitive late in this race.
And this right here, Chase Elliott having to run the bottom, trying to get by Denny Hamlin. That's harder on his tires than if he can run wherever he wants to.
And Jeff, we saw the 9 able to pass the 5 by running that lower line. He was making it work early. Is this an advantageous line for the 9 to be able to run that well down low?
Well, I think that's where he wants to be. He's been there all day long. The problem is that you see Denny Hamlin right there running the top. He's been doing that all day long, and we know that his car is very good on a long run, so that makes me believe that this top line may be a little bit easier on tires. You're not stressing the tires much. You don't have to turn the wheel. Everything's smoother running that top line versus running the bottom.
Chase seems like he's struggling more and more with each passing lap to try to even get in position to challenge this 11 car.
Back to gas earlier there.
You mentioned it, Jeff. The short run speed is still there in this 9, but the dirty air is new. Could be affecting his pace just a bit.
And if I'm James Small, the crew chief for the 19, or Chris Gabehart, the crew chief for the 11, I'm letting them know this time by. That's 10 laps. You guys are still going to get better. The 9's going to start to go away, right? I'm going to coach you up. Dale, if you're my driver, I'm going to try to give you confidence. If you keep holding them off, we have seen these lap times flip as we get longer into our run.
It's just absolutely amazing what track position does and how important it is. A good pit stop for Denny Hamlin, a break for Martin Truex, but they both got it. And now they're taking advantage of it, Parker.
Steve, you mentioned how maybe you'd be telling your driver that's 10 laps into a run. James Small has been quiet on the radio. Everyone has been quiet on the 19 radio. But one thing I've been tracking throughout the day is seeing when this 19 car sort of comes to life. And that's normally about 23 laps or so into the run. So right now we're at lap 11. If that 9 car isn't able to make headway before then, that could be when they start to really stretch that lead, Dave.
And now a confident Denny Hamlin tries to track down his teammate. And he has a huge team behind him, including 600,000 FedEx employees worldwide. They came to Joe Gibbs Racing in 2015. They came with Denny Hamlin. They've been hungry for a championship ever since. And if he wins today, there'll be a huge party, Kelly.
when that caution came out, Chase Elliott said, man, that could have been bad. Remember, he had already been called to pit road. And then when he found out the 19 managed to stay on the lead lap, he said, oh, I can't believe the luck they have. But the team, staying positive, said, don't worry about it. Remember, you're better than him. By the way, it sounded like there might have been a little confusion on the lane choice for that last restart. It sounded like Chase didn't know if he was supposed to be picking his lane at the right time. When he did, he lined up where he lined up, and they went after it. But I'm not sure that he made a really conscientious effort to pick his preferred lane.
45 laps to go. The championship 4 running 1, 2, 3, 4 as we go NASCAR nonstop.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
I could maybe eat 2 cheeseburgers and a cherry limeade.
Oh, yeah. What size? Route 44?
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home.
And if you're going to do it wrong, do it right.
Well, if you're going to
eat the dessert.
Eat
Buy
a dessert.
the shoes. Besides, the drink is half off.
You have too many shoes.
I know.
If it looks like an F-150, tows like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2021 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid with 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
I need to try it first.
Okay. Here you go, buddy. Thank you.
You may kiss the bride.
Love you, Dad.
Oh my God. It's our baby girl.
Under 40 laps to go now for Martin Truex Jr. looking for his second championship in the Cup Series, and he's starting to pull away from Denny Hamlin, 9/10 of a second.
Chase Elliott, see, he's fallen further back as this run has gone on. He's been pushing hard, trying to find some speed right against the wall. A little bit of contact right there. He's trying to get on the edge, finding everything he can, opening up his entry. Just made contact. It's an odd place to make contact, but just trying to get as far out as he can to turn down into the corner.
And, of course, the championship 4 are going to finish 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's a battle going on right now, 5th through 16th. And Harvick is at the top of that list. Remember when we started the playoffs, he was 16th?
Yeah, what a recovery from Kevin Harvick. His performance has absolutely stepped up in the playoffs. But it's a tight battle between Blaney and Keselowski, only a couple points. 7 more back to their teammate in Logano. And then you see another tight battle back there between Byron and Busch. All these points matter. I know making the playoffs is the key. Winning the championship is obviously everybody's goal. But at the end of the year, you want to finish as high as you can in those points for both pride and for the business model. The higher you finish, the more it pays.
Denny Hamlin here fighting. See if they can get that car a little bit closer to the 19.
I've been watching these guys kind of move around a little bit. And the 19 of Truex is exiting turn 2 quite a bit lower. It's going in, using a little bit of that resin up high, but then turns the car off and runs almost next to the apron on corner exit to adjust his line. And it seems to have helped a little bit, give him a little bit more pace. I think Denny was a little bit quicker, but what do you got on this 11, Dave?
Junior 22 laps into this run, and Denny's team has seen this movie before.
This is right where we started pulling away from in the last run. This is all playing out right.
We'll see if it comes to fruition for the 11 car. Just 9/10 of a second behind his teammate now.
So I feel like that those 2 cars, did the same thing the last run equally. When one got better, the other got better the same amount. It wasn't like the 19 was slower or faster than the 11. They were pretty equal when they chased down the HMS cars. And now the 19 of Truex is going to enjoy the clean air. Now the lap traffic could play a role. It has cost Truex a little bit of time. It's cost Denny a little bit of time. And that's going to continue if we stay under green. But I think this clean air for Truex is going to play the biggest role as this race goes forward.
The one thing we have seen, though, with 34 laps to go, we've seen massive shifts in speed on older tires. We've seen cars fall off by 2 or 3 tenths of a second. If you're Denny Hamlin, you need Chris Gabehart right now pumping you up. And that's what he was doing. Hey, man, this is going to be our advantage. It's playing out exactly like we want it to. And Denny's just got to lock in. He's just got to lock in and hit his marks, be perfect every single lap.
Well, that's for the 11. If you go behind the 11, the 2 Hendrick cars of Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, if I'm Alan Gustafson, I'm cheerleading my driver on. I'm continuing to get feedback. A yellow changes everything. These two have the best short-run cars. So we saw the 9 make a little contact with the wall. Don't panic and take us out of it yet. What we don't want to do is damage our car and then have the caution, Marty, that we could have used for both the Hendrick cars, a yellow, and I think they have a chance.
And Steve, after a 9-win season, the championship might be slipping away from Kyle Larson in this 5 team. He said the drive off, especially off of turn 4, left the car much earlier in this run. So unless they get a caution, I'm not sure there's a path that Kyle Larson can get up there and pass those Gibbs cars.
And look at the sun now. The sun was behind the clouds. The track was pretty cool. Now the sun is back out. Look at the view into turn 3. The drivers cannot see the racetrack. What you see on your screen is exactly what it looks like out the windshield for the drivers. And now this part of the racetrack, turn 1 and 2, is going to warm up. It's going to get slicker. Who will benefit from how the track is going to change down here if the sun stays out?
I just watched the brake rotor explode on the front straightaway, and there's debris all up there, high in the dog legs.
Okay, so crew chief saw something happen. Was it with David Starr? And a caution does come out. That means a restart. And Steve, you come back to pit road and get fresh tires.
28.
Got one set.
So this is really the stress for everyone, right? We saw earlier in the race Ryan Blaney not pit and hold cars off for a little while. But he did not have this many laps on his tires. This is 28-lap run right here. I believe that you have to come to pit road. There's a reason for the caution. You see that part is in a really bad location. Entrance to turn 3, a huge part of the brake rotor, which is the radio we were hearing that they saw it happen. So I think you have to come to pit road. And now if you're Truex, Hamlin, Elliott, Larson, I know we talked about Truex and Hamlin not having great short-run cars, but they held the Hendrick cars off here with the short cars with the help of Team Penske, who lined up in between them. We talk about it being a team sport. It's going to be the driver's responsibility here in a little bit. But before that, it's going to be the pit crew's opportunity to shine. Kyle Larson has that number 1 pit stall. Will that be the difference maker?
Yeah, we talk about the mental state of the drivers and the pressure that they feel behind the wheel. Now we're going to talk about a group of individuals all equally under a big amount of pressure. This could be the final stop of the day, should be the final stop of the day, and they all are going to be expected to perform.
And I don't have all the tools that these guys have for data analytics. Is anybody getting with 2 tires? Does Kyle Larson say, I don't know if we could beat him from the second row. We're going to take 2 tires. I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's going to be 4 tires. But, I think everything is kind of on the board right now of opportunity and what can you do to gamble.
Yeah, as Denny Hamlin, to see his reaction when he hears the caution is coming out. I don't know if that's excitement or disappointment. I think he thought he was in great shape and needed that thing to stay green.
I agree with you.
This has turned into a Hendrick-Gibbs slugfest. It just has. Joe Gibbs is not here today, had some back surgery. Number 1, I want to wish him well. But number 2, can you imagine being at home watching this? 2 of your guys going at it, battling for a championship, trying to fight off the Hendrick guys as well. The stress for 2 extremely competitive car owners between Joe Gibbs, the Super Bowl winner, also a winner and a champion in NASCAR, and Rick Hendrick, the guy that's been the man to beat for I'd say, 20 years, 25 years. 2 of the big car owners swinging it out.
And I'll add to this, we keep talking about the 4 up front. Well, everyone else is still in this race. What if Kyle Busch from 11th says, I'm going to stay out on old tires. What if Tyler Reddick from 13th think they have a chance to win the race? Or does someone back there take 2 tires? So this field could easily get jumbled up.
Denny Hamlin said he lives and loves chaos. He's getting ready to be in the middle of it.
He's about to live the chaos as they're coming to pit road, Parker.
Right, Martin Truex came on the radio reporting that car is just a little bit loose on the entries there, so they make a small air pressure adjustment in the 19. Remember, this team struggled a little bit earlier in the race to gain spots on pit road, but cleaned it up later. It's going to be 4 tires for Martin, Dave. 4 tires for Denny Hamlin as well. Let's see if the crew continues their pace as they have been. Good stops the last couple. He'll get 4 in Goodyear and Sunoco fuel, Kelly.
Chase Elliott said he was just a little bit tighter that run. Could be from the damage when he got into the wall. It's going to be 4 tires for Chase Elliott as well, Marty.
Last run, just 2 free for Kyle Larson on exit. He said, I cannot get back to the gas like those guys can. The crew lost some spots on the last stop. They have been the best throughout the playoffs. Let's see if they can deliver here. And they do. They get Kyle Larson the lead on a close drag race. Gained 3 spots for Larson there. Incredible.
That's it. The move of the race so far. It was a lucky break for the 19. It is a pit stop for the 5. Remember, qualifying on Friday determined pit pick. They got their #1 pit stop. Look how fired up Cliff Daniels is. 4th to 1st, +3, not a spot. He went from the last championship 4 car to now controlling the race.
They've been the best all year, and then you look at the 19 team.
Yeah, not a huge issue, a little slow on the right rear. We are at the biggest moments, right? It doesn't take a huge mistake. That was just a little clumsy, a little clunky. That is all it takes to lose spots in the playoffs.
Larson's going to start up front after a great pit stop. Steve, maybe the most important decision of the entire year about to happen right here.
25 laps to go for a championship. Now what lane do you choose? Kyle Larson, I assume, will take the top. Hamlin will take the bottom. How about Chase? He'll take the bottom as well. The championship 4 will line up in the front 2 rows with a little mixture. We have a Hendrick and a Gibbs car and a Hendrick and a Gibbs car. So this is going to be, man, it's going to be crazy.
I think Denny Hamlin absolutely had to take the bottom. Right there on that run, it's easy to say the 11 and Gibbs fixed their short run problem, but they had track position. Now the 5 of Kyle Larson has track position. I think Denny Hamlin knows that. I think Denny Hamlin's got to push the issue here. He's got to put the 5 of Larson in a bad position, trying to run him up the racetrack as they enter turn 1. You cannot let that 5 car get ahead of you. Let's listen to him.
Obviously, their strength all day has been short run, but they didn't have a strength the last run. The 5 was off the whole time.
Remember, you guys said in Ruoff Mortgage Keys to Victory Lane, no mistakes. Denny Hamlin can't go below the yellow line before the start-finish line on this restart. He has to stay in his line. He can't cut that corner too soon.
That's a great launch from the 5 so far.
The 5 surging out front.
Can Truex clear Hamlin? He's going to do it. It all started. Hamlin did not get the launch he needed. Now Truex is in second.
Larson, Truex, Hamlin, and Elliott. The championship 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 23 laps to go.
Truex closed in quite a bit. Again, he's closing in a little bit on this 5 car, right? Within a couple car lengths down the back straightaway.
Here comes the 9 as well, looking to the inside of the 11. Chase Elliott trying to take 3rd away.
Hamlin's going to fight hard up top. There's grip up top, but short away around the racetrack. New tires. Chase Elliott going to, I thought he'd shortcut that back straightaway more than he did.
The 19 not letting the 5 get away.
Oh, the 19 had to get off the gas a little bit up off the corner there. Now he goes back on the attack into turn 3.
Truex, perhaps the best long-run car of the bunch all day. So the key here, obviously try to pass him if you can, but stay as close as possible. If your car comes in, if the tires feel great with 5 or 7 to go, you have to have him close as he climbs the banking up to that grippy area trying to get a run off the corner.
I'm surprised Truex was able to stay that close to Larson those first few laps. Larson up the racetrack a little bit. Truex right on that yellow line. Parker.
And Jeff, James Small came on the radio just before they restarted and told Martin this should take off better. That tells me I think they pumped up the air pressure a little bit on that 19 to be better here on the short run.
Giving your driver a chance. I love it. We talked at the beginning of the show about the experience on top of the pit box. Kyle Larson, James Small. Kyle Larson leading James Small, the crew chief for Truex, says, I got to give my driver a chance. Something to catch this fast number 5 car, and he's done it. The 19 is there.
He is so good down here in turn 3 and 4. Pretty equal in 1 and 2. Might be able to make some adjustments down here in his line. A lot of options in this corner.
The pressure as high as it's ever been. Now, under 19 laps to go. The fight for the lead in the championship. Larson has it. Truex Jr. is bringing it to him.
Larson, he runs up the racetrack a little bit. That gives Truex what he wants in the bottom, clean air. I think Larson's going to have to change his lane down here.
Truex is close enough now into turn 1. He may be able to upset the back of his car.
We got to get into PJ1 off of Ford.
Well, there you go. That was what you just talked about, Jeff.
Truex run the high side there. Let's see how he enjoyed that. If he goes back and does that again in turn 1 and 2. Still using the bottom down here, making some good time. The 5, though, up the racetrack, like you said, Jeff, like he was instructed. And look at the run down the front straightaway. He goes back to 2-3 car lengths of a lead. Now he's going to change his line. He saw the 19 run the high side. If he has that 2 or 3 car length gap, he can make these adjustments.
That was so close. I thought they were going to make contact right there. Larson now way up the track, getting all the way up into that grippier part.
Larson and Truex now 0.7 of a second in front of Elliott, who's up to 3rd. Denny Hamlin back to 4th.
Yeah, Chase is closing in a little bit on these 2.
All right, let's go. To the party here. 15 to go at the line. 1.
Chase Elliott's radio as they try to cheerlead that driver.
He's like, I'm going, man. I promise.
Get up into the party.
We heard that adjustments by the 19 to take off better. It definitely did. He hung with the 5, but nothing is free. If you make an adjustment to make your car fire off, does it hurt the 19 on the long run? 15 to go. We will find out.
Yeah, they set the air pressures in these cars to reach a target on the long run. If you set those pressures higher, you will exceed that target and then, in turn, lose a little bit of grip on the other end of the run. Has he gotten to that point yet?
Behind these guys, we talk about Chase Elliott's speed. Well, Denny Hamlin, he is searching everywhere. Last time through 3 and 4, a full car width higher than everyone. Look at this. As high as we have seen anyone down in 1 and 2.
Over, let's go.
It's time to put every chip you've got to the middle of the table.
You can't look how you cannot see into turn 1. It's gotten very difficult. Hamlin pushing the issue on his entries. At this point, though, it's either get there or if I wreck this car, so what? You're just not going to get there for 4th if you don't try something extraordinary.
He's done some good work here trying to catch this 9 car. Hard into the throttle off of turn 2. He's going to have a great run down the straightaway. Can't see a thing.
He sees the back bumper of the 9, and it's getting closer.
Hard into the gas right there. You see him committing to the throttle. Late in this race, the shade on that turn, the temperature dropping in the track. Can be really aggressive. He's right here on the back bumper of Chase Elliott. Man, he carried it in there. You hear the debris flying off of the tires into the wheel wells, way up the racetrack into the dirt.
Big run here. Hamlin. He stays right behind the 9, though, as they enter turn 3.
You hear him hammering that throttle, trying to get the car to turn, get the rear tires to hook up at the same time. It's working for him, this high line. He's got to get by Elliott quickly if he's got any shot at all. There he is. Big move right here.
Coming to 10 laps to go. He's going to have the speed and the momentum. Elliott's going to have to give him the room. He had too much of a run for Elliott to block that.
Hamlin makes his way up to third.
Great work by Denny Hamlin.
Chase is struggling with turn or something. He's using the apron a little bit in 3 and 4. We rarely see cars do that.
Under 10 to go. Is it enough time for Hamlin to close the gap? He's 1.7 seconds behind Larson.
And the information's got up to Larson. He's now running that high entry in middle of the corner like the 11 of Hamlin.
Larson about 0.8 of a second in front of Martin Truex Jr. And then the hard-charging 11 of Denny Hamlin trying to close the gap.
That time by the fastest car of the front four, Truex, but just barely.
The sun setting on the racetrack and the season. Kyle Larson has put together the best season of all of the championship four drivers with 9 wins, looking for his 10th.
Yeah, the laps are beginning to unravel for all these guys. 8 laps to go.
Truex again, the fastest car.
Is there enough time?
Well, Jeff mentioned it, right? That we get long enough on these tires that you just lose big chunks of speed quickly. You wonder if that's going to affect any of these four in these closing laps.
These guys have put a nice distance on Chase Elliott. Without a caution, his hopes of another championship have all but evaporated here.
Trying to go back-to-back. As we see the speeds of the line, Hamlin the fastest. Then Larson, Truex Jr., the top 3.
Hamlin's going to relive this restart for quite some time. He's not able to get up there.
The blinding light as they go into turn 3. Coming up on 6 to go.
Kyle Larson sitting here with the lead. His pit crew, their second fastest stop of the year, and the key moment got him in this position.
To a 19.8. It's going to be 5 at the line. Keep it smooth.
Now they gave it to him. They gave him the lead. Now he's got to go do his job. And trust me, they believe he can. That team believes so much in Kyle Larson.
And what makes a great crew chief? What makes a great leader? Cliff Daniels sounded like this was a practice day. Matter of fact, here's the information. Keep it smooth. 5 to go.
I'm more nervous than he is.
Cliff Daniels told us earlier in the year, he said, I watched back all of Larson's dirt races and listened to his lingo so that I knew the communications that he liked to hear, the way he said things. And Larson said, you know, during races, I'm watching the scoring pylon. I want to know where everybody is around me. Well, that communication and that knowledge of where everyone is has paid off for Larson. 4 laps to go now.
Hey guys, this race is not over. Remember Kyle Larson leading Pocono on the last lap, blew a right front tire, left front tire actually, ended up losing that race. We've seen things happen. They are not over until they drop that checker.
And Denny Hamlin, he's catching his teammate Truex for that second place. And we have some lap cars as well right there in front of Larson.
Now just 3 miles to go. 3 laps remain here at Phoenix.
The lap car's getting well out of the way. Larson really appreciates that.
We had an opportunity in the pre-race to show Kyle Larson a tribute from Mario Andretti. There is no bigger name. But Mario Andretti talked about how great Kyle Larson is. Kyle Larson smiled. You could see how much he appreciated that. This man has proven he can get it done in every kind of race car.
Truex making a little time here. A few car lengths there, 2 to go.
Half a second separating the top 2.
Kyle's got to stay aggressive.
Cliff Daniels told him to be smooth. Into 3. The gap still 0.6 of a second. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank.
Wow, Truex made up a lot of time again in turns 3 and 4.
A huge amount of time.
He's closed the gap. The 5. Now sees the 19. He's getting closer in the mirror. Down the backstretch for the final time.
There's going to be a lap car on the inside. Not going to allow Truex to run that low line that he wants to run.
Kyle Larson a year ago watched the race from North Carolina. Today, he's a Cup Series champion.
Oh my God, guys! Yes! Yes! Thanks, Claire. Thanks, everybody. How about stop, boys? How about that pit stop? Great job, man. Awesome.
There's Mr. H. And you can already see the emotion. What it means to Kyle Larson. Every single vehicle he gets behind the wheel of, he has won the biggest races. And today, he wins the biggest in NASCAR. Ten wins on the season. One of the most dominant seasons that we have seen in recent history. And once again, it's taken winning a race to win the championship.
I see you. You better be crying, boy.
Kyle Larson, you see the emotions hitting him now.
You're champion.
Kyle Larson has won over 300 times since he started racing, but this is just the third time he's ever been a champion.
Flag's kind of heavy.
There went the tires, there went the flag. He was going to burn it down all the way along the grandstands, and then maybe he was going to see how far he could make it, if he could make it a lap.
If he could have done a burnout, if the tires would have took it for a lap, he would have done it. That was a championship effort right there. A+.
What a battle. What an absolute battle.
We talk about how much of a team sport this is. We celebrate and spotlight the drivers, but I don't think I've ever seen a championship won by the entire group. That pit stop, as Kyle mentioned, made the difference.
And as you mentioned, Steve, winning the pole. He won the pole. That's the first choice of pit selection. They took the #1 stall. It was an advantage. The pit crew shined. They got him out first. He took advantage of it. He stayed up front. And now is the 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Kyle Larson celebrating. Oh yeah, right shot. Run your ass off. Great job. Good job. So happy. Proud of you.
I'm so proud of you. So proud of you.
Hell yeah, boy. Awesome. Congratulations.
You heard Cliff Daniels say, you are a champion. Kyle right away said, no, we are champions. Right.
Here he is, climbing out of the car, celebrating with his team. Kyle Larson, congratulations. You are a Cup Series champion.
Let me get a drink here real quick. I cannot believe it. I didn't even think I'd be racing a Cup car a year and a half ago. And to win a championship is crazy. I gotta say, first off, thank you so much to Rick Hendrick, HendrickCars.com, Jeff Gordon, NASCAR, every single one of my supporters in the stands, watching at home, my family. I've got so many of my friends and family here, my parents, my sister, my wife and kids. Owen had been giving me crap, a month and a half ago about how I can't win a Cup race when he's there. So that added a lot of pressure, but there were so many points of this race where I did not think that we were going to win. And without my pit crew on that last stop, we would not be standing right here. So they are the true winners of this race. They're true champions. I'm just blessed to be a part of this group. Every single man and woman at Hendrick Motorsports, this win is for all of us and every one of you. So this is unbelievable. I'm speechless.
When you crossed the finish line with those tears in your eyes, did you think about that day your dad brought that go-kart home without telling your mom, and that moment led to this?
I had a lot of thoughts. A lot of thoughts there those last, really since before intros, right before intros, like it all hit me, and I had tears running down my face just doing the ride around. The crowd was cheering loud, and it was just a different atmosphere than I've ever been a part of. So this event was crazy. This format's wild. I'm glad we were able to get it done. And yes, a big shout out to my parents for getting me involved in racing. My dad for everything he did, building my go-kart when I was young to get me playing around. My mom for videotaping every lap I ever raced and give me something I can look at and study and get better. Gosh, so cool. I cannot believe it.
Congratulations, you are a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Thank you. Thanks again, all you race fans. I love you. Thanks.
There he is, Kyle Larson, the champ.
First thing he said, wasn't sure if he'd ever be racing in a Cup car again. A year and a half ago, oh, here comes his kids, Owen and wife Caitlin there, daughter Audrey. Wasn't sure if he'd ever be racing again after being suspended from NASCAR back in 2020. Reinstated, a second chance from Rick Hendrick, and he has made the most of that second chance, both on and off the track. And now he is a NASCAR Cup Series champion. We'll have more post-race coverage on NBCSN. Kyle Larson gave credit to his crew. The pit crew got him off pit road first. He held off a hard-charging Martin Truex Jr. and grabbed his 10th win of the season. A dominating performance all year long. The regular season champion, and now he has won the Cup. Rick Hendrick, Jeff Gordon celebrating. There'll be more celebrations. Join us on NBCSN.
Kyle Larson is your 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. Visit the NASCAR shop to see his entire collection. Get the same hat, tee, flag, and towel the team wore with pride as they raise the trophy in Victory Lane. Remember the celebration with the official championship diecast and other championship gear. Available now at NASCAR.com/champ.
Celebration continuing, and post-race coverage again will come up on NBCSN. Make sure to join us there for all of the championship celebration. It's NASCAR America Championship post-race show. Coming up next here on NBC, it's Football Night in America, followed by Sunday Night Football. It's Titans at the Rams. And, of course, our coverage continuing from Phoenix on NBCSN. Make sure to join us there. Kyle Larson, the champion in the Cup Series.